Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to Unacademy IAS, a one-stop destination for all the English medium civil services aspirants. Welcome to a marathon session where we'll be covering all the important economy areas which are needed for you to ace the upcoming civil services examination, that is Prelims 2025. Now, before I start the discussion, couple of very important announcements. First one, those who are preparing for the next year civil services 2026 and 2027, if you're interested, we have an offer at 60% discount. You will be able to purchase a 15 months course at a price of 22,999. Once you enroll, you'll be able to get access to the live as well as the recorded video classes, the study material, the mentorship services, prelims as well as mains test series. For availing all of this, you need to use the code IAS English. Now, before I start the discussion, here is a very important point. If you take the last 10 years question paper, and before I go forward, if there is any issue with the audio and video, please do let me know in the chat section. As far as I can see, there is absolutely no problem. But if anybody is facing an issue, please do let me know in the chat section. So if you look at the analysis of the last 10 years question paper, and if you look at from which areas most of the questions have come, essentially you will realize that most of the questions out of 160 plus questions, a lot of questions have come from areas such as banking and monetary policy, external sector and trade, government schemes, inflation, public finance, agriculture, and of course, the industries and infrastructure. Essentially, out of 160 plus questions, most of the questions in the last 10 years have come from these particular areas, which also means you'll have to focus on these particular areas. Now, if you look at in these areas, are the questions mainly coming from current affairs or the static portion? Most of the times you will see the questions coming in a mix of, let's say, 50:50 or 60:40. But mind you, if you are of the opinion that just reading current affairs, you'll be able to score good number and clear or score very high number of marks for prelims, then be aware, even for answering the current affairs question, a lot of times you'll require the static information. So now to address all of these particular problems, what I have thought of for the prelims examination is, we will today start with marathon session. Right, today is March 8th, so we will have marathon session covering, let's say most of the key concepts for prelims 2025. After some time, we will have a discussion on economic survey, monetary policy decisions, all the monetary policies or the monetary policy committee reviews which have taken place from 2024 till, let's say, the month of February and March. We will cover all of this. Weekly doubt resolution session, and we will also have in the month of May, first week or second week of May, we will have last minute recall. But please be careful. Today it is live on YouTube. Rest of the things most probably will be happening on the platform. Will happen on the platform. Now many of you will simply say, sir, where do I get the link? It's very difficult to search, etc., etc. Very simple. I'll give you two options. One, you can go to Unacademy website, search for my name, Shyam Kaggod. You can subscribe. Whenever I schedule these extra classes, you will get the notification. That is one way. Many of you will simply say, sir, it is very cumbersome. I don't have so much of time. I'm busy with UPSC preparation. So give me an easier solution. Join my Telegram channel. As and when the classes are scheduled, I will share the link of the class on this particular channel. All you can do is the timing will be mentioned, date will be mentioned. You can easily join the class and basically collect the knowledge. Now, point number 3. This is most important as far as I'm concerned. I want you people to simply sit and listen attentively in this marathon session. Don't keep on jotting down. Don't keep on writing down everything or every word that will come out of my mouth. All you need to do is simply sit, listen with attention. Anyways, today there is no World Cup match also. Tomorrow there is World Cup match. So today, simply sit, listen to me carefully, and after the end of the session, I will upload handouts on the topics that I'm going to cover in the session. I will upload a handout. Don't worry. This handout is hardly around 50 pages. And in these 50 pages, I've covered all the important static information. I repeat, all the important static information that you need to go through to clear the civil services examination. So don't worry, simply sit and listen, but ensure that, I know, right, let's say 2 o'clock, Saturday afternoon, stomach full lunch is already done, AC is running or fan is also operating. Now you'll start snoring. Please don't snore. Even if you sleep, please don't snore. Otherwise, your parents will be worried. If you start snoring, your parents will get worried. Right? So please do join the Telegram channel. The link, date, timing, everything will be provided in this particular Telegram channel. Okay. Now, with this particular caveat, let me start the discussion. Here is question number 1. Those who want to solve the question, please go ahead, solve the question. Those who want to listen to the explanation, listen to the explanation. So question number 1, how many of the following are part of real sector transactions? How many of these following are part of real sector transactions? There are 3: banks giving loans to borrowers, farmers cultivating crops, companies manufacturing mobile phones. There are 3 options, or there are 3 statements. You will have to choose how many of them are part of real sector. Now, let me explain this. Essentially, whenever you talk about economy, the economy is basically divided into 2 parts. Based on the manufacturing or based on the segments, it is divided into 2 parts. One classification is the financial sector and real sector. Financial sector and real sector. The second classification is primary, secondary, and tertiary. Is everybody okay with this? I'll give you a couple of important points now. One classification is financial and real sector. Second one is primary, secondary, and tertiary. Questions have been asked from both of these areas. Now, what is this classification of financial and real sector? Whenever there's a production of goods or services, that is essentially called as a real sector. Whenever anything is produced, it is called as a real sector. For example, if you produce, let's say, food grains, that is real sector. If you produce mobile phones, if you produce machines, etc., that is called as real sector. And whenever financial instruments or financial assets are included, that is called as financial sector. Is everybody okay with the division here? Everybody okay? Please do let me know in the chat section. For example, you take a loan from a bank. You purchase the shares from the stock market. These are financial assets. That is part of the financial sector. And whenever anything is produced, that is called as real sector. Now, this is one classification. Easily you can solve the question. Now, there is one more classification: primary, secondary, and tertiary. Primary, secondary, and tertiary. Primary essentially deals with the natural resources. Primary deals with natural resources. That is, whenever you produce or whenever you're dependent and you have an output directly from the nature, that is called as primary. Is the point clear? Secondary. Whenever there is an output in the primary, you use the output to produce goods. That is called as a secondary. For example, let's say the ore is found. Mining is done in the primary. Now you will use the ore to produce steel. You will use the ore to produce, let's say, aluminium, etc. That is called as secondary. Manufacturing, industries, that is called as secondary. And then there is a tertiary also. Whatever is the output in the primary and secondary, to promote the output, to help this primary and secondary, there is a services sector. This is called as a tertiary. Is everyone okay with the distinction between primary, secondary and tertiary? Be clear with the distinction. Questions have been asked in the preliminary examination. Now, let's look at the question. How many of the following are part of real sector transaction? Banks giving loans to borrowers. You take a loan from a bank. Is it production of a good? Absolutely no. So this is not real sector. Farmers producing crops? Yes. Companies manufacturing mobile phones? Yes. Right option for question number 1 is option B. Right option is option B. Now, before I go to question 2, after 1.5 hours, after every 1.5 hours, I'll be taking a pause of 5 minutes to pick up any doubts that you have, and I'll be addressing your doubts. And when I say, if you have any doubts, please put it forward. Please put it in this particular format. Let's say hypothetically somebody has a doubt in this question. Simply write first question statement 2. First question statement 3. Right? You have a doubt in, let's say, second statement in second question. Let's say second question statement 2. Please put it in this way so that I understand in which question you are asking question. Because if I basically have, let's say, covered 15 questions and you simply say, please talk about the third statement, how do I understand which question is it? You will say, I have a doubt regarding the second statement. How do I understand which question is it? So that is the precise reason. I'll take your questions. Don't worry. I'll address your doubts after 1.5 hours. Let me cover certain questions. Then I'll take up your questions, address your doubts. Okay. So next question, question number 2. Consider the following statements. Okay. Consider following statements. The working capital is also known as circulating capital. The raw materials, bills, receivables are examples of working capital of a company. There are 2 statements. Which of the 2 statements are true? Only one is correct. Only second is correct. Both are correct or both are incorrect. Now let me give you a basic idea first. Those who want to solve it. But those who want to listen. Right? What is the basic idea? Whenever you talk about a company will have expenditure. Let's say tomorrow, right? Let's say today's class is over and many of you, or let's say some of you, again, on a lighter note, please do not take it seriously. On a lighter note, let's say some of you will decide polity classes are over. I'm not able to solve anything. Today, economic marathon session is over. I am not able to solve anything. So what is the point of preparing? Let me start a company. Again, on a lighter note. Let me drop this. This is not my cup of tea or coffee. Let me start a company. Now, when you start a company, you will need money to purchase assets. You will require money to purchase assets. What kind of assets? You will need, which are called as real assets. I'll explain this. Don't worry. You will require certain money to purchase real assets and you will require certain amount of money to purchase capital assets. Is the term okay with all of you? I'll explain this. Don't worry. Sir, what do you mean by real assets? Anywhere that you spend money for a shorter duration. When you need to spend money to ensure that the day-to-day working conditions or working operations of the company will continue, that is essentially called as the working capital, which basically includes real assets. Is the term okay? Working capital means what? You will have to spend money. You will purchase a machine. But please do let me know in the chat section now. Will you keep on spending money to purchase machine every week? You will purchase one machine today. You will throw it away next week and you will purchase another machine. After 2 months, again you will spend money and purchase a third machine and throw the second machine. No. Where you will spend money and this expenditure is durable in nature. Is the term okay? Where this expenditure is a durable in nature, that is essentially capital asset. That will be used for a very longer duration. On the other side, what about wages? Please do let me know. What about wages? Will you not keep on spending money on day-to-day basis? What about electricity bills? Will you not keep on spending money on day-to-day basis, etc.? Correct. You will keep on spending money. But this amount of money that you spend, you will generate this money from real assets. Right? Now you'll ask me, sir, what do you mean by real asset? You have sold certain raw material to me. You have produced something, you have sold something to me. Will I make a payment in next 45 days? Will I make a payment in next 30 days, 60 days, etc.? Of course, yes. Bills receivable. That is called as bills receivable or trade receivable. Right? So essentially, you will collect money and pay salaries. You will pay wages. You will pay taxes, etc. You will pay rent of the, right, let's say property, etc. That is essentially called as working capital. Is everybody okay with this? Please do let me know. Somebody from commerce background will say, no, 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 no. Right? This is not working capital. Working capital formula is different. I know. Right? Many of you will simply say, who are from commerce background, they'll say, no, no, no. Working capital formula is different. They will basically tell you the formula. Real assets minus immediate liabilities. Right? It's the money that you generate within a shorter period of time and money that you pay in a shorter period of time. You need to have a positive working capital. That means you need to have more amount of money in order to ensure that the day-to-day activities of the company, day-to-day expenditures of the company are taken care of. That is essentially in a formula way called as working capital. Is everybody okay with the term working capital now? Is working capital also known as circulating capital? Is it also known as a circulating capital? Yes, it is referred to as a circulating capital. Why? You generate, right? Let's say you produce certain goods, you sell it to me. You basically sell it to me, which means I'll have to pay money to you. That is called as a trade receivable. Trade credit or trade receivable. Is it not an asset for you? Yes. Will I pay it within a shorter period of time? Again, yes. Current asset. On the other side, you'll have to pay wages. You'll have to pay rent, current liability. Current asset, current liability. The difference between that is called as working capital. Why it is called as a circulating capital? You spend money to purchase raw material, produce goods, sell it, receive money, and again use it to pay for raw material, use it to pay for rent, use it to pay for wages, etc. Again, it is circulated, hence called as circulating capital. Is everybody okay with the statement number 1? Do let me know. Okay, first statement is correct. The raw materials, the bills receivables are examples of working capital of a company. Yes, both the statements are true. Both the statements are true. Right option for the question will be option C, both 1 and 2. Okay, so this is question number 2. Question number 3. Which of the following are considered as investments contributing to capital formation in an economy? Which of the following are considered as investments contributing to the capital formation in the economy? I have given you 4 statements. Companies spending to purchase machinery, government spending money to construct bridges, government paying salaries to employees, retail investors purchasing shares from the stock market. Which of the 4 are part of investment contributing to capital formation? That is a question here. Now listen to me very carefully. If you ask me, a lot of questions you will make mistake. A lot of questions you will find these are difficult in certain cases. A lot of you might find it. Don't worry. It simply means you need to revise a bit. You need to have more revision. That's it. Let's start. Companies spending spending money to purchase machinery. This is a part of investment. This is a part of capital formation. This is part of capital formation. Now you will ask me, sir, what do you mean by capital formation? Please understand, to the existing assets, I repeat, to the existing assets, whenever economy will add more assets. I'll repeat the statement here. to the existing assets, when the economy will add more assets, the new assets added will be called as capital formation. Is the statement clear? I've simplified it to a very great extent. There are certain existing assets. To the existing assets, you will add more assets. For example, you will purchase inventory, you will purchase machinery, you will construct roads, you will construct bridges, etc. So to the existing capital, now you are adding more capital. This new capital that is getting added in a particular time period is called as capital formation. Is everybody okay? This is called as capital formation. And we keep on measuring this. For example, very often in the newspapers, you will come across a term called as gross capital formation. GCF, gross capital formation. Now, what is this gross capital formation? Please have a look at the table here. The gross capital formation is a sum total of addition of two types of capital to the economy. Two types of assets to the economy. One is a gross fixed capital formation and the second one is stock. And many of you I know, basically when you look at the gross fixed capital formation, you will simply say it is a type of a capital which is not movable. It's a type of asset which is fixed. Hence, it is called as a gross fixed capital formation. You are not correct. You are entirely not correct. Why? You must have looked at the term gross fixed. You'll focus on the term fixed and say, which means fixed. It is not movable. No. I'll give you one example. Let's say machinery. Is the machinery movable? Can you move the machine from one region to another region? From one area to another area? If that is the case, how will you keep machines under GFCF then? How can you keep the machines under GFCF? Then you'll be wrong. Argument is very simple here. Don't memorize it this way. Gross fixed capital formation simply means these are the assets where investment is durable in nature. Where investments are durable, that is you will invest and this is a long-term investment. Whereas when you keep on spending money on periodical basis, very frequent basis, on weekly basis or a monthly basis, that is called as a stock. That is essentially called as stock. Is everyone okay now? So when you take the GFCF plus the stock, the overall outcome will be gross capital formation. Okay, now look at the statements. Company spending to purchase a machinery. Are they adding assets to the existing assets? Yes. So point number 1 will be correct. Done. Government spending money to construct bridges. Yes. They are constructing infrastructure. It is addition to the existing infrastructure. That is true. Third one, government paying salaries to employees. Tomorrow if you become an IAS officer, why if, let's assume after certain time period, you will become an IAS officer. Somebody will say, sir, why IAS? I want to become IPS. That is my first choice. Let's say you become IPS officer. So whether you become IAS or IPS, you will receive a salary. Right? So tell me now, is there any creation of asset here? Is there any asset getting added to the existing system? Absolutely no. Right? So government paying salaries to employees? No, this is incorrect. Retail investors purchasing shares from the stock market. Right? If you purchase the shares from the stock market, you are not contributing or you are not creating assets in the market. You're basically transferring money from one side to another side. That's it. If I'm having shares, I will give you shares. You will give the money to me. Where is the creation of assets? There is absolutely no creation of assets. So fourth statement, incorrect. Is everybody okay now? Right. So first and second are correct. Right option for question number 3 will be option A. Okay. Now, let me go forward. Question number 4. Let me go forward. Question number 4 now. If the gap or the difference between GDP and NDP widens, it is a likely indicator of what? If the difference between GDP and NDP keeps on widening, keeps on increasing, what is the indication of it? What do you mean by that? How do you read this particular gap? Two statements. One, economy is using up higher capital to have same production or output level. And second statement, the economy needs to ramp up the investments in the coming days to sustain long-term growth. So there are two indicators that I've used here. There are two indicators. One is GDP, second one is NDP. What is essentially the difference between GDP and NDP? GDP stands for gross domestic product and NDP stands for net domestic product. The difference is simple here. In gross domestic product, we consider the market price of all the goods and services which are produced, which are final goods and services for a specific time period in a specific region or within a specific territory. Whereas in the context of NDP, net domestic product, from all the goods and services which are produced, there are certain goods which are used to replace existing capital. Listen to me carefully. Those who are having a doubt, listen to me carefully. There are certain goods which are produced in this year. These are counted as a part of GDP. But these goods are not addition to the existing capital. These are to replace existing capital. And the value of the goods that we are using to replace existing capital, that value of the goods is called as depreciation. Is it okay? At the value of those goods, which are, right, let's say final goods, but these are used to replace existing goods, not adding, but replacing existing goods, these value is called as depreciation. For example, let me take a simple example. Imagine a particular company had purchased a machine back in the year 2000. Today it is 2025. So don't you think a lot of these machines would have become old? You need to throw away these old machines, replace them with new machines. That value is called as depreciation. And again, I know somebody will basically either now or later in the comment section will basically say, but sir, in my commerce exams or in my commerce classes, this is not how we learn to depreciation. You are wrong. Depreciation is something else. There are two methods to calculate depreciation. You are not talking about all of that, etc. That is required for commerce, not required for GS paper 3. I also know that concept, but that is not required for GS paper 3. Essentially here, how much money you spend to replace existing machinery, that is called as depreciation. Now, what is the formula? NDP, net domestic product, is equal to GDP minus depreciation. This is the formula. Right? GDP minus depreciation will give you NDP, net domestic product. And always remember this. Whenever you come across the term gross and net, this is a thumb rule. Whenever you come across the terms gross and net, you take out something from the gross to derive net. Is the statement okay with all of you? You get the gross. Gross means total, no adjustments, nothing. Calculate everything. And out of that, you deduct something, what you get is called as net. And this is the same for GDP and NDP. Same for other context as well. I'll give you a very simple example. Once you become IS officer, let's say government will tell you, I'll give you a salary of 1.5 lakh rupees. Imagine, government will basically revise the salary, 8th pay commission, you'll become very happy, right? 1.5 lakh. But please understand, government will give you 1.5, but will you receive 1.5? That is the question. Will you receive 1.5? Absolutely no. You will not receive 1.5. Why? Lot of deductions are made from 1.5 lakh rupees. So everybody is okay, right? So gross means total. When you adjust something from the gross, what you receive or what you get is net. Now come to the point here. Please focus now. Come to the point. NDP is equal to GDP minus depreciation. Now tell me, if the gap between NDP and GDP widens, I'll repeat the statement. If the gap between GDP and NDP widens, what does it indicate? Can I simply say there is a higher depreciation then? Then everybody is okay. There is a higher depreciation. Right? And when there's a higher depreciation, what does it represent? It simply represents lot of the assets which are there have become old. Lot of these assets, for example, machinery, right, manufacturing facilities, etc., these have become very, very old. And you need to keep on spending money to replace these machineries, these fixed assets. Right? So look at the first statement now. All of you, please look at the first statement. Can I simply say economy is using up higher capital, assets, machinery. It is using up higher capital in order to ensure we will produce the same over a period of time. Everybody is okay with the first statement? Statement 1 is correct. What about the second statement? If you need to sustain the growth, for a longer duration, for a sustained period of time, don't you think you will have to keep on investing more and more in the economy? Otherwise, what will happen? Depreciation is higher. Over a period of time, the assets, that is the fixed assets, will be not replaced, or they will have very less efficiency, less production. That will affect overall GDP as well as the growth rate in the economy. So please do let me know now. Question number 4, both the statements are true. Right option will be option C. Can we go forward? Question number 4 is okay with all of you? Right. So let me go to question number 5. Question number 5 now. Let's start. If X minus M in the GDP calculation is negative for a country, which of the following are likely inferences? Right? If X minus M in the GDP calculation is negative for a country, which of the following are likely interferences or inferences? Right? So there are 3 statements. Now, what is this X minus M? X minus M, please listen to me carefully. Whenever you talk about calculation of GDP, there are 3 methods. What are the 3 methods? One is called as income method. Second one is expenditure method. And the third one is the value addition method. Production or value addition method. Is it okay? Now, what do we do in value addition method? Simple. You calculate the value of all the goods and services which are produced. From this, you basically take out the value of intermediary goods. You subtract the value of intermediary goods. What you are left out is the value of the final goods and services which are produced. What is the income method? You take the sum total of factor incomes. You take the sum total of all the factor incomes which are produced in a particular economy. Right? For example, how many wages have been generated in India in this year? How much profits have been generated by the company? How much, right? Let's say, the interest which has been generated. So there are multiple factors of production. Take the sum total of all the factor incomes which have been generated and get the sum total. You will get, right, let's say, the GDP through income method. Now come to expenditure method, because the question is on expenditure. So come to expenditure method. What is the formula to calculate GDP through expenditure method? C plus I plus G plus within the bracket X minus M. C plus I plus G within the bracket X minus M. Now look at the bracket X minus M. It basically represents the value of exports minus value of imports. How much is the value of exports you have done and how much is the value of imports you have done? And the question simply says, if X minus M is negative, have a look at this. If X minus M is negative. Negative means what? The value of exports, let's say, is 50 rupees and value of imports, let's say, is 80 rupees. I'm taking very simple numbers, by the way. Very, very simple numbers. These are there in billions of dollars. Don't worry about it. I'm taking very simple numbers. Let's say exports is 50 rupees. Imports is 80 rupees. Can I simply say the value of x minus m is negative here? Is everybody okay? Now, what is the importance? What is the inferences? Let's start. Demand for goods and services are very high in the country. Why do you import more? Let me know. Why do you import more? You will import more because you want to export more, or there is a very high demand for goods and services in the domestic market. The demand is very high. It could be because there is, let's say, higher growth in the domestic market. It could be because more and more jobs are getting generated in the Indian economy, or for that matter, any country that is there in the context here. So the demand for goods and services is very high. Correct? Yes. This is one of the likely inferences. Second, the BOP will have a trade deficit. The balance of payments. BOP essentially is balance of payments. The balance of payments will have a trade deficit. Of course, yes. It is visible here itself. X minus M is negative means trade deficit. Yes. One of the likely outcomes. The country is a closed economy. Right? Look at the third statement. This should be straightforward now. Country is a closed economy. Is this country a closed economy? If you are having X minus M, by virtue of having X minus M, you are allowing imports as well as exports. Is it a closed economy? Absolutely no. It is not a closed economy. So first and second are correct. Third one is incorrect. Right? So right option for this question number 5 will be option B. Right? That is only 2 are correct. Everybody is okay with the question number 5 now? Everybody is okay with the question number 5? Okay. Now let me go to question number 6. Let's start. Question number 6. How many of the following statements or statement is or are true? Right? I've given you 3 statements now. National income is equal to personal incomes. Personal incomes represent total incomes earned by the factors of production. The personal disposable incomes are a sum of total of consumption and savings. If you ask me, this is slightly difficult question. Slightly difficult question if you ask me. Right? So national incomes is equal to personal incomes. Personal incomes represent total incomes earned by the factors of production. And third, the personal disposable incomes are a sum total of consumption and savings. A lot of you will look at this particular question itself, look at the statements and basically say, how many incomes are there? How many types of incomes? Personal income, personal disposable income, national income. How many types of incomes are there? In the words of Mr. Ashish Vidyarthi, if you follow his YouTube channel, he says, chakkar aa rahe. Mujhe chakkar aa rahe. Right? So basically you look at it and say, same thing. Right? I'm feeling giddy now. How many types of incomes? Let me explain this. Listen to me carefully. One is national income. Second one is personal income. And the third one is personal disposable income. Now let me start, right? Let me define all the 3 so that it is clear to you, and any questions that are asked, you'll be able to solve it. Now first one is national income. Right? What is national income? Generally, the NNP at factor cost. I repeat, NNP at factor cost. What is NNP? Net national product. NNP at factor cost is considered as a type of a national income. Is this statement okay with all of you? Now, those who have not done national income, they will ask me, or GDP, they will ask me, sir, what is NNP at factor cost? I don't understand what is NNP at factor cost. It basically represents the market price of all the goods and services which are produced by residents of a country after adjusting for depreciation and ensuring this is only calculated using the residents of a country. That is NNP at factor cost. right? So that is essentially NNP at factor cost. And by the way, please remember, this is the purest form of national income. Remember this. This is the purest form of national income. And those who are having a doubts are why this is called as a purest form. We can even calculate NNP at market price also. We can calculate NNP at market price, but why NNP at the factor cost is the purest form? Reason is simple. From factor cost to the market prices, when you move, you will adjust for subsidies, you will adjust for taxes. For example, taxes. Is the taxes collected by the government of India, is it earnings of an individual? Think of it. Is the taxes collected by government of India, is your earning and my earning? Is it representing how much money we are earning? Absolutely no. That is the precise reason. It is not the purest form. NNP at factor cost is the purest form. This should be very clear. Now, what is this NNP? I told you national income. Then what is a personal income? What is this personal income then? Personal income is how much money do we actually have or receive. I'll repeat the statement. Right? NNP at factor cost is the sum total of all the factor incomes generated by residents of India and after adjusting for depreciation. Agreed. But what is personal income? Personal income is how much money I have received. That is essentially called as a personal income. Sir, both the numbers should be same. If, right, let's say salary of 100 rupees paid, you should have received 100 rupee. Not necessarily. Why? These are certain adjustments. Please look at the picture here. Please look at the picture. There are certain adjustments which are supposed to be done. What are the adjustments? Let's say one of the factors of production. There are 4 factors of production. Land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship. Generally, I tell the students to memorize the term SELL. Land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship. Now, one of the factors of production is entrepreneurship. And what is the factor income generated for an entrepreneurship? Profits. Now, please do let me know, all the profits which are generated by the company, are all the profits given to owners? Let me see how many of you understand this. All the profits generated by the company, are all the profits given to the owners? No. This is a very common practice. No, absolutely no. Traditionally, what we say is profits are taken and given to the shareholders in the form of, just a second, in the form of dividend. That is what we say. These profits are taken and given to the shareholder in the form of a dividend. But please understand, some of the profits will be withheld by the company itself. That is called as undistributed corporate profits. Undistributed corporate profits. So, in NNP factor cost, we have counted what is the profit done by a company, earned by the company. But is the profit, all of it given to the let's say the shareholders or the owners, that is you and me? No. Right? Don't you think that will be taken out of NNP at factor cost to calculate how much money we actually have, how much money we have actually earned in the hand, etc.? That is correct. Second one, if the company has, right, let's say earned profits, don't you think before they give you part of the profit, they will take part of the profit and give it to government of India? Yes or no? They will take some of it and give it to government of India. And if you say, no, sir, they should not do it, right? Please tell me your address. I'll forward your address to the finance ministry. They will come to your home and ask you why we should not collect corporate profits. You tell me. Already we have reduced corporate taxes from 30% to 22%. And now you say we should not collect corporate taxes. Why? Tell me the explanation. So argument is simple. Part of the profits again taken by the government. Do we receive that? No. Third one, if I'm supposed to receive 100 rupees, don't you think some of it will be taken and paid in terms of social security benefits? Think of it. Social security benefits. Employee provident fund. Do I receive employment provident fund in the form of a salary in the account, bank account? No. that is again taken away. But in addition to all of this, these are subtractions. These are the money that is taken away from the NNP at factor cost. Right? Imagine I'll receive certain amount. But in addition to this amount, will I not receive certain transfer payments also? Will I not receive certain transfer payments? For example, what if Government of India will provide certain amount of subsidy to me? Sir, which government? Doesn't matter. Center or state. Both of them are competing with each other now. Doesn't matter. So whether the central government pays or state government pays, I will receive certain amount of subsidy. Is it not part of the money that I have in my hand now? Yes. So understand the logic here. NNP at factor cost will represent all the factor incomes that are generated. But out of this total factor incomes, some of them will not receive, some of them will not come into my hand, right? I'll subtract it and I will receive transfer payments, I will add it. Now can I simply say the sum total of all of this, that is adjusting all of this, I will have certain amount of money in my hand, that is called as personal incomes. Is everybody okay with the term personal incomes? Tomorrow in the UPSC Prelims, mains, or even in the interview, if they ask you, right, is both one and the same? Simply say no, both are not one and the same, both are different. Now, imagine you will receive certain amount of money. Do you have all of this money to spend now? Right? Imagine you have received certain amount of money, your salary, after deducting your welfare payments, or let's say after deducting your social security benefits, etc., you have received certain amount of money. Can you use all of this to spend in the market? No, the story is not yet over. Story is not yet over. Why? Now again the finance minister will come to you and say, don't you want to be a good Indian citizen? Don't you want to contribute to the growth of Indian economy? Don't you want to pay taxes to me? Yes, pay taxes. That is income taxes. Is everybody okay with this? You'll have to pay income taxes now. Right? So pay income taxes, and whatever is left out after you pay income taxes, essentially that is called as personal disposable income. That is essentially called as a personal disposable income. So everybody is okay with the three indicators here, or three different types of parameters. NNP at factor cost. Second one is a personal incomes. And the third one is disposable personal incomes. Done? So these are the three indicators. Be very, very careful. Now let's solve the question. National income is equal to personal income. No. Both are different. Both will be different. Personal incomes represent total incomes earned by the factors of production. Think of it. Personal incomes represent, right? Personal incomes represent total incomes earned by the factors of production. True. Think of it. This is the total incomes earned by the factors of production. And this is personal income. No. Right? Third one. The personal disposable incomes are a sum total of consumption and savings. The personal disposable incomes are a sum total of consumption and savings. Let's say the personal income is, let's say, 200 rupees. 200 rupees. Now, right, have a look at this again. Disposable income, 200 rupees. I will save some of it. I will spend the remaining part of it. Simple. I will save some of it. I'll spend the remaining part of it. That is the third statement. Right? So the consumption as well as the savings. How much money I spend, it is called as consumption. How much money I don't spend, it is called as savings. So have consumption plus savings. That will give you personal disposable incomes. Right? So right option for the question number 6 is option A. Option A is the right one here. Okay. That's the reason I said slightly difficult question. A lot of you would have missed this kind of a table. I know a lot of you will basically ignore this kind of a table. You will say, right, UPSC will not ask table. But this kind of a, let's say, this kind of a conceptual understanding, if you have, doesn't matter whatever be the question asked in the prelims, you'll be able to solve. You'll be able to solve that. Okay. Now, let's go to question number 7. Which of the following are transfer payments? right? Since we are discussing so much on transfer payments, one question on transfer payments. Which of the following are transfer payments? Four are there. Pension paid by the government under Indira Gandhi National Widow Pension Scheme. Inward remittances. Salaries paid by the government to its employees and the payment made by the government for weapons purchased. A very simple idea. Whenever you talk about transfer payments, what does it actually mean? What does it actually mean? Transfer payments essentially means whenever there is only flow of money, right? There is a flow of money and in return, no goods or services are received. Is the statement okay with all of you? Please do let me know. Whenever there is a simple one-side flow of money and in return you don't get any goods and services, this is called as transfer payment. Is everyone okay with this? This is called as a transfer payment. For example, the government of India will provide lot of subsidies for poor people. I've given you one example. Right? I've given you one example, that is pension paid by the government under Indira Gandhi National Widow Pension Scheme. Do you think government will receive anything in return when such pension is paid? Absolutely no. So everybody is okay. This is a transfer payment. Second one, inward remittances. What is this inward remittances? Let's say you're a software engineer. You will go to USA, right, on let's say certain project, on-site project there. You will be present in USA for a period of 3 months, assuming Mr. Donald Trump will allow you to enter in the first place in USA. Now, in 3 months, you will receive certain amount of salary and part of this particular salary, you will send it to your parents. Part of the salary, you will send it to your parents. Why? To take care of your parents. Now, somebody will say, sir, only parents. No. If you send it to your siblings, that is also a remittance. If you send it to spouse, that is also your remittance only. So essentially, you will be spending or you will be sending certain amount of your salary back to home. Now you tell me, the amount of salary that you have sent back home, are you going to get anything in return from your parents? Try doing that. Just think of it. You will realize what will happen after that. Try doing that. Send a certain amount of money back to your parents and say, by the time I come back, you will have to use this money, produce the goods. I will come and count the number of goods. Also, I'll check the quality of the goods. You try to send and say the same thing. I'll guarantee you will not come back. Whether USA will accept you or not doesn't matter. But you will not come back. That is a pakka, that is for sure. Again, that was on lighter note. Don't say, sir, how dare you talk to me like this? No, I'll come back. I'll count the goods and services. It's a different issue. So argument is simple. You will send the remittances, but you will not be getting anything in return in the form of a good or a service. So everybody is okay with the point number 2 now. Second is also correct. Salaries paid by the government to its employees. If you become an IAS officer or once you become an IAS officer, don't you think government will pay salary to you because they're getting services from you? Yes or no? Simple question. And don't say, sir, you think I'm going to join the services to provide services? No. Right? My motive is something else. I want to become famous in Instagram. My revenue source will be something else. Right? The argument is simple here. Argument is simple. You will provide services, you will receive the salary. Okay? So this is not a transfer payment. Payments made by the government for weapons purchased. Right? So absolutely no. You purchase weapons and you pay money. Where is the transfer payment here? So 1 and 2 are examples of transfer payments. Right option will be option B here. Everybody is okay? Right? Let's say the option will be option B here. Okay. Now question number 8. Question number 8. It's the same thing. Just a second. Transfer payments. Okay, one more question on transfer payments. Let's solve it then. Consider the following statements regarding transfer payments. There is one more question. Second question on transfer payments. All the transfer payments are included in the calculation of GDP under expenditure method. different statement altogether. Very interesting, by the way. All the transfer payments are included in the calculation of GDP under expenditure method. How many of you will agree with this statement? That is, when the government will pay a certain amount of money and in return do not receive any goods and services, it will be included in the GDP calculation? Absolutely no. Remember this. Absolutely no. This will not be included. Reason being, again, somebody will say, sir, why this will not be included? It should be included. Why not? Reason is, when the government will spend this money and in return do not get any good or a service, for GDP you need to measure what is the final value or market price of final goods and services. Where is the good or service? No. Hence, the first statement is incorrect. Transfer payments are included in the calculation of personal incomes. Just now we have calculated this. This should not be difficult. This question now should not be difficult. Question number 8, second statement is correct. It should be calculated in the personal income calculation. The transfer payments increases the disposable incomes of the people. It will increase the disposable incomes of the people. Yes, that is also true. Right. So second statement is correct. Third statement is correct. Right option for this question will be option B, only 2. Only 2, right? Only 2 of these statements are part of or correct in the context of the question. Question number 9. Let's go forward now. Question number 9. I've discussed 3 questions including transfer payments. And be careful regarding remittances. And I'm telling you a current affairs point now. Be careful regarding inward remittances. Reason being, successfully for many years now, India has been the top inward remitter. Top inward remitter according to World Bank report. Okay, question number 9. Which of the following is or are included in the calculation of India's GNP? India's GNP. Right, so we have taken care of NDP, GDP, one question on GNP. Okay. Profits earned by the company ABC working in India but owned by the foreign company. Second statement, American software engineer working in India for 3 months. Includes all the incomes earned by Indians residing in India only. Right? What are the, right? How many of these statements? There are 3 statements. Don't worry, the last option is missing. It is there, but it is not visible. Don't worry, it is there. D, option D. Somebody will say, sir, option D was not there. I'll write it. Option D, none of the above. Okay. So profits earned by a company, ABC, working in India, but owned by a foreign company. My dear, this is not included in India's GNP. Reason being, please understand, GDP is a territorial concept. It's a territorial concept. What do you mean by territorial? Whatever is produced within India. Whatever is produced within India. Let's assume this is India. And I know this doesn't look like India. I know this doesn't look like India. Don't run to the nearest police station and file a sedition case on me. I know this doesn't look like India. I don't want to take, let's say, 10 minutes to draw the map of India now. Imagine this is India. Whatever is produced within Indian territory, whatever is produced within the Indian territory, that will be counted as India's GDP. Whether this is done by an Indian company or a foreign company doesn't matter. It will be counted as a part of India's GDP. On the other side, GNP, gross national product. The focus here is on residence. The focus here is on residence. That is citizens, whether they are in India or outside India. Right? Or many of these foreign citizens who have stayed for more than 1 year in India. Right? The focus here is on residence. Whatever is the market price of all the final goods and services produced by residents of a country. Residents of a country is called as gross national product. Okay, now let's start. Profits earned by a company ABC working in India but owned by a foreign company. If it is owned by a foreign company means it's a foreign company. Will a foreign company's profits be counted as a part of India's GNP? No. It will not be counted as a part of India's GNP. American software engineer working in India for 3 months. No. Why? The American software engineer is not a resident of India. The software engineer is not a resident of India. Hence, that second one is also incorrect. Third one, right? It includes all the incomes earned by Indians residing in India only. Underline the term only. Residing in India only. No. Right? It is not just in India, whether you are a resident, whether you are present in India or outside India. For example, let's say I'm an Indian citizen. I'll go to USA for 3 months, earn a salary, come back to India. It is basically I'm still an Indian citizen only. I'm still an Indian citizen, right? Or resident of India. So it will be counted as a part of India's GNP. So because it says only residing in India, no, that is right essentially incorrect. Okay. Or instead of residing, simply say, right, working in India. Working in India only. No, whether you're working in India or outside India doesn't matter. You're still the resident of India. Okay, so all the three statements are incorrect. Right option for question number 9 will be option D. Okay, question number 10 now. Don't worry, those who are saying, sir, this statement is unclear, this concept is unclear. Wait. At 3:30, I'll take a pause from discussing questions. 5 to 10 minutes, I'll solve your doubts and then pick up the questions again. Question number 10. Which of the following are likely to cause imported inflation in India? Which of the following are likely to cause imported inflation in India? Now, what do you mean by imported inflation? Simple. Whenever inflation is caused because of the higher value of the imports. Whenever the value of the imports goes up, and this will cause inflation in India, that is called as imported inflation. It is there as a part of static portion. It is there in the current affairs as well. Be aware of it. Imported inflation. Sir, any example? Very simple. If the crude oil prices go up, do let me know now. If the crude oil prices go up, don't you think that will contribute to imported inflation in India? If rupee value depreciates, if the rupee value depreciates, will it not cause, right, imported inflation? Of course, yes. So in any case, whenever the market price of this import will go up and this will contribute to inflation in India, that is called as imported inflation. Everybody is okay with the term imported inflation? Now, look at the statements. Right? Once you have understood imported inflation, the statements will not be difficult. First one, rising crude oil prices in the global market. Yes, because India imports more than 85% of the needed crude oil. Whenever the crude oil prices will go up in the international market, yes, it will cause imported inflation. Second one, federal tapering. Federal tapering, right? What is this idea of a federal tapering? Please listen to me carefully. Federal tapering essentially happens whenever in USA, the Federal Reserve of USA has reduced interest rates and now the economy is reviving. Economy is registering higher employment generation. Economy is registering good growth rate, etc. In this case, the Federal Reserve will withdraw quantitative easing policy. It will essentially take back the quantitative easing policy, will start increasing interest rates. That is called as a federal tapering. Everybody is okay with the term tapering here? And just to make it easier, suddenly in the UPSC examination hall also you'll be able to remember the tail of the lizard. Tapering example is a tail of the lizard. Those people, and I'm pretty sure all of you are sitting in either in the office or in the home now. Just look left and right. You will see one or the other lizard. You'll see either one sitting on the right, let's say tube light, one sitting just in front of you, one sitting in the corner, etc. Don't worry, it will not come and bite you. Don't jump up and say, sir, how right? Basically, I'm already afraid. Right? Why did you ask me to look at it? I want to stop the video now, etc. Don't worry. It will not come and bite you. Don't worry. The argument is, if you look at the tail of the lizard, don't you think the tail of the lizard will become constricted like this? It is called as a tapered tail. So when the Federal Reserve will reduce money supply, that policy is called as federal tapering. Everybody is okay? Now, what is the impact of federal tapering on India? When the federal tapering happens, suddenly foreign investments will start going out of India. Foreign investors will take their money and start moving outside India. Why? Interest rates in USA is much better. They will invest in USA, earn better amount of interest there. It is much more stable in USA. No worries about exchange rate, etc. So when they withdraw money from India, can I simply say it will lead to higher demand for dollars and higher supply of rupees? And when there is a higher supply of rupees, can I simply say it will lead to depreciation of rupee? Please do let me know. It will lead to depreciation of rupee. And when rupee depreciates, tell me what will happen to imports. Simple question now. Tell me what will happen to imports. And India being a net importer, I hope you understand. India is a net importer. By virtue of being a net importer and with rupee depreciation, don't you think imports price will start increasing and this will contribute to imported inflation? Everybody is okay? Everybody is okay. Federal tapering, will it contribute or is it likely to contribute to imported inflation? Yes, it is likely. Third one, rising inward remittances. Rising inward remittances. Inward remittances will contribute to rupee depreciation. Think of it. Inward remittances, let's say, means dollars will flow into India. I'm taking dollar because it is a universal currency. Universal currency. Monu Chaudhary, my dear, listen to me. Dollars will flow into India. You have received dollars. Can you use the dollars in India? Can you go to a vegetable vendor, pay in dollars, and they will sell you onion? They will sell you, right, let's say tomatoes or tomato, whatever you want to call it as. Will they sell you chole kulche? Absolutely no. Right? So what they'll say? Who will take this dollar? No, give me rupees. Rupaya, right? Give me rupees, they'll say. So essentially, what is the argument here? Dollar will be taken, supplied in the market, converted into rupees. So now can I simply say rupee demand will start increasing? And if rupee demand starts increasing, it will contribute to rupee appreciation. Correct? It will contribute to rupee appreciation. And with rupee appreciation, do you think imports will become costlier? No. Imports will not become costlier because of appreciation. They will become costlier because of depreciation. So third one, rising inward remittances. No, it is not likely to contribute to imported inflation in India. Fourth one, Indian government imposing higher tariff on imports. Indian government imposing higher tariff. If government will impose a higher tariff on, let's say, certain commodity, don't you think it will become costly in India? The import will become costly in India. And when the import will become costly in India, can this contribute to imported inflation? Yes, can contribute to imported inflation. Again, please understand, I'm saying likely to contribute to inflation. Likely to contribute inflation. Because we are not simply saying guaranteed inflation. No. Why? For example, if rupee, right, let's say supply in the forex market increases and dollar outflow increases, can there be a sudden intervention by RBI? Of course, yes. Can RBI control the rupee depreciation there itself? Of course, yes. There are so many possibilities. I am not taking into consideration all the possibilities. I am simply saying, is it likely to cause? Yes, it is likely to cause. Right. So 1 to 4 are correct. Right option for question will be only 3. That is question number 10. Option C is the right one. Okay. Question number 11. Question number 11. Okay. Which of the following may cause suppressed inflation? Question number 11. Which of the following may cause suppressed inflation? Now, what do you mean by suppressed inflation? Please understand there are two terms. One is called as open inflation. One is called as open inflation. And obviously, opposite to that is called as suppressed inflation. Okay. Now, what is open? What is suppressed? Let me explain. What is open versus what is suppressed? Very recently, the prices of onion went up in the Indian market. Either you want to pronounce it as onion, doesn't matter. Okay. The price of this increased. What happened to the price of tomato? The price of tomato increased. A very simple question to all of you. If government of India did not intervene, and sell these commodities at lower prices, don't you think the inflation rate could have been much, much higher? Let me know in the chat section. Government of India intervened. Somebody will ask, sir, how did government of India intervene? My dear, government of India purchased onion from Maharashtra. All of you heard of Kanda Express? Kanda Express. They basically purchased onion from Maharashtra, right? One of the major producing state. Moved it to northern part of India. Sold it at lesser prices. Same thing in the context of tomato also. Sold it at lesser prices. Now, if government of India had not sold it at lesser prices, all of us would have purchased. Okay. All of us would have purchased these commodities at much higher prices. If the prices are much higher, inflation could also have been much higher. Right? That is called as open inflation. Is everybody okay with this? That is, there is no support of the government. Government doesn't control the prices, doesn't subsidize the commodities, etc. In such cases, that inflation is without any interference of the government. That inflation is, right, without any interference of the government. That is called as open inflation. Is everybody okay? Opposite to this is suppressed inflation. The actual price of the onion should have been 80 rupees per kg. But government will purchase, subsidize it and sell it to me at 40 rupees per kg. And because government is bringing lot of onion from Maharashtra and introducing in the northern part of India, supply increases. Right? Government is controlling the prices, etc. Whenever government intervention is there, intervention in the form of subsidization, intervention in the form of controlling the prices, that kind of inflation is called as suppressed inflation. Is everybody okay with this? Right? So, open inflation versus suppressed inflation. Essentially, if there is a free market, there's a term called as free market. All of you heard of this? Free market. Essentially, whenever there's a free market means laissez-faire, no interference of the government. That will basically lead to open inflation. And whenever there is no free market, intervention is there, that will lead to suppressed inflation. And a lot of times in case of India, you will see this application. Okay, done? Right, so which of the following may cause suppressed inflation? Higher subsidies. Yes. Government of India, if they provide higher subsidies, lower will be the price. Lower the price, it will lead to suppressed inflation. Price controls, yes. Free market economy, no. That will essentially lead to open inflation, not suppressed inflation. So question number 11, right option will be 1 and 2, option D. Okay, right option is option D, 1 and 2. Okay, everybody is okay now? So if you're observing very carefully, we are moving from one part of economy to another part of economy. Initially, we started with the basics of economics. Then we moved into the national income. Now we have moved into inflation. Please observe, right? You will realize it. So everybody is okay with question number 11, question number 12 now. Let's start. Which of the following are the causes of cost push inflation in India? Cost push inflation. Three possibilities. Increasing cost of commodities in the international or global market, the government reducing income tax rates, unseasonal rainfall. Okay, now listen to me carefully. It will be a type of a revision for a lot of you. Whenever you talk about inflation, inflation can be caused because of the supply side factors, can be caused because of demand side factors. Supply side factors and demand side factors. Whenever inflation is caused because of the supply side factors, we use the term cost push inflation. Cost push inflation. Okay. Sir, what do you mean by supply side? For example, government imposing higher taxes, right? Taxes in the form of GST. Government, right? Or let's say rainfall, right? Which will have a huge impact on, right, the supply of commodities because of destruction of lot of these commodities. Right? Let's say international market, you're importing fertilizer, the cost of raw material will go up. Right? Or let's say you're producing something, for raw materials, you're paying more money. Now you will transfer that in the form of higher market price. All these are supply side factors. All of these are supply side factors. Done? On the other side, there is a demand side factors also. For example, if the economy starts growing very fast, if all of us get good jobs, good payment, good salaries, etc., don't you think we will basically start purchasing more and more goods and services? Correct? If, right, let's say loans are available at a cheaper cost, very less rate of interest, we will take more and more loans, we'll start purchasing more and more goods and services. That will increase demand, cause inflation. If income tax rates are reduced, right, income tax rates are reduced, essentially it will increase the disposable income, it will contribute to demand. So demand side factors causing inflation, we will call this as demand pull inflation. Demand pull inflation. Everybody is okay now? Right? Everybody is okay, right? So demand side factors can also contribute to inflation. Supply side factors can also contribute to inflation. Now let me ask you a very simple question. Let's say, between these two or both of them, which of them contribute more to inflation in Indian economy? How many of you will say, sir, only one will cause inflation? Right? Let's say I'll number them 1 and 2. Only the first one will cause inflation. Second one will cause inflation. Or both of them will cause inflation. Or one has a more impact on inflation compared to other, etc. Which one do you think is correct? Imagine you're sitting in the interview and the chairperson or the chairman will ask you, or chairwoman will ask you this kind of a question. What will be your answer? Say, in case of India, both of them contribute to inflation. But mind you, it is the cost push inflation which generally has a higher influence on inflation. Is the statement clear to all of you? Both of them generally contribute to inflation in India. But it is the second one, that is the cost push inflation, which has a higher influence on inflation compared to the demand pull inflation. And you can prove that. Very easily you can prove that. And when you will say this, imagine the chairperson will ask you, prove it to me. How do you say it is having a higher influence? Simply say, look at the inflation in recent times. Look at the inflation in recent times. What has been contributing to inflation? Vegetable prices. Correct. Vegetable prices, pulse prices, etc., etc. And don't you think if it was more of a demand pull inflation, if it was caused because of a demand pull inflation, the policies of RBI, Reserve Bank of India, could have been more and more effective? Is it okay? Right? Because RBI can control more of a demand pull inflation. Right? I hope you understand. Why? Change the interest rates. Make it costlier for you to take loans. Increase the interest rate on the loans that you are taking. That will automatically help RBI in controlling demand pull inflation. Don't you think RBI has done that in the last 2.5 years? Very recently, it has started reducing repo rate. Before that, it has increased repo rate. So even after that, what is the reason why inflation was higher? Because of the supply side factors. Very simple. Be aware of all of it. Be aware of all of it. Okay, done. Now come back to the question here. Which of the following are the causes of cost push inflation in India? Increasing cost of the commodities in the international or global market? Of course, yes. Right? Example, crude oil prices. We have already discussed this. Crude oil prices. Yes. Second one, government reducing income tax rates. Think of it. If government will reduce income tax rates, will this cause cost push inflation? That is more important. Will it cause cost push inflation? Somebody will say, yes, government reducing income tax, it will increase the demand. It will contribute to inflation. But the question is not just on inflation, it is on cost push inflation. So second one, no. It causes inflation, but demand pull, not the cost push. Third one, unseasonal rainfall. Of course, yes. Any natural disaster. Remember this. Any natural disaster generally contributes to cost push inflation. Right? So third one is also correct. First one is correct. Third one is correct. Right option will be option C. Only 1 and 3. Okay, only 1 and 3. And so question number 12, option C is the right one. Question number 13. Which of the following are the outcomes of higher domestic inflation? Outcomes of higher domestic inflation. First one, export competitiveness will increase. Second, will attract a very high foreign investments. Increased purchasing power, lowering of real rate of returns. So question number 13, these are the 4 points you will have to find, right? Let's say how many of them are correct. Which of the following are the outcomes of higher domestic inflation? Let's start then. Export competitiveness will increase. If, right, let's say inflation rate in India is higher, a product price will increase in India. Can you basically export more and more? Can you export more and more? No. You cannot export more and more because it will start losing export competitiveness. Everybody is okay? Everybody is okay. Now somebody will, I know, I'm looking at a lot of the comments, right? Many of them are saying, sir, use the first one and eliminate. Let's not do that because you don't know whether UPSC will give you elimination based questions or not. Right? We can do that, but let's not do that. Will attract very high foreign investments. High rate of inflation. High rate of inflation in India. It will help you attract more and more investments. You think of it. Reason is, look at the point number 4. Please look at the point number 4. Lowering of real rate of returns. That is essentially, if the bank is giving you 4% rate of interest and inflation is 3%, what is the real rate of returns here? The real rate of returns is 1%. Real rate of returns is 1%. Right? So real rate of returns anyways will go down with higher inflation rate. So if the inflation rate is higher, the investors are going to earn lesser and lesser in real terms. Will you attract more investments in India? No. You will not be attracting more and more investment. Investments will start moving into another economy or another market. Increased purchasing power? Absolutely no. Right? Imagine you have 100 rupees. Imagine you have 100 rupees. Right now the price of the product is 20 rupees. You'll be able to purchase 5 units. You'll be able to purchase 5 units. Now, because of inflation, if it goes up to 25 rupees, will you purchase 5 units now? If you have 100 rupees, now your purchasing power essentially will fall down to 4. Right? So, decreased purchasing power, not increased purchasing power, decrease in the purchasing power. Right? So, look at the point number 3 now. Increased purchasing power? No. Decreased. Lowering of real rate of returns? Yes. Right? The fourth one is the right point. So, option, correct option will be option A. Only 4 is correct. Done? Everybody is okay? So, this is a question number 13, again related to inflation. Question number 14. Right? I discussed similar to this question earlier also. And some of the students said, no, you are wrong here, you are wrong here. So that's the reason I've taken a similar question. Let's start. Question number 14. Let me complete this. Then I'll basically take up some of your questions and address them. Which of the following statements is or are true? To establish MPC, MPC stands for Monetary Policy Commission. The RBI Act of 1934 was amended. Please understand, whenever you talk about MPC or RBI, the power of RBI, the functions of RBI, the composition of RBI, etc., all of them will come from the Reserve Bank of India Act. All of them will come from Reserve Bank of India Act. Reserve Bank of India Act. So if you want RBI to take up any other, let's say, function, if you want to change the composition of RBI, etc., if you want to do all of it or any of it, you will have to first amend RBI Act. Remember this, you'll have to first amend RBI Act. I'll give you one example. All of you heard of a tool called as a STF. We'll discuss this later, don't worry. There's a tool with Reserve Bank of India now, STF, Standing Deposit Facility. The STF was introduced after Government of India amended RBI Act. Why? A new tool means another function for RBI. Another function cannot be introduced without amending RBI Act. So come back to the same point now. If you want RBI to basically be involved in a monetary policy decision making and you want to change the composition of monetary policy committee now, will you not have to change or amend RBI Act? Don't you think first you'll have to amend RBI Act and then have a new monetary policy committee? And those who are worrying, right, thinking and scratching their head, sir, what is this new monetary policy committee? Before this monetary policy committee under the MPFA 2015 was introduced, the earlier monetary policy committee had 5 members. Earlier monetary policy committee had 5 members, all of them from RBI. Of course, the chairperson or the chairman, like earlier, it was the Reserve Bank of India governor. But please understand, Government of India with amendment to the RBI Act has constituted the concept of a monetary policy committee. Under the new monetary policy committee that we are following, the system which we are following now, the composition is 6 members. Is everybody okay with this? The composition is 6 members. 3 will be from Reserve Bank of India and 3 will be the experts appointed by Government of India. And this has been done very, very recently. Again, be careful. Be careful. RBI, right? The RBI governor appointed again under the powers of RBI Act only. Under the powers of RBI Act. The members, right? The 3 experts appointed by Government of India very recently, right? Again under the RBI Act, now amended with the introduction of Monetary Policy Framework Agreement. Is everyone okay here? Is everyone okay? So look at the statement 1. Look at the statement 1. To establish MPC, RBI Act 1934 was amended. Yes, it was amended. Second, MPC has to meet at least 4 times in a year. Right? I've gone through some of the comments. Some students said you are wrong. They will have to meet 6 times in a year. My dear, please listen to the statement correctly. Read the statement correctly. MPC has to meet at least 4 times in a year. Don't you think 6 times is above 4 times? 4, 6, right? At least 4 means 6 is also above 4. Okay, point number 1. Point number 2, according to MPFA, according to Monetary Policy Framework Agreement, according to Monetary Policy Framework Agreement, this is the statement. They will have to meet at least, right, 4 times. Right now, how many times they meet? They meet 6 times. Is the statement clear to all of you? They are supposed to meet at least 4 times. Yes. 6 times is basically meeting the condition of at least 4 times. Yes. Right now we follow a concept called as a bi-monthly monetary policy. Bi-monthly monetary policy, which is essentially once in 2 months. Once in 2 months. So in 1 year, they will be meeting 6 times. So they are meeting 6 times and they are meeting the condition under the right agreement. Yes, the second statement is true. Everybody is okay. First one is correct. Second one is correct. It was established in 2016 and all the members of the MPC are from Reserve Bank of India. No. Right? It was established in 2016, correct? Because the MPFA was signed in 2015 and from 2016, we started implementing the Monetary Policy Committee. That is the new idea of a Monetary Policy Committee. So, the composition is 6 members. All of them are not from Reserve Bank of India. 3 are from Reserve Bank of India. 3 are external members, experts appointed by Government of India. So, third statement is incorrect. Question number 14, right option will be option B, only 1 and 2. Done? Everybody is okay? Okay, so before I go forward, right, 3:30 now, right, if you have any questions, do let me know now. Rahul Pandey, 10th question, second statement. 10th question, second statement. Federal tapering. What do you mean by federal tapering? The Federal Reserve will increase the interest rates. I'll repeat it. It will increase the interest rate. And when Federal Reserve, that is the central banker of USA, will increase the interest rate, a foreign investor, imagine you are a foreign investor and I'm a foreign investor, we will take our money from India and move to USA. Why? Higher interest rate, better market, better economy, stable economy. We will invest there. So when I take out money from India, I will convert the rupees to dollars because I have to take out dollars. So this will lead to more rupee supply. If rupee supply increases, rupee will depreciate against the dollar. With rupee depreciation, right, imports will become costlier. Okay. So question number 10, statement number 4. Indian government imposing higher tariff. If Government of India will impose a higher tariff, imports will become costlier. Imports will become costlier. And if imports will become costlier, it will contribute to inflation. Okay. Question number 8, statement 2. Transfer payments are included in the calculation of personal incomes. My dear, this is essentially based on this particular table. Personal incomes is here. Is the transfer payments being included? Please look at the table and do let me know. Do let me know, are the transfer payments part of the personal incomes? Yes, it is there here. Please have a look at it and do let me know. Because personal incomes essentially is how much money do I have in the hand? How much money do I have? That is personal income. Okay. Okay. So, question number 3, statement 1. Which of the following are considered as investments contributing to capital formation? What is the question here? This is Saurabh. There is any difference between manufacturing machine and buying already manufactured machines? Won't it be double count if both are counted? Company spending to purchase machinery. My dear, if you spend 100 rupees and purchase a machine, don't you think it is adding to the, right, let's say GDP? It is adding to capital formation. That is exactly the statement here. Okay, that is exactly the statement. Yes, it is going to add to the economy, or let's say it is going to add to the capital formation of the economy. Question number 2, statement 2. The raw materials, bills, receivables are examples of working capital. Yes. But my dear, please understand, again, there can be current liabilities and current assets. Right? Generally, at a higher level, I'm clarifying this, at a higher level, generally only the current assets are considered. Only the current assets are considered. But anyways, when you calculate working capital, you will include all of this. That is, let's say, you have supplied certain raw material, somebody has to pay money to you. You have supplied certain other services, somebody else has to provide certain money to you. Bills, receivable, raw materials, etc., right, are part of, right, in this way, they are part of essentially the current assets, part of working capital. Okay. I think bills, receivables are asset. Yes. My dear, please understand, what do you mean by working capital? Difference between current assets and current liabilities. Liability means you'll have to pay. From where will you get the money? Essentially, you will get the money from the asset to pay for the, right, let's say current liabilities. That's the reason it is called as an expenditure to take care of day-to-day operations. That is the whole idea. Okay. Monu Chaudhary, sir, take marathon and financial sector chapter. Monu Chaudhary, my dear, please go to our YouTube channel and type financial sector one short video. I've discussed the complete financial sector for around 4 hours. There is already a video. Please have a look at it. Okay. So let me continue. Don't worry. I'll keep on picking up questions. And if your question is not solved now or answered now, do not panic. Right? I'll pick up again after, let's say, 1.5 hours, or at the end of the session. I'll basically stand back or hold back. I'll not close the session. I'll answer all of your doubts. Okay, let's continue the discussion now. So question number 14 is done. Let's start question number 15. Okay, question number 15. Which of the following are correct regarding RBI working as a banker to the government? Okay, which of the following are correct regarding RBI working as a banker to government? We are slowly shifting into banking now. Right? Which of the following are correct in the context of functioning of RBI, that is specifically banker to government? What is this? Listen to me carefully. Whenever you talk about RBI, there are multiple functions of RBI. Correct? Multiple functions of RBI, Reserve Bank of India. Now, one of the function of RBI essentially is to work as a banker to the government. Work as banker to the government. Now, what do you mean by banker to the government? Reserve Bank of India will provide short-term loans. It will provide short-term loans to Government of India. Sir, example, short-term loans example. Please do let me know. All of you heard of WMA? Please do let me know. All of you heard of WMA? Ways and Means Advances. Right? Under Ways and Means Advances, Government of India, or even for that matter, state governments borrow from RBI. The center or states will borrow from Reserve Bank of India. For what purpose? Please understand, to address the cash flow mismatch. To address the cash flow mismatch. Sir, what is this cash flow mismatch? The Government of India will have to provide subsidies to the farmers. Government of India will have to spend and develop infrastructure. Government of India will have to take care of many other expenditures. But right now, the amount of money that is there with Government of India is not sufficient. Later, the government will collect money. No doubt. Later, for example, corporate taxes. Don't you think corporate taxes are right? Many of the companies will pay these taxes in the month of January, February, and March. A lot of people will pay income taxes in the month of January, February, and March, just before the end of the financial year. Yes. So right now, Government of India needs to spend money, but it doesn't have sufficient money. Later on, it will get the money. So for short duration, there is a cash mismatch, cash flow mismatch. Outflow is higher, inflow is lesser. To address this particular problem, there's a tool called as Ways and Means Advances. RBI, one of the function is to provide under banker to the government the Ways and Means Advances. Reserve Bank of India will also auction, remember this, will also auction the government securities, help Government of India borrow from the market. Help Government of India borrow from the market. That is also a function of Reserve Bank of India as a banker to the government. The Reserve Bank of India will collect all the deposits that the government needs to collect. Government of India needs to collect money from multiple stakeholders in the economy, who will collect all of this money and maintain RBI. Right? And any expenditure, any payment of Government of India will be made. Any expenditure or payments on behalf of Government of India will be made by Reserve Bank of India. Is everyone okay so far? Everyone okay? I'm talking about only one function of RBI, role of RBI as a banker to the government. Fourth function, there is a term called as a public debt. Who will maintain the public debt of Government of India? The public debt, essentially the internal public debt, is maintained by RBI. I'll give you one current affairs connection. Earlier, when Mr. Arun Jaitley was the finance minister, we proposed something called as a Public Debt Management Agency, PDMA, Public Debt Management Agency. Because understand the problem here. Internal debt is managed by RBI. External debt is managed by Minister of Finance. So instead of having two authorities, we proposed only one authority, PDMA. PDMA has not been set up. We are continuing in the same model, that is internal public debt managed by RBI, external, right, essentially ministry. Everybody is okay? Everybody is okay. Now come back to the discussion. Which of the following are correct regarding RBI working as a banker to the government? Banker to the government. It is a bank of last resort. Please understand, when you say RBI is a bank of last resort, it is not in the context of the government. I'll repeat the statement. It is not in the context of the government. It is in the context of banks. RBI is referred to as a bank of last resort. Yes. But why? Any bank in emergency requires assistance, they can borrow from RBI. Is the statement clear to all of you? Any bank in emergency, right? There is a certain problem, there is criticality, there is emergency. No, they will have to go to, or they can go to RBI and borrow from RBI. So this statement is incorrect. Second one, RBI provides only the long-term loans to the government. RBI provides only the long-term loans. No. Please understand, no. In fact, listen to me carefully. Earlier, RBI used to purchase the government bonds, government securities. RBI used to purchase government bonds directly from Government of India. Directly from Government of India. And that actually led to lot of inflation. This actually led to lot of inflation. That is the precise reason this kind of a borrowing from RBI by the Government of India, this kind of a borrowing has been discontinued under FRBM. Under FRBM, this kind of a borrowing has been discontinued. But having said so, in 2018, there was an amendment done. Remember all of these concepts. In 2018, there was one amendment done. And according to this amendment, if Government of India wants to borrow from RBI under extreme situation, extreme criticality, emergency, only in certain situations they will be allowed to borrow from RBI. Otherwise, no. Otherwise, they are not allowed to borrow from RBI for a longer duration. Everybody is okay? Right? RBI provides only long-term loans? Incorrect. It receives and makes payments on behalf of the government. Yes. It receives and makes a payment on behalf of the government. Yes. It is actually one of the functions of RBI as a banker to the government. In fact, I've given other functions also regarding RBI as a banker to government. All of these are there in the handout as well. Please go through the handout. And trust me when I say this, I've kept the handout very, very brief, basically focusing only on the topics relevant for prelims. Only on the topics relevant for prelims. That's the reason. Focus on that. If you want to use it, use it. Hardly 50 pages. It is hardly 50 pages. Right? So if you take a printout, it will become 25 pages. Okay, done. So question number 15, which is the right option here? Option A, only one is the right option. Can we go forward? Okay. Now question number 16. Right? Question number 16. Let's start now. Question number 16. RBI is likely to use which of the following tools to induce durable liquidity in the banking sector? Which of the following tools are to be used by RBI to induce a durable liquidity? Underline the term durable liquidity. It is there in the static portion. You can connect it to even current affairs as well. Right, sir, what is durable liquidity? Let me ask you a very simple question. If RBI will conduct 7 days repo operations, do you think this liquidity is durable in nature? Will this be present in the economy for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, or even for that matter 9 months? I'm talking about liquidity here. Please, reply to my question. Reply to my question. I want an answer from all of you, so that I know you people are not sleeping. You people are awake. You people are able to analyze. The repos, right? These are for short duration. Repo by nature is for shorter duration tool, right? So argument is simple. If the question is asking liquidity, answer will be different. Are you able to understand? If the question simply says liquidity will be infused, question answer will be different. And if a question says durable liquidity, then the answer will be different. Let's start. Repo operations. Repo operations. During or using repo operations, RBI will not infuse a durable liquidity. It is generally a short-term liquidity. And somebody later on will send a mail to me or ask a question to me, sir, in the book I read, repo means a rate of interest which is charged by RBI. But in recent times, there is this particular concept of variable repo rate. Right? In recent times, there is something called as variable repo rate. Right? I've seen that in the newspaper. There is also concept of variable reverse repo rate, VRR and VRRR. What is this variable repo rate, variable reverse repo rate? Simple, my dear. When repo is conducted, if the rate of interest remains same, that is a normal repo. If the rate of interest changes according to the situation, that is called as variable reverse repo or variable repo. Is everybody okay? Don't get confused. Repo variable mean a repo rate or variable repo rate. One case, it is fixed. In the second case, it will keep on fluctuating. That's the only difference. Okay. Repo, it is short term. It will not induce durable liquidity. It will not induce durable liquidity. First one is wrong. 5-year currency swaps where RBI buys dollars in the near leg. Now listen to me carefully. What is this near leg? Whenever swaps are conducted, what do you mean by swap here? Simple. RBI is entering into an agreement with a bank where today there are two legs. There are two parts here. In one leg, RBI will purchase certain currencies and give certain currencies. In another leg, right? In another leg, that is the second leg, they will basically redo the first transaction. Meaning what? Let me explain this. Let me explain. 5-year currency swaps where RBI buys dollars in the near leg. So in the swap, there are two legs. One is called as a near leg and the other one is called as a far leg. Near and far. In the near leg, if RBI will purchase dollars, think of this. If RBI will purchase dollars, in return, RBI will have to give rupees to a bank. Yes or no? If RBI will purchase dollars from a bank, swap, it has to give rupees. And right in the far leg, exactly opposite. RBI will essentially now purchase back the rupees and return the dollars. So everybody is okay with the concept of a swap? 5-year currency swaps where RBI buys dollars in the near leg. So tell me now, if this swap is for 5 years, can I simply say these rupees have been entered into banking sector for 5 years now? Yes or no? I want an answer. If dollars are purchased by RBI, rupees will be given to a bank. Don't you think these rupees are there in the banking sector for 5 years? Is it not durable? Is it not durable? Yes, it is durable. So second statement is correct. Third one, lowering SLR. SLR stands for statutory liquidity ratio. Statutory liquidity ratio. Right? Statutory liquidity ratio. What is a statutory liquidity ratio? Please understand. In the monetary policy tools, there is one tool, that is SLR. Under statutory liquidity ratio, the bank will have to take certain percentage of the deposits and they will have to maintain these deposits either in the form of a cash or in the form of approved securities. Write the term approved securities. Please be very careful here. I've seen many of the students simply saying government securities. Government securities are approved securities. Now you will say, what is the difference? Difference is Tomorrow, if RBI will say, even this is an approved security, it can be purchased by the bank. This could not, or this may not be a government bond in the future. Everybody is okay? Right? So, approved securities. One cash, second one is approved securities, and the third one is gold. The banks will have a choice to maintain this percentage of the deposit in the form of either of the three or a combination. Then everybody is okay. That is called as SLR. If SLR is reduced, don't you think now the bank will have more deposits to lend in the market? And don't you think that will increase the liquidity for a durable time period? Everybody is okay? Third one is also correct. So question number 16, 2 and 3 are correct. Right option will be option B. Only 2 are correct. Can we go forward now? Do let me know. Can we go forward? Question number 16, 2 and 3 are correct. Okay. Question number 17 now. Question number 17. Consider the following statements regarding PSL certificates. PSLC, PSL certificate. Now, before I go forward, let me give you a picture. Let me write down a picture. Please have a look at this. You have monetary policy. You have a monetary policy. Okay. Now, this monetary policy is divided into two parts. One is called as a quantitative, and the second one is qualitative. Second one is qualitative. I'm explaining this because earlier also I've taken up PSL, concept of PSL, not certificate, PSL. But I've seen certain comments which says, no, you are wrong. It is this kind of a tool, etc., etc. Have clarity. Please have clarity regarding these concepts. If you have clarity, any question asked, you will answer. What is the basic idea for quantitative and qualitative? If you either regulate, that is, either increase or decrease the overall money supply. I'll repeat the statement. Using these tools, if you can either increase or decrease overall money supply, that is a quantitative tool. Overall money supply in the economy. Any example? Let me ask you one question. Do let me know, if RBI changes a repo rate, don't you think overall money supply will change? Yes or no? If RBI will change repo rate, CRR, SLR, etc., don't you think overall money supply will change? That is quantitative. Quantitative. Qualitative, if you can regulate money supply and target a specific sector. This is a key term. If you can regulate money supply and target a specific sector, only in specific sector, if you can regulate money supply, that is called as qualitative. Let me ask you a very simple question. Using PSL, PSL stands for Priority Sector Lending. Very simple question to all of you. Can I target only agriculture sector using PSL? Can I increase or decrease loan supplied in agriculture sector? Can I increase or decrease loan supplied only in MSME? Can I increase or decrease a loan supplied only in the housing sector, education sector, export sector, etc.? Answer is yes. That is the reason the PSL is generally classified as qualitative tool. Is everybody able to understand now? Please do let me know. Qualitative, because you can change the percentage, automatically how much loans will go to agriculture can be changed. It can be targeted. That's the reason qualitative. Now in the PSL, let me target PSL now. Priority sector lending. It is essentially a concept of rationing of credit. Rationing of credit. What do you mean by rationing of credit? Rationing of credit simply means distribution. Distribution. Rationing means distribution. You must have heard of ration shops. And somebody will say, sir, it is not ration, it is ration. I hope you understand. Somebody will say, no. Have you come from Oxford or what? Have you come back from USA? Call it ration, not ration. Ration shop. Okay, ration shop. But what is the basic idea of a ration or ration shop? Distribution. Correct? Distribution. So argument is simple here. Okay. So PSL is a type of rationing of credit or rationing of credit, where under this 40%, Piyush, my dear, and others, right? Listen to me. I'll explain that later. Don't worry. Piyush, I'll answer your question. Just give me some time. According to PSL, 40% of the credit that is issued, 40% of the credit that is issued, right, basically will be issued to following segments. For example, agriculture, MSME, micro, small, medium enterprises, right, weaker sections of the society, export credit, education loans, etc., etc. Totally 8 areas are covered under the concept of a PSL. Now imagine a particular bank is not an expert. It is not an expert in lending agriculture loans. It is not an expert in giving MSME loans. In such cases, what they can do? They can meet the criteria, they can meet the condition of hitting that 40% by purchasing one more instrument called as PSL certificate. Is it okay? They can achieve that particular target by purchasing a certificate called as, right, PSL certificates. Sir, what is this PSL certificate? Listen to me carefully. A particular bank is supposed to issue, let's say, 40 crore rupees in the form of PSL loans. But this year, they've issued 45 crores. Instead of 40, they've issued 45 crore. Don't you think they have surplus PSL loans? Very simple. They have surplus PSL loans. And on the other side, there is one bank which is supposed to meet 90 crore PSL loans, but they have met only, let's say, 88 crore PSL loans. There is a deficit PSL loans on the other side. So this bank, I'll call this as B1. B1 will be allowed to sell certain PSL certificates to B2 and collect a certain premium. The B1 will be allowed to sell the PSL certificates worth 2 crores to bank 2 and they will collect a premium. Please understand, certificates are sold here, not the loans. Certificates are sold. Everybody is able to understand. For example, you must have heard of carbon credit. Do let me know. You must have heard of carbon credit, and please don't say, right, you're hardly around 70 or 75 days away from UPSC. Don't say that, sir, what is carbon credit? Ye kya hota hai? I've never heard of it. What is this? Don't put me in a panic mode right now. You should have come across it. You should have heard of it. In current affairs also, there is so much of discussion. So in carbon credit, do we give carbon to one more company? If I'm having a carbon certificate, do I give a carbon to one more company? No. I've reduced my carbon emission compared to my quota, and the whatever is that extra carbon that I have now, that is, I'm not going to emit, I will sell a certificate. Right? In the same way, here also loans are not sold. The certificates are sold. Generally, the lot size, that is the size of the PSL certificate, the lot size generally is of 25 lakh rupees. It is of 25 lakh rupees. Done? Okay. Now, let's look at the question number 17 and solve the question. Consider the following statements regarding PSL certificates. These can be traded using NDS OM. These can be traded using NDS OM. No. Now, somebody will say, sir, what is NDS OM? Tell me that first. NDS OM is a platform that has been set up by RBI. RBI has a platform. Negotiated dealing system order matching, where bonds can be traded. That is called as NDS OM. All of you heard of primary and secondary market? Please do let me know in the chat section. All of you heard of primary and a secondary market? What is the essential idea of a primary and secondary market? In primary market, the instruments are issued for the first time ever. These instruments are not there. These were issued for the first time ever. That is called as primary market. Example, IPO. Secondary market. The instruments which are already there in the market are traded. Instruments which are already there are traded. That is secondary market. Same apply to bonds as well. Same concept applied to bonds. Reserve Bank of India uses a platform by the name of eKuber. RBI uses a platform by the name of eKuber. eKuber is generally used for the primary issuance. Whereas, right, let's say NDSOM. NDSOM, right, essentially used for trading of government securities. Okay. These can be traded using NDSOM. No, it is, right, related to eKuber, not NDSOM. First statement is incorrect. With the trading of PSLCs, the credit risk is also transferred. What do you mean by credit risk? You have given a loan. You are not able to recollect the loan. That risk is called as credit risk. Everybody is okay? For example, the State Bank of India has a loan to, right, a Sri Vijay Mallya. Right? That is a kind of a loan. Right? So when you give a loan, and please understand, any institution that is there in lending activity, that is there in giving of loans, generally faces a credit risk. It faces a credit risk. So here, with the trading of PSLCs, the credit risk is also transferred. No, loans are not transferred here. So where is the question of credit risk? All of you able to understand? Loans are not transferred. So where is the question of credit risk? Credit risk will still remain with the bank which has given a loan. Okay, so second statement incorrect. Third statement, the PSLC will not have a maturity period. The PSL certificate will not have a maturity period. No, incorrect. Right, the PSLC will have a maturity period. What is a maturity period? Please understand, at the end of the financial year, whichever month you have issued, whatever date you have issued, doesn't matter. At the end of the financial year, the PSLC, right, will basically mature. Mature means there will be an expiry date of it. Everybody is able to understand this? Do let me know. Sir, what if I issue in the month of June? When will they mature? Mature means when there is an expiry date. At the end of the March of that financial year, they will expire. Doesn't matter when you have issued. In that particular financial year, by the end of the financial year, they will simply mature or expire. Everybody is okay? So third statement is also incorrect. Right? So question number 17, right option will be option D, none of the statements. Done? Question number 18 now. Question number 18. Let's go forward. Everybody is okay? Please do let me know in the chat section. Keep on assuring me that you are still awake. Keep on assuring me that you are still there, right? You are not basically sleeping off now. Okay, now let me go forward. Question number 18. Which of the following measures, and I know a lot of you will basically say, sir, these concepts, a lot of them I don't know. Even though the AC is on, I'm already sweating with so much of tension, etc. Do not panic. One of the student was asking, where will I get the handout? My dear, let me complete the session today. After the end of the session, the PPT plus the handout will be uploaded in my Telegram channel. Okay, is it clear at least now? Okay, question number 18. And do not sweat, do not worry, do not panic. Use the handout, use the PPT, revise now. You'll be able to consolidate the basic concepts. Which of the following measures are not undertaken? Question number 18. Which of the following measures are not undertaken by the central banker aiming to control inflation? Essentially, if a central bank wants to control inflation, which of the following will not be done? Which of the following will not be undertaken by the central banker? Please be very careful. A lot of you are giving answers, I can see, but you are not reading the first part of the statement correctly. Read the first part of the statement correctly. Okay. Increasing CRR. Do let me know. If RBI wants to control inflation, will they increase a CRR? Yes, they will increase CRR to control inflation. But the question is, which of the following are not undertaken? Which of the following are not undertaken? Okay, so they will undertake first one. Second one, reducing repo rate. If RBI wants to control inflation, will they reduce repo rate? If they reduce the repo rate, don't you think this will cause inflation? Right? So second one, they will not undertake this. Third one, sell government securities under OMO. Under right, open market operation, if they will sell the government securities, right, the money supply, sorry, if they sell government securities, the money supply will go down. Will they undertake this to control inflation? Yes. So only the second one will not be undertaken. And those who are still confused, very simple. Is the tool going to increase money supply or decrease money supply? Is it a contractionary policy or expansionary policy? If RBI wants to control inflation, can I simply say they will have to use contractionary policy? Very simple, by the way. Do let me know. Right? Let's simplify this. A lot of students will get confused because they are not able to understand the statement itself. If RBI wants to control inflation, they will have to use contractionary policy. So any policy which will be expansionary will not be undertaken. Is it clear at least now? Any policy which is expansionary in nature will not be undertaken. So which is expansionary in nature? The second one is expansionary. So everybody is okay? Right option is question number 18. Right option is option A. Can I go forward now? Can I go forward? Okay. Question number 19. Let me go forward now. Question number 19. Consider the following statements regarding standing deposit facility. SDF. Standing deposit facility. First one, this will be floor of the policy corridor. Now listen to me very carefully. Okay, listen to me very carefully. Earlier, RBI used to use, right, repo and reverse repo. There is a term called as liquidity adjustment facility. All of you heard of this? LAF. Liquidity adjustment facility. Under the liquidity adjustment facility, RBI mainly used to use repo and reverse repo. But when you talk about reverse repo, there is one constraint. There is one issue. What is the issue? In the reverse repo, the banks will deposit money with RBI, and RBI has to give collateral in the form of approved security, that is a government security. Is everybody okay? So imagine a situation where lot of the banks will deposit money with RBI. RBI does not have sufficient collateral. Is this a possibility? Yes, definitely a possibility. So what did RBI do? So they set up a committee. Based on recommendations of the committee, that is Urjit Patel committee, Government of India amended RBI Act and they introduced one more tool by the name of SDF, Standing Deposit Facility. SDF, Standing Deposit Facility. Now, important points regarding SDF. Whenever you talk about SDF, please remember certain points. One, whenever you come across the term standing in any of the monetary policy tool, it simply means the facility is available throughout the year. Is the term okay with all of you? It is available throughout the year. Sir, any other example where I can simply say it is also available throughout the year? What about marginal standing facility? All of you heard of MSF, marginal standing facility. That is also available throughout the year. It is also available throughout the year. Right, sir? What about repo and reverse repo? Are they not available throughout the year? My dear, are you reading the newspaper? For example, now RBI has announced a 56-day repo. Think of this. Just a couple of days ago, RBI has announced a 56 days repo, which means, can we make a conclusion here? These, that is repo and reverse repo, are available whenever RBI will make it available. Whenever RBI will open the facility, these are available. Whereas marginal standing facility, available throughout the year. Standing deposit facility, available throughout the year. 1 point. Everybody should be clear between the difference between repo, reverse repo, bank rate, STF, MSF. Be very, very clear. Okay, point number 1. Point number 2. In STF, RBI will collect deposits from the bank. RBI will collect the deposits from the bank. RBI will not give any kind of a collateral. RBI doesn't provide any kind of a collateral whatsoever. So now tell me, what was the problem with the reverse repo rate? Has it been addressed with STF? Yes. It has been addressed with the introduction of STF. And because there is no collateral here, purely a lending and borrowing rate here, the rate of interest under STF is greater compared to reverse repo rate. Is it okay? Right? The rate of interest under STF is greater compared to reverse repo rate. And that's the reason, please remember this, in sequence, whenever you look at it, you will see in the top there will be MSF along with the bank rate. Right? There will be MSF as well as bank rate. Below MSF and bank rate, there will be repo rate, the policy rate, repo rate. Below repo rate, there will be STF, standing deposit facility, and below STF, there will be, right, reverse repo rate, triple R, not that Telugu RRR, right? This is reverse repo rate. Everybody is okay with the sequence here? Please do let me know. And right now, RBI mainly uses repo and STF, right, as a tools under LAF. It uses the repo as well as STF as a tools under LAF. These are mainly used by RBI. Is everyone okay with the concept here? Please do let me know. Everybody is okay? Now let's start. This will be floor of the policy corridor. Now somebody will say, what is this policy corridor? Very simple. If you look at these interest rate, under MSF, banks will borrow from RBI. Correct? Right? Keep it simple. Always make it simple. Under MSF, banks will borrow. And can I simply say, right, within the rate of interest which the banks will pay to RBI when they borrow, MSF is highest. Correct. On the other side, the banks will deposit money with RBI. And what is the highest rate of interest that the bank will pay when they will collect deposits from the bank? That will be STF. Yes or no? Please do let me know in the chat section. I'm looking at the chat section. So MSF, it is the highest rate of interest charged by RBI. STF, it is the highest rate of interest paid by RBI. This is called as policy corridor. This is referred to as policy corridor. Everybody is okay? And very often in the newspaper, this can be picked up by the UPSC. Very often in the newspaper, they will use the term, the policy corridor is symmetric. They will simply use the term, the policy corridor is symmetric. What do you mean by symmetric? The gap between MSF and repo rate and STF on the other side. How much is the gap between repo and MSF? Repo and STF, the gap, that is the rate of interest, is the same. Hence, they will simply use the term, the policy corridor is symmetric. Everybody is okay? Everybody is okay. These are very, very technical terms. They can test you in the preliminary examination. Be very, very careful. And the worst part will be, imagine you're a banker. You're sitting in the interview and the chairperson asks, what does it mean the policy corridor is symmetric? You're a banker, by the way, and you have put all of this in your detailed application form also. And the chairperson simply says, tell me what is the meaning of, right, standing facility? And you will simply basically blurt out whatever you're by-hearted. A standing deposit facility is a type of instrument under, right, let's say monetary policy tools where the RBI will collect money and do not provide any collateral. And you will tell the chairperson, you know, they do not provide any collateral. And that's the beauty of SDF. So the chairperson will simply say, how different is it compared to reverse repo rate? Right, under reverse repo rate also, right, they will basically take loans right? RBI will take loans. How it is different? You will say no collateral, no collateral, no collateral. I've already told you that's a beauty of SDF. Then they'll say any other difference? No, no other difference. Books have not given it. Books have not given it. So no difference, sir. That's the only difference. My dear, lot of difference is there. Lot of difference is there. Be aware. Have conceptual clarity. Right? Have conceptual clarity. Any question asked, if you are conceptually clear, you'll answer that. Let's start. This will be the floor of the policy corridor. Floor means lowest rate. Everybody will accept now. This will be the floor. Floor is the lowest rate. Policy corridor, what are the two rates, extreme rates? One is the MSF. Second one is, right, let's say the STF. So floor is the STF, right? Let's say the ceiling is MSF. So first statement, correct. Question number 19, first statement is correct. MSF and STF will both be standing facilities. Yes, standing means available throughout the year. Yes. The government has amended RBI Act for the introduction of STF. I've told you this already. Yes. Right? The government has amended this. So 1, 2 and 3, all the 3 are correct. Right option will be option D, 1, 2 and 3. Done. So this is question number 19. Let me go to question number 20 now. Consider the following statements regarding SDL. The state development loans. Right? STL is a state development loans. Now, before I explain what are the points here, let me give you a basic idea. Listen to me carefully. The central government will borrow from the market. Correct? Everybody will accept this. Anybody who says, no sir, right, my central government will never borrow. Right? My central government is Atmanirbhar. No, central government borrows. What about the state governments? State governments also borrow from the market. Just like the central government, states also borrow from the market. But the difference is, listen to me carefully, central government is allowed to borrow for short term as well as long term using G securities. When the center borrows for a short term, there is a ways and means advances. There is WMA, it is there. But another very important tool that is available for, right, let's say the center is the treasury bills. The treasury bills. Okay, and those who are thinking, sir, why are you writing only on the right side of the slide? Right, let there be uniformity in the slide. Kuch idhar bhi likho. Write something on the left side also. My dear, the mic is this side. All of you able to see? The mic is this side. That is the only reason I'm keeping, right, moving towards this side. Right, and there was one student who said, sir, don't move. Stand there only. Don't move. My voice is going lower and lower once you move away. So that's the reason. Right, I'm standing this side. I'm writing this side. Okay. Now let's continue. So there are treasury bills. So treasury bills, the beauty of that is the treasury bills can be issued only by the center. States are not allowed to issue treasury bills. Okay, states are not allowed. Now you will ask me, sir, if the states are not allowed, right, to issue treasury bills, how will they borrow for short duration? They will borrow from RBI. They will borrow from the government. Right? So argument is very simple here. So state government short-term treasury bills cannot be used. What about long-term? They will issue bonds and these are called as state development loans. Is everybody okay with the term now? Is it okay? Right? So state development loans, SDL. Now what are the points given here? Let's look at it. Consider the following regarding STL. These can be purchased by the banks as they qualify under SLR. Most of you will say, sir, I've read in the book, right, they talk about central government, but what about the state government? Do they qualify under SLR? Yes. Question number 20, they qualify under SLR. Please be very careful. Okay, they qualify under statutory liquidity ratio. Second, the interest on this is paid once in a year. No. Please understand, whether it is the central government bond or the state government bond, doesn't matter. Interest is paid biannually. Biannually means 2 times in a year. Now somebody will ask me, Sir, you said central government and state government. Is it the same in case of treasury bills? My dear, please be very careful. Treasury bills, there is no interest payment like this. Interest means on the face value, something is paid extra. That is called as interest. You calculate it on the face value. Treasury bills are example of zero coupon instrument. Is it okay? The treasury bills are an example of zero coupon instruments. Right? What do you mean by zero coupon instrument? Let's say here is a treasury bill. Imagine my hand is a treasury bill. Right? Let's say Sunny Deol. Right? 3.5 kilometers hand. 3.5 kgs hand. Right? Let's say it's a government treasury bill. The value of this, that is the face value, is 100 rupee. I will sell it to you today at 90 rupees. I will simply give it to you at 90 rupees. Right? That is issued at discount. And upon maturity, whether it is 91 days or 182 or 364, upon maturity, I will give you the face value, that is 100 rupee. Is it okay? Right? Everybody is okay? Right? So these are issued at discount and upon maturity, these are redeemed. Right? So Edu Academy, I think it is 2.5 kg hand. Okay, 2.5 kg. Done. 2.5 kg is 2.5 kgs. Done. Agreed. Okay. So I've added additional one more kg incentives. Don't worry. So everybody is okay. The difference between a treasury bill, right, the state development loan, and right, let's say the central government bonds or dated securities, etc. Everybody is okay. Be clear with these concepts. Okay. Now, what are the questions asked? The interest on this is paid once in a year? No. Whether it is a central government bond or a state government bond, doesn't matter. It will be biannual. Third one, these are also qualified as collaterals under repo. Yes. These are used as collaterals, right, under repo. And everybody is okay. So first one is correct. Third one is correct. Question number 20, right option will be option B, right, 1 and 3. Okay, let me go to question number 21 now. Question number 21. Which of the following will increase money multiplier? And those who are wondering, sir, marathon session is becoming a very big marathon. My dear, picture is not yet over. Picture abhi baki hai. Bahut kuch baki hai. Right? What is the plan? I'll tell you. So that you become ready, prepared for all of this. So let's say we will continue till 5 o'clock. 4:23, we'll continue till 5 o'clock. We'll take a break. Have tea, have Kit Kat, have biscuit, whatever you want to have. Right? So 5 to 5:30, take a break. And again come back from 5:30 to let's say 7:30, 7:45, we will continue. And right, let's say after that dinner break, don't worry, your parents will be proud of you today. Right? Tell your parents will be super proud. They will feel at least today, right, my kid is preparing for UPSC. They'll feel you're clearly preparing for UPSC. Ask anything today after the session. They will give it to you. Trust me. Sit for the full session today. Don't snore. Then they will not give you anything. They'll snatch away even the mobile phone. Right? Sit for the full session. Then go to your parents and say, just sit in front of them. Right? Make your face small, sad, etc. like this. They'll ask you, Kya hua? What happened? You are so smiling morning. By evening, everything is gone. Say full session, marathon session, economy, that too. Then they will ask you, right, what you want? You're so tired. What you want? Ask. Ask whatever you want. iPhone 16 Pro Max. Ask. They will give you. Okay, come back to the discussion. So 5 to 5:30, break. Then, right, we will continue till let's say 7:40, 7:45. Then the dinner break. Then we'll pick it up, let's say from 8:15. Then we'll go up to let's say 10, 10:30. So I'm basically planning to cover around, right, let's say at least 80 questions. At least 80 questions today. Okay. Now let's start. Question number 21. You should not be tired because you're sitting and listening. I am the one who is shouting. I should be tired, not you people. Don't say, sir, too tired. Don't worry. It's basically a practice for you. It's a practice for you. Once you become IS officer, you're sitting in a, let's say, meeting. It will keep on happening. If you snore in front of the Prime Minister, then think what will happen. Okay, let's start. Question number 21. Which of the following will increase the money multiplier? Which of the following will increase money multiplier? Now, point number one, what is a money multiplier? Money multiplier essentially means if the money supply in the economy increases through RBI, if the money supply increases, then as a result of this, how much more money will be created? I'll repeat the statement. Right? I'll repeat the statement. If there is a technical statement, I'll give you, don't worry. If RBI changes a policy as a result of this, let's say certain amount of money supply increases. As a result of this, the overall money supply will increase by how much? That is essentially called as money multiplier. Is it okay? For example, now let me use the technical terms. There is something called as a monetary base. There is something called as monetary base. Right? Monetary base essentially refers to, amongst other things, there are many other components. The most important component is the amount of money either printed or minted which has been distributed by RBI. The amount of money which has been printed or minted but distributed by RBI. That is called as a monetary base. Other name for this is also high powered money. Is it okay? Other name is high powered money. Okay. Now, if monetary base or high powered money will change, automatically the overall money supply will also change. Some of you will ask, how? How it will change? Very simple. In India, we follow a system called as fractional reserve system. We follow a system called as fractional reserve system. FRS. Fractional reserve system. What is this? Right? Fractional reserve system. The fractional reserve system essentially refers to a bank where, or refers to a system where bank will hold some of the deposits that they have collected. Fraction of it they will hold. Remaining part of it they will lend. Very simple. Remaining part they will simply lend. Meaning what? Let's assume the reserve requirement is 10%. Let's assume the reserve requirement is 10%. Now have a look at this. If a bank will collect 100 rupee, out of 100, it will keep 10 rupee with itself. Remaining 90 rupees, the bank will give it as a loan. Let's say I will take the loan. Will I sit quiet with this 90 rupees? No. I will go to market, purchase, let's say, raw materials. When I purchase raw materials, I'll give the 90 rupees to another, right? Let's say supplier. That 90 rupees again will go back to the bank. Bank will again keep certain reserve and, right, basically, right, release or remaining amount will be issued in the form of a loan. So fraction of the deposit are kept with the bank. Remaining are given in the form of a loan. This system is called as fractional reserve system. So far so good? Do let me know. So far so good. Now come back to the discussion here. Because of the fractional reserve system, whenever the monetary base will change, automatically the overall money supply will change. And when the overall money supply will change, and right, do let me know in the chat section, all of you know about M3, the overall money supply, the M1, M2, M3 and M4, the higher money supply which is generally used to calculate money multiplier is M3. So monetary base is M0, right? The broader money supply is M3. So essentially this ratio will give you money multiplier. Is it okay? This will give you a money multiplier. Is everyone okay with the concept here? And before I go forward, please do let me know. M0, M1, M2, M3, M4. Everybody is clear regarding all the 5 indicators? M0, M1, M2, M3 and M4. Which has the highest liquidity? Between M1, M2, M3 and M4. Please do let me know. M1, M2, M3 and M4. Which has the highest liquidity? Highest liquidity. Nobody is answering now. Neetu Gupta, M1. Antara Saran Sharma, M1. M1 and M2. Again, Baba, my dear, Manikandan. And if I pronounce any names incorrectly, my apologies in the beginning itself. Don't simply type and say, how dare you mispronounce my name. The monitor is a bit far away, right? Words are small and I'm having specs. So please understand my contention as well. M1, M2, M3 and M4. M1 has the highest liquidity. M4 has the lowest liquidity. Between M1, M2, M3 and M4. Is everyone okay? And can anybody tell me before I go forward? Let me check your knowledge also. What is the difference between narrow and broad money? Do let me know. What is the difference between narrow and broad money? So narrow means narrow, sir. Broad means broad, sir. What is the difference between narrow money and broad money? And when you calculate money multiplier, have you observed this? When you calculate and look at the formula for money multiplier, they'll write M3 upon M0. Why not M4 upon M0? Have you ever thought of this? They will write the formula money multiplier M3 upon M0. Why not M4 upon M0? Because M4 is much bigger compared to, right? Let's say M3. Reason is very simple. Those who are asking explain, listen to me carefully. Please listen to me carefully. There are 4 indicators: M1, M2, M3 and M4. Right? And what is the use of this? Simple. Please listen to me carefully. Those who are asking me to explain, listen. In M4, there are multiple components. And the most important component is the cash in or cash with the public. The cash with the public, right, plus the demand deposits. The cash with the public plus a demand deposit. M2, we have, right, let's say M1 as it is, plus you have, right, you have the post office deposits. The post office deposits. M3, you have, right, M1 as it is, plus you have, right, a time deposit. And M4 you have M3 plus post office deposits. Now listen to me carefully. Please listen to me carefully. Those who have doubt, those who are not clear, listen. M4 is the most liquid. Why? Reason is simple. It has the money out of the total money supply. It has that part of the money which has high liquidity, essentially, which can be converted into money, rupees, very quickly. What do you mean by liquidity? Liquidity simply means it is a characteristic, it is a feature. How quickly you can convert anything into money, that is called as liquidity. Now, can I simply say, if you have cash in your hand, for example, if you have cash in your hand, let me show. This is cash in my hand, 20 rupees, right? There is one more 50 rupees like this. Don't say, sir, only 20 and 50. Right, bada number dikhaiye, right, 500 rupee, 2000. No, I don't have those notes. The argument is simple. Cash in the hand, can I simply say it is absolutely liquid? Absolutely liquid. You don't need to convert that. You have already the money. But let's say deposits that you have in the bank account. Let's say 2 types of deposits. 100 rupee in a fixed deposit, right? 200 rupees, right? Let's say in a savings bank account. Can I simply say you can withdraw the money from your savings bank account at any point of time? Any point of time. And you don't have to withdraw. Can you write a check on the money that is there in your savings bank account? So I hope you understand. Can I simply say between fixed deposits, which are part of a term or time deposit, and let's say savings bank account, which are part of demand deposits, that the demand deposits will have higher liquidity compared to time deposit. So everybody is okay. Everybody is okay, right? So that's the reason M1 has a very high liquidity. Sir, why are you writing post office deposits separately? My dear, what is the objective of calculating the money supply? Why do you calculate money supply in the first place? You calculate money supply to take a decision whether the money supply is very high or very less in the economy. Should I increase or decrease the repo rate, etc. Right? Argument is, if you take the post office deposits, you tell me, do the post office deposits, do the post offices using this, do they give a loan to you? I'm talking about post office deposits. Don't talk about India Post Payment Bank. I'm talking about post office deposits or post office savings account. Post offices do not give a loan to you. That's the reason, even though you have money in the form of a post office savings, we keep it separately. We add it separately in M2. Everybody is able to understand at least now. Here lies the answer to the question when I asked you, when you talk about money multiplier, why do you take M3? Why not M4? Why do you have to take M3 and why not M4? My dear, M4 has post office deposits. And post office deposits are useless. They cannot be used to give loans. Which money can be used to give loans? Which money can be used to circulate and create more money? It is M3. And that's the reason the formula for money multiplier, if you did not know, now you know, has M3 upon M0. Everybody is able to understand now why it is called as a broad money. Why M3 and M4 are referred as a broad money? Broad money means you are covering more amount of money supply. Is the statement clear? Please do let me know. You have more amount of money supply, broader money supply. That's the reason it is called as a broader money. Done? Can we go forward now? At least now, M1, M2, M3 and M4. These should be very clear. And my dear, please understand, what is the use of all of this? You will keep on wondering, sir, I'm a civil service aspirant. Why should I understand all of this? For one, if you become IS officer and if luck plays right in your favor, you might end up becoming RBI governor in the future. Again, who knows? Right? What is there in the store? You also don't know. I also don't know. And second, RBI governor should take a call. Should they increase repo or reverse repo? Should they change CRR or SLR? How do they decide that? They will look at M1 and M3. Understand this. They will look at M1 and M3. How so? Listen to me carefully now. Imagine if M1 is stable, M3 is increasing. What is the inference there? Let me know. If M1 is stable, M3 is increasing, right? What is the inference of that? Can I simply say people are storing more and more money in the form of deposits? That too, time deposits. Now you tell me, why will people keep money in the time deposits? Because they don't want to spend money. Correct or not? You do not want to spend money in the immediate future. You don't want to spend for next 1 week or next 1 month or next 3 months. You will keep it in the fixed deposit. And on the other side, right, do let me know. On the other side, if M1 keeps on increasing very fast, is it not an indicator that people have too much amount of money in their hand, using which they can purchase more and more goods and services? Correct? All of you are able to understand the inference here? Please do let me know. All of you able to understand the inference? Right? So that's the reason you calculate M1 also, you calculate M3 also. But the money multiplier mainly uses M3 upon M0. Okay. So these are the important concepts. Be aware of this. Be aware of this. Which of the following will increase money multiplier? Let's start. Reduction in the cash reserve ratio. If RBI will reduce the CRR, will the banks have more money now? If the banks will have more money, can they increase the loans that they are giving? Can this increase overall money supply? M3, can it increase? And can this lead to higher reserve? That is, higher money multiplier. Yes. First one is correct. Increase in the statutory liquidity ratio. If SLR is increased, bank will have to keep more of their deposits in the form of, let's say, government securities. That will reduce money multiplier. Third one, increased banking habit of the people. If people will start depositing more and more money in the bank account, don't you think banks will have more money now? They can issue more loans. If they issue more loans, the overall money supply M3, will it not increase? If the M3 increases, will it not add to higher money multiplier? Everybody is okay with this? So third one, correct. So question number 21, first one is correct, third one is correct. Right option will be option C here. Everybody is okay? Right option is option C. Done? Can we go forward? For example, Can you connect it to any of the schemes of Government of India? If UPSC will ask you, Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, PMJDY, Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, has it contributed to money multiplier? Just think of it. You will look at the data of Government of India, where Government of India itself will say so much worth of thousands of crores of rupees of deposits have been collected by the bank because of PMJDY. If banks have collected more and more deposits, will they not issue more loans? Will it not contribute to higher M3? Yes. Okay. So let me go forward. Question number 22 now. Question number 22. Consider the following statements regarding NDS OM, negotiated dealing system, order matching. Right, let's start. Government securities, both the center and the states, are tradable on the platform. Yes. Statement question number 22. It should not be difficult now. I've already told you certain points regarding NDS OM. Question number 22. Statement 1. Yes, it's correct. NDS OM was introduced by SEBI to promote bond trading. No, it was not introduced by SEBI, but by RBI, Reserve Bank of India. Statement number 3. Only the institutional investors are allowed access to NDS OM and not the retail investors. Please understand, until very recently, I repeat, until very recently, this statement was correct. Now, if you look at the current situation, is it correct? Absolutely no. Today, a retail investor can also participate. A retail investor can also participate, right, in the NDS OM and trade in the NDS OM. So everybody is okay? So question number 22, right option is A. Only one statement is correct. And just to give you the context here, please understand. There is a scheme which has been introduced by Reserve Bank of India, Retail Direct Gilt Scheme. All of you heard of this? RDG. RDG, Retail Direct Gilt, not RDJ. Right? Don't simply say, sir, RDJ, Robert Downey Jr. Right? Are you talking about Iron Man? No. Is he returning? Absolutely no. I don't know about the return also. I'm talking about RDG. Right? That is Retail Direct Gilt Scheme. Under Retail Direct Gilt Scheme, RBI allows an individual to open an account with RBI. Right? Allow individuals to open an account with RBI. And from this particular account, which is called as a retail gilt account, you can purchase the government bonds or you can sell the government bonds. So individuals, can you directly purchase the government bonds now? Yes, it is absolutely allowed. It is absolutely allowed. You can purchase the government bonds and you can sell the government bonds. Is it okay? Everybody is okay? I've given you many of the current affairs connections also. Be aware of the current affairs. So question number 23 now. Okay. Right. Question number 23. Which of the following are included in M1? This should be easy now. This question should be easy. Which of the following are included in M1? And suddenly the first term itself is CASA. Many of you will say, sir, you say easy. You have written CASA. What is this CASA? I don't know any CASA. CASA essentially is an acronym. Current account and savings account. Is my point clear to all of you? CASA basically stands for current account and savings account. Right? So the deposits which are collected by the bank, let's say the demand deposits, generally are in the form of a current account and savings account. Now somebody will say, sir, right, I read the term check-in account also. In Western market, there is also a type of account called as a check-in account. You don't worry about all of it. You focus on Indian economy, more than sufficient. Right? Then you can focus on rest of the world's economy. So CASA, current account and savings account. Right? So M1, if you remember the formula I've told you, right? M1 essentially is the cash with public. The cash with public, plus I had written this particular term, demand deposits in the banking sector. Demand deposits in the banking sector. Okay. So cash with the public, it is there. Other deposits with RBI. Okay. This is also there. There is one more component called as other deposits. I've told you, I have not written the complete formula. I've told you this also. There are many other components. Most important are these. Okay. And other deposits, anyways, it is part of monetary base. Okay. So come back to the discussion here. The cash held by the public plus demand deposit. CASA, yes. Current accounts and savings accounts are type of demand deposit. Interbank deposits. And you will ask me, sir, what do you mean by interbank deposit? I'll take a very simple example. All of you heard of payment banks? Payment banks. Payment banks are not allowed to lend in the market. Correct? Right? Payment banks are not allowed to lend in the market. So what will they do with the deposits then? They are allowed to collect deposits. Right? So up to how much? Do let me know. What is the maximum value of a deposit that the payment banks are allowed to collect in India? Do let me know. So whatever deposits that they've collected, how will the payment banks use it? Essentially, 75% of it, they will use it to invest in government bonds, approved securities. Remaining 25%, they will essentially keep it in the form of a deposit with other banks. Right? Let's say interbank deposit. There are many other examples. I'm giving you one. And by the way, those who are saying 2 lakh, absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. If your book says 1 lakh, incorrect. Earlier, it was 1 lakh. Today, a payment bank is allowed to collect 2 lakh per customer, per depositor. Okay. Now, interbank deposits, are they part of M1? No, they are not part of M1. Somebody will ask me, sir, why? My dear, when the loans are issued, when the deposits are collected from the people, these are generally used for issuing of loans. Interbank deposits, that is not the objective. Notes and coins with the people, that is essentially cash with the public. Okay. Third one is also correct. And fourth one, other deposits with RBI. Other deposits with RBI, yes, that is also correct. So 1, 3 and 4. Right option will be option C for question number 23. Everybody is okay with this? Please do let me know. Everybody is okay. Now somebody will ask me, as of now, nobody has raised the question, but I know in some of your minds, there will be this question, sir, what is other deposits? Tell me what is other deposits. If you do not answer, I'll come to the conclusion that you don't know. Right? And that's the reason if I put the question, you will not answer it. Please understand, there are different types of deposits that are collected by central banker. For example, RBI is allowed to collect deposits from other governments outside India. It is allowed to collect deposits from other governments as well. Other central banks. There are many other all India financial institutions that they are allowed to keep deposits with RBI. Right? These are called as other deposits. That's the argument here. Okay, done. Right, so 1, 3 and 4, right option is for question number 23, right option is option at C. Let me go to question number 24 now. Question number 24, okay. Which of the following are used for RBI or by RBI, right? Don't worry, by RBI to promote growth. Simple question. This is a very, very simple question, okay. Nothing difficult here. Which of the following are used by RBI to promote growth? First one, reduce CRR. Reduce CRR. Cash reserve ratio. Of course, yes. If RBI will reduce the CRR, can it help in promoting growth? Yes. Increase repo? No. If repo is increased, it is mainly used to control inflation, not to promote growth. Third one, reduce SLR. Of course, yes. Increase the money supply. Higher money supply, interest rates will go down. This will help us in promoting growth. Right, so first one is correct. Third one is correct. Right option for question number 24, first and third will be option B. Everybody is okay? This question, I would simply say, is the simplest of all the questions we have solved so far. Simplest of all the questions. And if these questions are asked, these are like full tosses. Tomorrow is the World Cup final. So imagine you're watching a World Cup final. A spin bowler will put a ball. It's a full toss. What if a batsman will hit the straight shot back to bowler like this? Or he will hit a shot, right? Let's say to long on or long off, direct catch. You laugh at the batsman. Same way. Same way. These are like full tosses. Don't make a mistake here also. These are simplest of the questions. Attempt them correctly. Easy, 2 marks. Now some of you will say, no sir, I'm not happy with easy, 2 marks. I want -2, and I also want minus 0.67. I want a bigger number, 2.67, right? But my dear, this will be minus and the other one is +2. According to your requirement, you choose whichever you want. Okay, so question number 24, option B is the right one. Let's start. Question number 25 now. Consider the following statements regarding legal tender. Right? Consider the following statements regarding legal tender. Two statements. RBI has the right to print and mint the currency notes and coins under the Coinage Act. Okay. Second one. The currency coins and notes have unlimited legal tender. Let's start. Point number one. What do you mean by legal tender in the first place? Listen to me. There are currency coins. There are currency notes. Currency coins and currency notes. Okay. The currency coins are minted. The currency coins are minted and currency notes are printed. The minting is done by Government of India and the printing is done by Reserve Bank of India. And even though I'm saying Reserve Bank of India, please understand, RBI will have to take the approval of Government of India before printing and distributing the currency notes. But please remember this, whether it is coins or notes, the distribution has to be done by RBI. The distribution is done by RBI. Whenever the printing of the notes is done, all the currency notes except 1 rupee note, are printed by RBI. Can anybody tell me why 1 rupee note is not printed by RBI? Do let me know in the chat section. Can anybody tell me why 1 rupee note is not printed by RBI? And I know some of you would have started chat GPT on the other side. Some of you would have put, right, voice recognition mode. Whatever I say, suddenly you will record it and the mobile phone will blurt the answer and basically give me that answer. My dear, 1 rupee, the 1 rupee note is printed by Government of India, Ministry of Finance. Why? For all the purposes, it is essentially counted as, coin itself. For all the purposes, it is counted as a coin, 1 rupee coin, right? And that's a precise reason. It is the Government of India which will basically print the 1 rupee currency note. They are not doing it now because cost is very high. And if you see the 1 rupee note, it will bear the signature of the Finance Secretary. And everybody is okay. Now, in addition to this, what I would recommend to all of you is, please remember where are the minting presses in India and where are the printing presses in India. Please remember all of this. Right? For example, we have mints in Bombay, we have mints in Hyderabad, Noida. Printing presses we have in Mysore, we have in Salbani, right, etc. So there are minting presses in India, there are printing presses in India. Please remember all of them can be asked in the preliminary examination. Done? Okay, now come back to the discussion. RBI has the right to print and mint the currency notes and coins under the Coinage Act. Absolutely incorrect. RBI has the right to print currency notes under RBI Act. And right, the Government of India has the right to mint coins under the Coinage Act of 2011. Under the Coinage Act. Is everybody okay? Everybody okay. Point number 2. Right? The currency coins and notes have unlimited legal tender. Unlimited legal tender means for any product that you purchase, can you pay in terms of rupees? Can you pay in the 50 paise coins? That is meaning of unlimited legal tender. And by the way, the term legal tender means what? Essentially, it is a type of a money which has been notified by the government, which can be used for settlement of the debt. I'll repeat the statement. What do you mean by legal tender? Any form of money which has been notified by the government for settling the debt, that is essentially called as legal tender. You must have seen certain shots where somebody will go into car showroom and purchase a Mercedes Benz and will make payment in, right, let's say bags of 1 rupee coin. That is good only for shots. I hope you understand. That is good only for shots. Nobody will accept the payment in the form of 1 rupee coin for a car. Forget about car. When you purchase a chocolate only, people will not accept 1 rupee coin. And they will show it and we will believe and we will keep on clicking like also. We'll keep on commenting also. It's not acceptable. Generally understand this. It is only good for YouTube, right? No. There is a limitation. There is a limitation for 50 rupees or 1 rupee. There is a limitation. Beyond this limit, if you make a payment, there is a no guarantee that the acceptor will accept this, which means the currency coins have a limited legal tender. They have a limited legal tender. So second statement is also incorrect. Everybody is okay? Question number 25, both are incorrect. Right option for the question will be option D. Question number 25, option D is the right option. Let me go forward. Question number 26 now. Question number 26. If RBI wanted to follow the contractionary monetary policy, which of the following it will not do? We have solved this earlier also. Let's solve it very quickly. Okay. If RBI wanted to follow contractionary monetary policy, which of the following it will not do? So simply find out which is an expansionary policy. Right? Simply find out which is an expansionary policy. That is exactly what RBI will not do. Right? It's a very simple concept. Reducing the reverse repo rate, it is expansionary. Done, it is expansionary. Increase the bank rate, it is contractionary. Increase the SLR, it is contractionary. Okay, so the right option will be, right, let's say option A, only one is correct. Question number 26, only one is correct. That is option A is the right one. Right, please again, we have solved this. That's the reason I'm not spending so much of time. We have solved this earlier. It is basically one more question of the same concept. Question number 27. Let's start. Consider the following statements. Statement 1. Under minimum reserve system, RBI provides for convertible paper money. Statement 2. The currency notes are designated by RBI and approved by the government, or designed by RBI and approved by the government. Okay, let's start. Let's start with the first one. Under the minimum reserve system, right? Most of you will be knowing minimum reserve system. I know. Most of you have basically memorized what is a minimum reserve system. Please understand the evolution has happened this way. Initially, we had the concept of full reserve system. Initially, we had the concept of full reserve system. What do you mean by full reserve system? If a bank wanted to print a currency note, let's say 100 rupee, it will keep an asset worth 100 rupee with itself. Is everybody able to understand? If the bank, right, let's say essentially will print 100 rupee note, it will keep an asset. Earlier, what was the asset? We used to keep gold. We used to keep gold. Right? But please think of this. When banks will start printing more and more currency, possible to keep the same value of the gold with itself. Don't you think gold is limited in supply? But currencies can be changed in terms of supply, value, volume, etc. So that's a reason from full reserve system, we shifted to proportional reserve system. Is everybody okay? From full, we shifted to proportional. In proportional, what we used to do? If you printed 100 rupee note, now I'll not keep 100 rupee worth of gold. No. I'll keep, let's say, 30% of it. That is 100 rupee. 30% of it will become 30 rupees. I'll keep 30 rupees in the form of gold. Generally, from one bank to another bank around the world, they used to have 30 to 50% proportion like this. But even this is problematic. I hope you understand. Even this is problematic because if you want to increase the money supply by printing the money, you'll always have to keep on keeping certain amount of money with yourself. Either it is 30 or 50 or 100. Doesn't matter. You'll have to keep it. So what RBI has done from 1957, we have introduced the concept of minimum reserve system. MRS. MRS is not Mrs. I'm not talking about the Hindi movie. I'm talking about minimum reserve system. MRS. Now under MRS, RBI keeps total of 200 crore rupees. Under MRS, RBI keeps a reserve of 200 crore rupees, 115 crore gold, and 85 crore worth of cash. And this as a backing, I repeat, this as a backing, RBI will keep on printing any amount of currencies and supplying them in the market. Everybody is okay with the evolution here? Do let me know. And what is the importance of keeping reserves like this? Listen to me carefully. Earlier, the concept was when we followed a full reserve system, if you give 100 rupee back to RBI, RBI will give you 100 rupee worth of gold, because gold was kept as a security. Gold was kept as a reserve. You give 100 rupee to RBI, RBI will give you 100 rupee worth of gold. Today, do you think RBI governor will do that? Imagine tomorrow morning you're going to a walk and RBI governor is also walking in the same park. Right? Let's imagine. Right? Imagine that you're so rich, you're walking along with the RBI governor. Now, let's say you take out 100 rupee from your pocket and give it to RBI governor. Do you think RBI governor will give you 100 rupee worth of gold? No. RBI governor now will simply give you 50 rupee note, 2 denominations. I hope you understand. RBI governor will give you, let's say 10 rupee note, 10 denominations. Right? Assuming he will allow you to talk with RBI governor in the first place. So everybody is able to understand. Today it is not the concept of you giving back the 100 and RBI giving you gold or silver like this, because we follow a concept of minimum reserve system, under which RBI simply promises, because I hope you understand this. What do you mean by this? Right? If you see this particular currency note, any currency note for that matter, 50, 10 rupee, or even, let's say 500, any currency note. If you look at the currency note, there's a promise. Correct? There is a promise of RBI governor. What does the promise actually mean there? Right? The promise simply reads like this. I promise to pay the bearer sum of 50 rupees. But what does it actually mean? It simply means you take it to, let's say, RBI governor, give it to RBI governor. In return, RBI governor will give you, let's say, 10 rupee note of 5 denomination, or 5 rupee note, 10 denomination, or 20 2 notes and 1 10 rupee note. That is the meaning of the promise now. Everybody is able to understand this? That is the meaning of exchange. That is the meaning of exchange here. Okay. So let's start. Under the minimum reserve system, RBI provides for convertible paper money. Convertible means, can you convert this into gold now? Absolutely no. Under the full reserve system, think of this and do let me know in the chat section. And those who are wondering, sir, 5 baj gaye. Right, so when will you give me tea break, etc.? I'll give you after this. Have patience. Right, so essentially, under the convertible system, where this was introduced when we had full reserve system, you give back the 100 rupee, RBI would give you 100 rupee worth of gold. Today, is it convertible? No, it is not convertible into gold or, let's say, silver. Essentially, other currency notes will be given to you. Okay. So under the minimum reserve system, RBI provides for complete convertible paper money. No. Question number 27. No, this is incorrect. The currency notes are designed by RBI and approved by the government of India. Yes. Yes, second statement is true. Okay. So question number 27. Right option for the question will be option B here. Okay, so let me pause the discussion now. If you have any questions regarding any of the statements, please do let me know. Otherwise, we can take a break. Any questions? Sir, only one question. When will you take break? Give me break. I want to go have tea, biscuit, etc., etc. Question number 21. What are the components of M0? What are the components of M0? M0 basically considers the currencies, the paper notes as well as the coins. It will have deposits with RBI, and bank deposits with RBI. Bank deposits with RBI, other deposits with RBI, and the currency issued by RBI. That is the coin as well as the notes. Okay. Convertible in FRS. Okay, that is not the question. It is a comment. Question number 21. Okay, I've addressed that. Question number 7. How about statement? My dear Vasant Raja Arun Kumar, which question? Please clarify which question. As long as you don't tell me which question you're talking about, very difficult for me to basically tell. Okay, question number 7. So back now. Okay. Question number 16. Which part? Question number 16. Which part? Do let me know. Manjit Singh. Question number 15. Statement 2. RBI provides only the long-term loans to government. My dear, RBI does not provide long-term loans. Right? Again, when I say long-term loans, we generally talk in the context of, let's say, government bonds, because bonds are borrowings. So RBI doesn't do that now. Only in extreme cases it is allowed, but generally it doesn't do. RBI provides a short-term loans in the form of a WMA. Even when you look at the term, RBI provides only the long-term loans, so this is incorrect. Okay. Uh, what is adjusted net bank credit? Veera Venkata Krishna Bhanu Prakash Manchavarpu, my dear. Okay, what is adjusted net bank credit? ANBC. ANBC essentially considers the total amount of credit issued plus non-SLR investments. The banks will invest in certain instruments which are kept under non-SLR category. So loans plus non-SLR investments, that is calculated as ANBC. The last one, Vasant Raja, Arun Kumar, what is the last one? Okay, the currency notes are designed by RBI and approved by the government. Yes, RBI will design a currency note, send it to the Ministry of Finance, and then it will be approved and then designed. Okay, that is basically printed and issued. How statement 1 is wrong? My dear, convertible currency means under the full reserve system, we followed a system wherein you kept reserves. Convertible means any reserve that is kept, you will be given the reserve. So earlier, 100 rupee printed, 100 rupee gold. You take this 100 rupee note to RBI, give it to RBI, they will give you 100 rupee gold, right? Convertibility. So now today we do not follow that particular concept of convertibility. Okay, so let me take a pause now. Let me take a pause, then we can pick it up and I'll address your questions. So time is 5:07:58 and 30 minutes. We'll restart the discussion at 5:38. Okay, we will restart the discussion at 5:38 p.m. Have a tea break. Come back at 5:38 p.m. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back. Please do let me know in the chat section. Am I audible and visible? Please do let me know. Am I audible and visible? Can we restart the discussion? Until unless you people reply, I'll not start. And many of you will simply say, then sir, you're not audible and visible. Let's cancel the class. Let's start the party. Saturday evening, it will go until yes, right? Tomorrow, end of, let's say, the World Cup match. Done. Thanks a lot. Let's continue then. Okay, so question number 27 was done. We are supposed to start with question number 28. Let's continue. Let's start now. Question number 28. Consider the following statements regarding AIFI. All India Financial Institutions. I've given you three statements. Right. Please have a look at the three statements, and those who want to attempt it, attempt it. Otherwise, others, listen to me carefully. We say in case of India's banking sector, Reserve Bank of India is the market regulator. Correct? RBI is the market regulator. Under RBI, there are different types of banks or the financial institutions which are covered. Now, in case of Reserve Bank of India, we have the coverage of, let's say, scheduled commercial banks, SCBs, scheduled commercial banks. We have, right, let's say, different types of cooperative banks. Again, please understand, cooperatives can be scheduled as well as non-scheduled as well. Public sector banks, private sector banks, RRBs, cooperatives, etc. All of these are regulated by RBI. In addition to all of this, there is also one more classification of AIFI, All India Financial Institutions, AIFI. AIFI are also regulated by Reserve Bank of India. For example, there is an AIFI by the name of NABARD. All of you heard of this? NABARD. There is an AIFI by the name of Exim Bank. There is an AIFI by the name of right let's say NABFID, etc. So understand, there are multiple AIFIs, All India Financial Institutions, which are set up in India, and those are regulated under Reserve Bank of India. Now, what is the role of these AIFIs and how they are established? Generally, these AIFIs are established under respective laws. There are different pieces of legislation. For example, for Exim Bank, there is a law, right? Or there is an act in simple terms. Under this act, right, let's say Exim Bank has been set up. For NABARD, there is a law for this. For NABFID, National Bank for Financing Infrastructure Development, one of the most recent AIFIs. Please remember, NABFID, it was there very recently in the budget as well. NABFID is one of the most recent AIFIs. So even for NABFID, Government of India introduced a piece of bill, right, passed it in the Lok Sabha, then, right, let's say basically sent to President of India. It was converted into a law or an act. So AIFIs are set up under respective pieces of legislation. Point number one. Point number two, these come under the regulation, overall regulation of Reserve Bank of India. Point number three, these AIFIs have a specific objective. These have specific objective. For example, there is an AIFI, for example, I said NABFID. What is the role of NABFID? NABFID basically promotes long-term infrastructure projects in India. Long-term infrastructure projects. There is one more NABFID by the name of SIDBI, Small Industries Development Bank of India, that is involved in promotion of MSMEs. NABARD is involved in the promotion of cooperatives, etc. So these are certain very important points associated with the concept of AIFI. These will come under the concept of banking itself. Now look at the question. These are regulated by Reserve Bank of India. These are regulated by RBI. Yes, statement 1 is correct. AIFIs are set up under AIFI Act of 1949. No. This statement is incorrect because please understand 1949 is known for Banking Regulation Act. Remember this. 1949 is known for Banking Regulation Act. It is known for, right, Reserve Bank of India. That is nationalization of RBI. Okay, so AIFIs are set up under AIFI Act of 1949. No, incorrect. Third statement, AIFIs are supposed to meet Basel guidelines. This is essentially where I've merged static portion with current affairs. A lot of you would have read it in the books related to AIFI. You will not even have a concept that there is a connection of Basel to AIFIs as well. Are the AIFIs supposed to follow Basel guidelines? Answer is yes. Remember this. They are supposed to follow Basel guidelines. Now you will ask me, sir, what is the meaning of Basel guidelines? Simple concept. Basel is a name of a place in Switzerland. In Switzerland, there is a place, city by the name of Basel. In this city, there is one institution where multiple banks across the world, central banks, are members. Bank for International Settlement, BIS. And under BIS, there is a committee by the name of Basel Committee on Banking Supervision. So the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, essentially, periodically, whenever there is issue to regulate the banking sector better, whenever there's a need to improve the performance of the banks over a period of time or across the countries, will come out with guidelines. We have had Basel 1 guideline, 1988. India has already implemented this. Basel 2 guidelines, already implemented. Basel 3, it is being implemented now. Right? We are in the process of implementing Basel 3. Reserve Bank of India, please remember this. Reserve Bank of India has extended the Basel guidelines application even to all India financial institutions. Is everybody okay with my statement here? Do let me know. Reserve Bank of India has extended the application of Basel guidelines even to all India financial institutions. For example, under Basel guidelines, the banks are supposed to maintain capital adequacy ratio, CAR. It is applicable even to these particular institutions. What is a capital adequacy ratio? What should be the minimum capital that you are supposed to keep in case you incur losses to absorb the losses? The capital adequacy ratio of 9% of risk-weighted assets are supposed to be maintained. Within this, tier 1 capital of minimum 7%. Within this, common equity tier 1 capital of 5.5% is supposed to be maintained by all India financial institutions. So everybody is okay with the statement 1 and statement 3 now. So two statements, that is 1 and 3, are correct. Question number 28, right option is option C. Okay. Now let me go to question number 29. Is everyone okay? Please do let me know in the chat section. Everybody is okay? Can I go forward? Nobody is replying. Why? Most of you have already escaped or what? Sir, you gave break, right? Basically, we ran away. That's it. Now you keep on shouting. There is no connection between you and me. Whatever you say, I'll not listen now. Right? My weekend has already started. Okay, question number 29. Please understand, the marathon session essentially has been arranged in order to help you clear the prelims examination. And I know many of you will basically say, sir, I will not watch now. Too much. I can't sit for, let's say, 6 hours continuously. Too much. I will watch it later. Trust me when I say this, whenever you keep on shifting the goalpost like this, whenever you say, I will watch it later, that will be one more video that is reserved for watching only. You will not watch it because there will be so many hours of videos that you have kept for only watching later. Okay, now let's go ahead. Question number 29. Consider the following statements regarding NBFC, non-banking financial companies. 3 statements. These are part of payment settlement system. Second statement, these are allowed to issue checks. And the third statement, these are not allowed to collect any types of deposits. Now let's start. What is an NBFC? If I ask you what is an NBFC, you will say not a bank. What is a bank? Bank. What is an NBFC? Not a bank. Then what is the fundamental difference between a bank or a NBFC for that matter? NBFCs are also known as shadow banking institutions, shadow financial institutions. What is the reason behind that? The reason behind this is very simple. The NBFCs will perform functions which are similar to a bank. I'll repeat the statement. These will perform functions similar to a bank, but without having a banking license. NBFCs do not have a banking license. But what are the functions? What are the functions of a bank? Collecting deposits? Are NBFCs allowed to collect deposits? Listen to me very carefully here. NBFCs are allowed to collect deposit, but not all of them. Not all the NBFCs, some of the NBFCs are classified as deposit collecting NBFCs. These get the approval, these are allowed to collect deposits. So here itself, look at the third statement. Please look at the third statement. These are not allowed to collect any types of deposit. Don't you think this is an extreme statement? Extreme statement. Now, when I say these are allowed to collect deposits, which type of deposits are they allowed to collect? Are they allowed to collect time deposits? Are they allowed to collect demand deposits? Remember this, NBFCs are allowed to collect time deposits. These are allowed to collect time deposits. And when I say time deposits, not all the types of time deposits. These are allowed to collect time deposits which will have a duration of 12 months to 60 months. 12 months to 60 months, right? So, third statement, can I simply say third statement is incorrect now? Is it okay? Third statement is incorrect. Now, what is the first statement? These are a part of payment and settlement system. Right? What do you mean by payment and settlement system? There are different ways using which we basically make payments. Right? We basically make payments and settle these particular payments. For example, right, paper-based payment system. There is a check. All of you have seen a check? Check, that is a paper-based payment system. There is a digital-based payment system as well. For example, there is RTGS, real-time gross settlement. There is NEFT, National Electronic Fund Transfer, etc. So one is a check-based, second one is a paper-based payment system. So are the banks part of the payment and settlement system? Yes. Who is allowed to participate in the payment and settlement system? The banks are allowed, RBI will allow them. RBI will approve these to participate in the payment and settlement system. Are NBFCs part of the payment and settlement system? Answer is no. You can go to a bank, ask the bank to provide a transfer of funds using NEFT. You cannot go to an NBFC. NBFC by nature, sir, any example of NBFC? Right, Manappuram Gold. Right, India Bulls Home Loans. IL&FS, Infrastructure Leasing and Financial Services. Bajaj Finance, etc. So I hope you understand these are different types of NBFCs. So can you go to Bajaj Finance, ask them to transfer fund? No, they cannot transfer the funds because they are not part of a payment and settlement system. Is everybody okay with this? Please do let me know. There is a law, by the way, Payment and Settlement Systems Act of 2007. Under this, RBI will allow who is allowed to participate, not allowed to participate. Right? So these are part of payment and settlement system? No. These are allowed to issue checks. Right? Are the NBFCs allowed to issue checks on their own? Absolutely no. Sir, what do you mean by allowed to issue check? You go to a bank, let's say State Bank of India. After a lot of struggle, let's say you open a bank account. First and foremost, you will find it difficult to enter the bank because if 4 people are entering a bank, 10 people will be coming out of bank, right? Let's say they will keep on pushing you. And as such, entry will itself be blocked. So imagine you enter into SBI, open a bank account. Once you open a bank account in SBI, will the SBI give you a check? Yes, they will give you a check. Have you seen what is the name written on the checks? The SBI will give you a check of SBI only. Right? Have you ever seen you open a bank account in SBI, they will issue the check of ICICI Bank. Have you ever seen you open a bank account in, let's say, Canara Bank, and they will give you, right, let's say, a check of, let's say, a Punjab and National Bank? Have you ever gone to a cooperative bank, opened a bank account, and they will issue a check of somebody else? And many of you simply say, sir, why cooperative bank? Already many cooperative banks are incurring losses, etc., etc. Right? No, I don't want to open a bank account in cooperative. That's a different issue altogether. So are you able to understand this? If you open a bank account, the same bank is allowed to issue check on their own name. Right? So in case of NBFCs, are they allowed to issue a check on their own name? Absolutely no. These are not allowed. So first statement is incorrect. Second statement is incorrect. Third statement is incorrect. Right option will be option D, none of the statements. Everybody is okay with this? Everybody is okay, right? So question number 29, right option is option D. Can I go forward? Somebody says buffering. Sanjana Kumari is saying buffering. From my side, there is absolutely no issue, my dear. Please hit the refresh button. Don't throw the mobile outside. Don't get frustrated and throw the mobile or laptop outside. If you're throwing, please do let me know. Throw outside the window, I'll come and catch it. Okay. Now let me go forward. Question number 30. Right? Question number 30. Consider the following statements. Treasury bills are issued in the form of zero coupon instrument. Anybody has a problem regarding the first statement? It's very, very simple, straightforward. Simple and straightforward because we have already covered it. So treasury bills are issued in the form of zero coupon instrument. All of you are okay? Question number 30, statement 1 is correct. Treasury bills can be issued by the center as well as a state government. This is incorrect because the treasury bills can be issued only by the center. Third statement. The investment in treasury bills enjoyed tax benefits under IT Act of 1961. Very interesting question, by the way. Do let me know. Right? The investments in the treasury bills enjoy the tax benefits under IT Act of 1961. Please understand this. There's a particular reason why I've given this statement. Generally, whenever you look at any of the instruments issued by the center or a state, these do not enjoy any kind of a tax benefit. These generally do not enjoy. I am using the term generally, not always. There's a particular reason for this. The reason is, all of you heard of, do let me know now. All of you heard of sovereign gold bonds? Yes, GB, sovereign gold bonds. All of you heard of this? Now do let me know, in certain cases, not always, in certain cases, don't you think SGBs will enjoy tax benefit? I want an answer from all of you. In certain cases, why I'm saying in certain cases, please understand this. Sovereign gold bonds have a maturity period of 8 years. Sovereign gold bonds have a maturity period of how much? 8 years. Okay. Now, once you purchase this sovereign gold bond, are you allowed to sell them or trade them in the market? Yes, but with a condition. What is the condition? There is a lock-in period of 5 years. There is a lock-in period of 5 years. Now, after 5 years, if you sell it, right, the maturity period is 8. After 5 years, if you sell it, then whatever is the tax in the form of capital gains, the government has the right to impose and collect capital gains tax. Is everybody okay with my statement? Do let me know. If you basically purchase it and sell it after 5-year lock-in period, government can impose a tax on you, which is in the form of a capital gains tax. But if you hold on to this for 8 years, maturity period, if you hold on to this for 8 years and upon maturity, even if you have capital gains, government will not be imposing any kind of a capital gains tax on this. Taxes will not be collected upon maturity of the instrument. Is everybody okay? And if you're wondering and wondering, right? I know some of you might be wandering in the veranda or on the top floor, right, with the headphones like this. What is the argument? SGBs are nothing but government bonds. Please remember this. SGBs are nothing but government bonds. These are nothing but government bonds. Is everybody okay with this? So please be very careful. UPSC can ask question in any way. They can ask you questions in any way. Okay, so treasury bills are issued in the form of zero coupon instrument. Yes. Treasury bills can be issued by the center and state. No. The investments in treasury bills enjoy tax benefits under IT Act of 1961. No. Treasury bills do not enjoy any kind of a tax benefit. Now, before I go forward, the right option for this question will be question number 30, option A. Option A is the right option. Okay. Now, before I go forward, let me ask you a very simple question. In the last 1 year, have you seen Government of India issuing new types of sovereign gold bonds? Let me see how many of you are reading newspapers correctly. In the last 1 year, have you seen Government of India issuing new tranche, that is a new round of sovereign gold bonds? Answer is no. Answer is no. Right? Government of India has not issued sovereign gold bonds in the recent times. The reason is very simple. Listen to me very carefully. The Government of India is worried that there may not be sufficient demand for the sovereign gold bond in the first place. I'll repeat the statement. Government is worried that there may not be sufficient demand for sovereign gold bond. I'll tell you why. And point number 2, government can borrow by issuing a normal bond also. Normal bond. Let's say 5-year, 10-year, 14-year, 40-year, 50-year. Government can also borrow issuing a sovereign gold bond. But if you see what has happened to the market prices of the gold in the last 10 years, because the SGBs have a maturity period of 8 years. If you see what has happened to market prices of the gold in the last 8 years, don't you think there's a huge rise in the market prices of the gold? Correct? There is a huge rise in the prices. Today the gold is trading more than 86, 87, 88,000 rupees per 10 grams. So 10 years ago it was much lower and now it is much higher. So Government of India, when they issued the sovereign gold bonds, let's say in 2016, they matured post 2023. Can you imagine how much is the price that was paid by Government of India? Because in case of sovereign gold bond, the government doesn't give you gold. Government will simply give you what is the market price upon maturity of the bond. So market price has skyrocketed, increased very rapidly. Outflow of Government of India for let's say basically settling upon maturity, settling these particular bonds is very, very high. That is the reason Government of India is worried. In other bonds, I will basically issue it at 100, pay a nominal rate of interest, and upon maturity I'll give 100. But in case of sovereign gold bond, I will issue this, get let's say 65,000. After 8 years, I'm paying 80,000, 82,000, 85,000 for 10 grams. So don't you think the outflow of government expenditure upon maturity of the sovereign gold bond very, very high compared to other bonds? And second reason why government is worried that even if they issue, they will not be able to, or they may not be able to get sufficient demand, is the fact that Government of India in the July 2024 budget, all of you remember this, 23rd July 2024 budget, Government of India reduced the customs duty. Correct? All of you okay with this? Earlier the customs duty was 15%. At the import duty or import tariffs were 15%, and Government of India reduced it to around 6%. So when Government of India will reduce the customs duty, or let's say import tariffs to from 15 to 6, please tell me what will happen to import price. Import price will go down, and when import price will go down, essentially what will happen to market price? Market price will go down. At the same point of time, if a sovereign gold bond has matured because of the lower market price, if you had purchased this sovereign gold bond, don't you think you will feel cheated by Government of India? And when I say cheated, not absolutely, you will feel cheated. You will feel betrayed by the government. Why? If government of India had not reduced the taxes, market price would have remained elevated. If the market price would have remained elevated, you would have received more than what you are receiving now upon maturity. Yes, everybody is able to understand this, right? So these are some of the factors that the government of India has considered, and in the last couple of right, let's say months or quarters, right, you are not able to see government of India issuing new sovereign gold bond. New, I hope you understand, new sovereign gold bonds. Done, everybody is okay. So question number 30, what is the right option? Right option is option A. Let me go forward. Question number 31. Okay. Question number 31. How many of the following statements are true regarding central government debt? Right? How many of the following statements are true regarding central government debt? Statement 1. The maximum part of the central government debt is internal. Now, please understand what is the meaning of the term debt. I have taken this particular data, and this is from budget documents, right, which was announced very recently. Please have a look at the data here itself. Again, don't memorize any number. Please do not memorize any number. It is waste of your time. As of the 31st March 2025 and what is expected, don't worry. Everybody is okay. Can everybody see this? Most of the debt is internal in nature. Do let me know. Most of the debt is internal in nature. Everybody is okay with this statement. External debt is a very small portion. How much? Hardly around 4 to 5%. Hardly around 4 to 5% of the total public debt. And I'll come to the point, the term public debt in a minute, don't worry. Hardly around 4 to 5% of the total public debt is external in nature. And what is the benefit of this? Why does government keep this particular amount very small? Just a fraction of the total debt. Point number 1, let me explain. First, the term debt. Listen to me very carefully. What is the meaning of the term public debt? Let me ask you this question. What is the meaning of the term public debt? If they will ask you what is the meaning of the term public debt, what will you say? You will simply say, I know. You will simply say, sir, the amount that the government has to repay. Amount that the government of India has to repay. Right? I'm using the term government of India. That is union government or central government. But don't you think if there is a off-budget borrowing, listen to me very carefully. If there is off-budget borrowing, even this is the amount that the government of India needs to pay. Are you able to understand? Now somebody will say, sir, what do you mean by off-budget? What is this? I've never heard of it in the newspaper. Although it has been there in the newspaper for last 1.5 years. I know some of you will ask me this. Off-budget borrowing or off-budget liabilities are essentially the type of loans which are taken by government entities which are allowed to be borrowed by Government of India. For example, Food Corporation of India. It will borrow from the market and Government of India will ask FCI to borrow from the market. So here, understand the logic here. Is Government of India directly borrowing? No. Is FCI borrowing? Yes. But who will repay this loan? Who is going to repay this particular loan? It will be repaid by Government of India. So no doubt, please understand, borrowing is done by the FCI, but the liability of the payment is with the central government. So in that case, my question will still remain the same to you people. And some of you will say, sir, done with your questions. I will shut down. I'll basically switch off the laptop and I'll watch movie now. Right? Many interesting movies have been issued. Who will keep on watching you? Right? Who is asking me question? How dare you ask me question? You only tell everything. Difference is very simple. Listen to me carefully. The public debt essentially is that liability which Government of India has directly borrowed and will repay taking the money from Consolidated Fund of India, which is charged upon the Consolidated Fund of India. Whereas the off-budget liabilities, off-budget borrowings are also borrowings only, but Government of India doesn't directly borrow them. but the liability falls on the government of India. But please understand, the off-budget borrowings do not form a part of the public debt. Is my statement clear to all of you? The off-budget borrowings do not form a part of public debt. Essentially, the public debt is calculated this way. The public debt, I'll write PD. PD is a public debt, okay? The public debt is divided into internal and external. It is divided into internal and external, okay? Now, internal essentially means the borrowings which are done by Government of India through internal market, that is within the domestic market, and will be repaid. External, please understand, Government of India has not issued bonds outside India so far. Please be very careful with this. I'll repeat this. So far, whatever Government of India's bonds are there, these have been issued within the domestic market, and these have been rupee denominated. Remember this. Rupee denominated. Government of India has not issued any other bond, any bond which is not a rupee denominated. For example, a dollar denominated bond. Has it been issued by Government of India? No. Proposal was there, but they have not issued it. Right, back 2016 or 2017, there was a proposal, but they have not issued it. Okay, so everybody is okay. Now, many of you will ask me, in that case, sir, what is this external debt then? What is this external debt? External debt essentially comprises of the Government of India's borrowing from multilateral organizations. Right, from different multilateral organizations. For example, it could be BRICS Bank, that is a new development bank. It could be from Asian Development Bank, World Bank, etc. Essentially, because we have borrowed from an institution from outside India, it is part of the external debt. Everybody is okay? So, external debt is very, very small percentage, around 4 to 5% of the total public debt. Can we move forward now? Is everybody okay? So, maximum part of the central government debt is internal in nature. Yes, correct. Second one, the interest on the public debt is a transfer payment. Right? The interest on the public debt is a transfer payment. Yes, remember this. Interest on the public debt is a transfer payment. Many of you ask me, sir, why? How so? No, I don't think so. Transfer payment. And some of you will be thinking, what is the connection between the public debt interest payment and the transfer payment? I'm not able to connect the two dots only. My dear, government is paying money, expenditure. Interest is expenditure. But please understand, when the government will pay interest on a loan, is government receiving any good or a service in return? Do let me know. Is government receiving any good or a service in return? No, there is no good or a service in return. So can I simply say interest payment on a loan is a transfer payment here? Everybody is okay? Third one, retirement of public debt may cause inflation. Retirement of a public debt may cause inflation. What do you mean by retirement? Government of India has recently done this. Retirement essentially means Government of India will repurchase the government bonds and pay money. That's it, right? You have government bonds. Government of India will purchase the bonds back from you and will pay money to you. Retirement, that is called as a debt retirement. Now you just let me know, if Government of India will go for debt retirement, will the money supply increase? Will this add to higher amount of money supply in the economy? Can this contribute to inflation in the market? Yes. It may cause inflation in the market. So question number 31, 1, 2 and 3, all of them are correct. Right option will be option C here. Okay, option C is the right one. Let me go to question number 32. Those are asking, right, sir, this doubt, that doubt, answer my doubt first, etc. My dear, not now. As I've announced in the beginning or in the earlier session also, every 1.5 hours, I'll take up some of your doubts and answer. At the end of the session, whatever questions you have, I'll answer. So let me start. Question number 32. Question number 32. With a higher fiscal deficit, which of the following are likely to happen? When the fiscal deficit goes up, which of the following are likely to happen? Point number 1, what do you mean by fiscal deficit? Listen to me carefully. Fiscal deficit essentially means what is the borrowing of Government of India in this financial year. Is the word okay with you? Is the statement okay with all of you? Fiscal deficit essentially means what is the borrowing of Government of India in this particular year. That is called as fiscal deficit. Why does Government of India borrow? Government of India borrows because the expenditure of the government is higher than the income, that is the receipts. So in order to ensure that they will have sufficient amount of money to spend, they will borrow from the market. That borrowing is called as a fiscal deficit. Now please do let me know in the chat section, is there anyone who will say fiscal deficit and public debt are one and the same? Let me know. Is the fiscal deficit and public debt both are one and the same? Is there anyone in the class? Is there anybody else here who will simply say both are one and the same? Absolutely no. Be very careful. Fiscal deficit as expected, Summer says yes. Many of you are saying no. Right? Ocean also says yes. Right? Others saying no. Right? So basically it's two type. I'm sorry, either one or the other. You'll have to say either yes or no. Right? So please understand, no. Fiscal deficit is different, right? Let's say public debt is different. Why? Fiscal deficit basically refers to how much money you have borrowed this year. But please understand, public debt is essentially how much money you owe. How much money you will have to repay as of now is called as public debt. Now some of you will basically say, sir, if you have borrowed, you'll have to pay it. What is the difference? If you have taken a loan, you'll have to repay. So fiscal deficit should be equivalent to public debt. Absolutely no. Let me explain this. Imagine Government of India has borrowed this much amount of money today. And those of you who are wondering, sir, how much is the number? 50 rupee. It's a 50 rupee. Okay. Now, what if I say last year, Government of India issued a bond worth 20 rupee. This is 20 rupee, by the way. Don't worry. It might not be visible correctly. I am telling you. This is 20. This is 50. So this is the borrowing of Government of India this year. And they have said, I will repay it after 20 years. So is it a part of, right? Let's say the government's, the amount that the Government of India will owe? Yes. Last year, Government of India borrowed 20. And they borrowed it for a duration of 10 years. So now tell me, how much is the fiscal deficit? Can I say 50 rupees is the fiscal deficit? How much is the public debt? Can I say public debt is 20 rupee plus 50 rupee? Everybody is able to understand now? Do let me know. Everybody is able to understand. James Bond, my dear James Bond, not 20 rupees, not just 20 rupees, my dear. If you have borrowed 50 rupees this year, you will have to repay this also. Correct. Correct. If you have borrowed this year 50, you'll have to repay this also. So you'll have to include that also as the amount of money that you owe that you have to repay. So 20 that you have borrowed last year, 50 that you have borrowed this year, all of them you will have to repay. Right? That 70 rupees will become public debt now. Right? So public debt is different. Fiscal deficit is different. Okay. And there is one more word here. Let me explain that also here itself. Total liabilities. There is one more word by the name total liabilities. Some of you will say, great. Until now, I did not understand the difference between fiscal deficit and public debt. You have thrown one more googly at me, that is total liabilities. My dear, total liability basically refers to all the amount of money that the government owes. I'll explain this. Please listen to me carefully. All the amount of money that the Government of India owes is called as total liabilities of the government. Now, some of you will basically say, the public debt is also the money that the Government of India owes. Yes, that is also the money that the Government of India needs to repay. But my dear, in case of total liabilities, along with the public debt, you will include off-budget liabilities. All of you remember the term off budget liabilities that we have discussed earlier? Do let me know. All of you remember off budget liabilities that we have discussed some time ago? That is, let's say, National Highways Authority of India, upon the permission of the government of India, will borrow. That amount will be repaid by government. FCI will borrow, that amount will be repaid by the government. And some of you, I know some of you might be thinking, what is the advantage of all of it? Anyways, government of India has to repay. So instead of FCI, why doesn't the government of India borrow directly? Reason is very simple. If government borrows and gives it to FCI, will it not be counted as a part of fiscal deficit of this year? Will it not add to, right, more and more borrowings of the government? Will it not add to public debt of government of India? Yes. But instead of that, what if I tell FCI, you borrow? You borrow, I'll pay it. You borrow from the market. That will not be counted as a part of fiscal deficit of government of India. Everybody is able to understand? Again, I'm talking this in the context of the center. Can this be done by the state governments as well? Absolutely yes. So any current affairs connection where we can easily understand, my dear Kerala government, that case is being heard in the Supreme Court of India. Don't you think this is one of the issue? Kerala government, they have approached right Supreme Court of India alleging certain violation of provisions of the constitution. One of the reason that the central government says we need to control the borrowings is because of off-budget liabilities. So everybody is okay. But before I go forward, so total liabilities, is it just public debt and off-budget? No, there is one more component. Public account. Public accounts. All of you heard of public accounts? Government of India, right, basically has an account by the name of public accounts, where lot of the schemes which are launched by the government of India, for example, Sukanya Samruddhi Yojana, Kisan Vikas Patra, etc., the money that is collected is there in this public accounts. And who is responsible for the payments of the money under the public account? Government of India is responsible. So is everybody okay now? Please do let me know. Is everyone okay? What is fiscal deficit, total liabilities, and public debt? All the three are clear. Please say yes or no. Right? Yes or no. It should be clear now. Okay. So let's go back to question number 32. Only 2 people, only 3 people have answered. What about others? Sir, still waiting. Okay. So with higher fiscal deficit, which of the following are likely to happen? My dear, please participate. Participate in the sense, it's just a let's say confirmation to me that you people are understanding. Otherwise, there's no point of me discussing all of it because I know it. The point is to, right, basically make you understand. And how do I understand that you are understanding? I can only look at the charts. God forbid, none of your videos are visible to me. What you people are doing, it's not visible. So I'm not worried about it. It should not be visible also. But I hope you understand. I should know, right, that you are understanding. Okay. Now let me answer this question. With higher fiscal deficit, what will happen? Crowding out of the private sector. What do you mean by crowding out? Listen to me carefully. It is likely to happen that there is a crowding out. Crowding out means, right, listen to me now. If government of India will borrow more, do let me know. Can I simply say as a result of this, right, as a result of this, interest rates in the market will increase? Correct? As a result of this, right, interest rates in the market will increase. And when the interest rates in the market will increase, right, don't you think the private sector borrowers would be affected by this? If I wanted to issue a bond and borrow from the market, now because of government borrowing, the interest rate has gone up. Lesser amount of money in the market. I will have to pay more rate of interest in order to get the money. And because the interest rate is higher, rather than borrowing, I will simply decide, let's not borrow this year, let's postpone the decision altogether. This movement away from the market is called as crowding out. Is everybody okay? This is called as a crowding out. Okay, so crowding out of the private sector, yes, likely to happen. Second one, higher interest burden on the government. This is straightforward. Yes, this is also likely to happen. Third one, upgrading of sovereign credit rating. Right? Will the sovereign credit rating be upgraded because you are borrowing more? No. Sovereign credit rating, there's a possibility that it will be downgraded. It will be downgraded, right? So this is not possible outcome. Rather, exactly opposite might happen. Higher debt of the government, yes. Right? So 1, 2 and 4 are correct. Right option for the question will be option D for question number 32. Okay, let me go to question number 33 now. Right? Which of the following are the components of the public debt? Internal debt, external debt, extra budgetary resources and public account. Okay, internal, external, extra budgetary resources and public account. Which of the following are the components of public account? Internal debt, yes. External debt, yes. Extra budgetary resources, example I have given you already, off budget borrowing. That is an example of EBR. No. Public account, again, no. So 1 and 2 are correct. Right option is option A. Now, before I go forward, listen to me very carefully. Within the internal debt, there will be a division called as marketable and non-marketable securities. Listen to me very carefully. I'll connect it to current affairs. Marketable and non-marketable securities. Sir, what is this marketable and non-marketable securities? Marketable securities are those which can be traded in the market. Which can be traded in the market. Sir, any example? My dear, the normal government bonds. The normal government bonds. Right? And anybody can tell me what is the maximum tenure or the duration or the maturity period of a government bond now? Do let me know. What is the maximum tenure or a maturity period of a government bond? Right now is 50 years. Remember this? Government for the first time has started issuing 50-year bonds. Can be asked in the prelims. Okay. Marketable means these are there in the market. These are listed in the market. You can buy them. You can sell them. Okay. Now, 50 years, my dear. Some of you are saying 8 years. Some of you are saying 15 years. My dear, 50 years. Until recently it was 40. Now it has become 50. What is this non-marketable security? Right? What is this non-marketable? Please understand, non-marketable means these are the bonds which are issued by the government, but these are not tradable. These are not tradable. Sir, any example of a security which is issued by the government but not tradable? My dear, have you heard of the term oil bond? This is where I'm expecting you people to have read newspapers. Newspapers. If you have read newspapers, very recently on the budget, discussion on the budget, Finance Minister spoke about oil bonds. Have you heard of the budget speech? The post-budget discussions which have happened in the parliament? Essentially, Finance Minister argued that there are many of the bonds which have been issued by the earlier government. We are paying the bond back. Example is oil bond. And remember this, oil bonds are non-marketable securities. Non-marketable securities. These cannot be traded. You purchase it and keep it. That's it. So any other example? Fertilizer bonds are there. Any other example? Uday bonds are there. So different types of bonds are there. But please understand, normally government issues marketable securities. But can the government issue non-marketable securities as well? Yes. There have been instances in the past as well. Is everybody okay? Please do let me know. Is everybody okay? So when you talk about public debt, public debt is essentially internal debt plus external debt. And the internal debt will be further be broken down into marketable as well as non-marketable securities. Right? So done. Question number 33 is done. Let me go to question number 34 now. Assuming all the other things remain unchanged, which of the following may lead to increase in the debt to GDP ratio of the center? Right? Anup Kumar sir, Anup Kumar ji, what are non-marketable securities? My dear, last 5 minutes, that is what I discussed. In the last 5 minutes, that is exactly what I discussed. Non-marketable are those instruments which cannot be traded. If they have issued, right, they will basically remain with the one who has, right, who has taken this from the government. Okay. Question number 34. Assuming all the things remain unchanged, which of the following may lead to increase in the debt to GDP ratio of the center? Now, before I go forward, listen to me carefully. In the taxation, there are different types of indicators. And all the indicators are relevant. All of them are important. One is called as tax to GDP ratio. One is tax to GDP ratio. Second one, right? Second one is tax buoyancy. Second one is a tax buoyancy. Third one is, right, tax expenditure. Tax expenditure. And the fourth one is, right, the tax to GDP ratio, tax buoyancy, tax expenditure, and tax elasticity. Tax elasticity. Okay. So these are the four important terminologies. Please be very, very careful. Sanjana Kumari, my dear, the session will go for very long time period. Right? Time is just 6:30. Right? Abhi to party shuru hui hai. It will go for a longer period of time. Don't worry. So tax to GDP ratio. What is this tax to GDP ratio? Please understand. How much is the total amount of tax collected divided by total value, total number of GDP. That is called as tax to GDP ratio. Tax buoyancy essentially is a percentage change in the tax receipts divided by percent change in the GDP. Now, please do look at number 1 and number 2 and tell me, is there anyone who will simply say both are one and the same? Do let me know. Anybody in the session who will say both are one and the same? Why two formulas? Both are one and the same. Absolutely no. Right? I hope you understand. Absolutely no. Second one measures percentage change. First one simply measures the value, absolute value. Okay? Tax buoyancy. And what is the meaning of a tax buoyancy? With the change in the GDP, how much is the change in the tax collection? I hope you understand. With the change in the GDP, how much is the change in the tax collection? That is called as a tax buoyancy. Right? Don't you think with the change in the GDP, that is increased in the GDP, right? Essentially, there will be change, right? In the taxes collected also. There should be a change. Done? Right? So, third one is tax expenditure. If I ask you what is tax expenditure, most of you will simply say the expenditure incurred by the government. No, my dear, tax expenditure basically refers to the amount of taxes which have been sacrificed. Remember this. How much of the tax receipts have been sacrificed by the government of India? They should have collected it, but they have sacrificed it. That is called as tax expenditure. Sorry, any example? My dear, very recently, Government of India has announced a tax rebate. Do let me know. Budget. Very recently, right, the Government of India has announced a rebate up to, if your taxable income is 12 lakh rupees, up to 12 lakh rupees, essentially you will get, right, a certain rebates. You don't have to pay any taxes. So I hope you understand. That amount which should have been collected by the government now will be sacrificed. Is it not a tax expenditure? So different exemptions, etc., are provided. And because of this, the taxes are sacrificed. All of you, please focus on my voice. Please focus on what I'm saying. Look at me, I'm laughing. You don't worry about others. Rajendra Guru, right, or Rajendra Sarji, I don't know when the history will happen. Once it is scheduled, you will come to know. Don't worry about it. Focus on what is being discussed. Generally, the students are worried about what is not being discussed than being focused on what is being discussed. Focus on what is being discussed. So let's continue. Tax expenditure. Fourth one is a tax elasticity. With change in the tax rate, how much will be the changes in the taxes collected? That is called as tax elasticity. If government of India will increase, let's say GST rate, will this not add to more GST collected by the government? Of course, yes. That is essentially called as a tax elasticity. These are the four terminologies. Please be aware. All of them are there in the static portion, and they can be connected even to current affairs. Let's start solving now. Debt to GDP ratio. Rising domestic, it is on debt to, no, don't worry. Rising domestic market borrowings. If government of India will borrow more, right, will this increase the debt to GDP ratio? Question number 34. Yes, right, it will increase the debt to GDP ratio. Second one, upward revision of the GDP. What do you mean by upward revision? I hope all of you know GDP is revised now. All of you know this, GDP is revised. Whatever is the GDP for the current financial year, that is not the final one. In the month of February, you will get one revision. Later, you will get one more revision. In the month of May, you will get one more revision. Next year, February, you will get one more revision. So, if the GDP is revised upwards means if the GDP upon revision will become bigger like this, with more and more data being collected, will the debt to GDP ratio increase or decrease? The debt to GDP ratio will decrease. Everybody is okay? The debt to GDP ratio will decrease because the denominator becomes larger. Third one, increased loans from the World Bank. Debt to GDP ratio increases. Government getting grants from the for the development of projects. Right? Somebody will say, sir, what about option D? Option D is not visible. Please write option D. Only 2, 1 and 3. Right? Let's say 1 and 2. Right? It is there, but because of, right, let's say the structure of the PPT, it has gone down. Don't worry, it will be there in the full PPT. So, fourth one, government getting grants for the development of projects. Please understand, grant is not a loan. Grant is simply one-sided transfer. Money will be given. That's it. It's not a loan. That is called as a grant. So, because grant is not a loan, even if government of India will get a grant from, let's say, World Bank or United Nations or World Trade Organization or World, let's say, the new development bank, etc., doesn't matter. It will not add to the debt. If it doesn't add to the debt, right, basically, it will not contribute in any way to the debt to GDP ratio. So, everybody is okay. Fourth one is also incorrect. So, first is correct. Third one is correct. Right option for question number 34 is option B. Everybody is okay. Upward revision means, my dear, right now you will say GDP number is this. But after certain time period, you will get certain data and you will revise the GDP. And that's exactly what the MOSPI does. Whatever is the GDP number for this financial year, for the current financial year, that is not a final number. There are 5 revisions. I hope you understand. There are 5 revisions of the GDP. Right? Many of the revisions are done in the next year also. Next year, one revision is there. And 2026 also, there is 27 also, one more revision. Once the revision is done, what if GDP number becomes bigger? Right? If the GDP number becomes bigger, denominator increases, the whole, right, debt to GDP ratio will become smaller. Okay, done? Right, so question number 34, right option is option B. Let me go to question number 35. Question number 35. Okay, now you will be able to answer this question. Tax to GDP ratio is here. I've already explained it. Let's start. Which of the following are likely to lead to higher tax to GDP ratio? Higher tax to GDP ratio. Higher tax buoyancy. You please tell me. From last year to this year, if the tax buoyancy changes, right? That is, if the tax buoyancy is higher, you are able to collect more taxes, or the growth rate in the taxes is greater compared to growth rate in GDP. Don't you think you are able to collect more and more taxes that will increase the tax to GDP ratio? Everybody is okay? Now somebody was saying, sir, put delta sign also. Okay, my dear, I have put delta sign also. And those who are wondering, sir, what is the meaning of the delta sign? Simple, my dear. Last year, imagine you collected 100 crore. You have collected, let's say, 120 crore this year. Delta is 20%. Is it okay? Delta is 20%. That is the meaning of it. Okay, so don't worry about calculation. Higher tax buoyancy. Will it lead to higher tax to GDP ratio? Yes. Elimination of tax expenditures. If government will eliminate tax expenditure, the amount of taxes which are sacrificed will not be there. Government will be collecting more taxes. If government is collecting more taxes, don't you think the tax to GDP ratio will be higher? Everybody is okay with this? Yes. Second is also true. Third one, widening tax base. Now there are two terms here, widening and tax base. You need to understand both of them, widening and tax base. First one, tax base. What do you mean by tax base? Any object on which government will impose and collect a tax is called as a tax base. Is everybody okay with my statement? I'll repeat this again. Any object on which government will impose a tax and collect a tax, it is called as a tax base. For example, will government impose a tax on incomes of the people? Will government impose a tax on sale of a good, production of a good, etc.? Tax base. So understand the logic here. If you widen the tax base, what does it actually mean? Widening of the tax base simply means more and more objects are being brought under the ambit of taxation. Is everybody okay with my statement? More and more objects are being brought under the ambit of taxation. That is the meaning of widening of taxes or widening of the tax base. Now there is one more term I'll explain here itself. There is a term by the name of deepening of tax base. Deepening of tax base. Now, what do you mean by deepening? Right? What is widening? Widening means bring more and more taxpayers. Widening. What is a deepening? If the government will impose more of a tax rate and collect more taxes from me, I'm already under the taxation. If government will impose more rate of a tax or a higher rate of tax, they will collect more taxes from me. That is called as a deepening. Right? So collecting more and more taxes from the taxpayers who are already there in the tax bracket. That is called as a deepening of the tax base. Is everybody okay? Widening of the tax base, will it contribute to more tax receipts? Yes. Will it increase the tax to GDP ratio? Again, yes. So 1, 2 and 3, all the three are correct. Right option for question number 35 will be option C. Okay. Question number 36. Very big question. Lot of statements. Start now. Statement number 1. Consider the following statements. Statement number 1. The government needs parliamentary approval to conduct transactions in the consolidated fund and public account. How many of you think this statement is correct? The government requires parliamentary approval to conduct transactions in the consolidated fund and the public account. Absolutely no. In consolidated fund, yes, they require parliamentary approval. But in public account, they do not require any sort of a parliamentary approval. Right? The government will have their powers. Under the executive powers, they can withdraw or deposit money in the public account. Second statement. The budget is prepared by the budget department. And that's a statement, okay? Budget is prepared by the budget department. A lot of you will feel this is correct. No, this statement is incorrect. Budget is not prepared by the budget department. Please understand. Here is the Ministry of Finance. Okay, here is the Ministry of Finance. Under the Ministry of Finance, there are different departments. There is Department of Revenue, Department of Expenditure, Department of Public Enterprises, Department, right? Department, there are multiple types. Totally six. Okay, there are 6 types of departments. The one that is associated with the budget making is a Department of the Expenditure. Department of Economic Affairs, DEA. Department of Economic Affairs, DEA. Now, the Department of Economic Affairs has multiple divisions. One of the division is Budget Division. Is it okay? One of the division is budget division. Totally under Ministry of Finance, there are 6 departments. Please remember them. UPSC can ask you a question. I'm telling you, they can ask you a question for a simple reason. Until very recently, Department of Public Enterprises was not under the Ministry of Finance. It was under Ministry of Heavy Industries. Now this has been shifted into or under Ministry of Finance. Not very recently, it's been couple of years now. But anyways, UPSC can ask you a question. Now let me go back to the discussion here. Budget is prepared by the budget department? No, it is not prepared by the budget department. Third one, the government had to amend the constitution to prepone the budget presentation. No, right? Because please remember this, the budget as a term is not, I hope you understand, is not mentioned in the Constitution of India. What is mentioned? There is Article 112. Under Article 112, there is this particular concept of annual financial statement. And it is under the annual financial statement that the government of India or the union government presents the union budget. Right? So there is no requirement of government of India amending the constitution to basically prepone the budget presentation. What do you mean by prepone? Before 2017, please remember, the government used to announce budget on the last working day of February. Now, it is presented on the first working day of February. Okay. Fourth one, the budget from 2017 has been presented by the union government. Okay, has been presenting the union budget on the first working day of February. Yes, that this statement is correct. This statement, fourth statement is correct. Right option for question number 36 is option A. Only 4 is correct. Purely factual question. Purely factual. There is no concept here. Okay. Now, question number 37. Let me go to next question. Question number 37. Consider the following transactions of the union government. Government giving loans to states. Most of the options have gone down. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. Okay. Don't worry. Okay. Please do let me know. Am I audible and visible now? Okay. So what I've done is essentially there was a problem with alignment. I've addressed the issue of alignment. Let's start now. Question number 37. Consider the following. This was a question, right? Okay. So question number 37. Consider the following transactions of union government. The government giving loans to states, the government receiving interest on the loans given, grants for the creation of capital assets, GCCA. Which of the above are part of the revenue expenditure? Right? Which of the above are part of revenue expenditure? There should not be any problem now. Alignment is changed. Listen now. Okay, so straightforward. What do you mean by revenue expenditure? Simple. Whenever you talk about the union budget, the budget is divided into two parts. Okay, the budget is divided into two parts. The budget is divided into one, revenue account, and the second one is capital account. Okay, revenue account and capital account. How do you differentiate between what is revenue and what is capital? Some of you have given the answer C, some of you have given A, and one person has given D. So essentially what is missing is only one option, that is B. If you give the option, somebody gives the option B, then I will have all the 4 options. And you can be very happy and say, Sir, Anekata mein ekata, Bharat ki visheshata. All of us are, right, basically agreeing to one of the options. Okay, now, listen, I'll tell you the key answers, don't worry. So, revenue account and capital account. What is the basic difference between revenue and capital here? If the government expenditure or income, will change to the assets or liabilities of the government of India. The expenditure or the income source of the government will change the assets or liabilities of government of India, then it is classified under capital account. Sir, any example? My dear, If you talk about the expenditure under capital account, capital expenditure, what about construction of airport? Do let me know. Construction of airport, is it not changing the assets of Government of India? Sir, what about the receipt? What about the capital receipt? Any example of a capital receipt? For example, the Government of India, sorry, the Government of India will sell Air India. Already it has sold, by the way. Imagine, Government of India will sell LIC to somebody. So when Government of India will sell the LIC, government will receive the money, receipt. But don't you think the assets of Government of India have gone down? Right? So always remember this. The capital account will deal with changes in assets and liabilities. Now I'll give you a very simple trick. Listen to me very carefully. Lot of students find it difficult here. I'll give a very simple trick. Always start with capital expenditure. CapEx. Always start with capital expenditure. And let's say, write one example, road construction. Now, if the Government of India will spend money and it will change the asset, that is increase the asset. A means asset here. If it increases the asset, it is capital expenditure. Anybody has difficulty in this one? If you understand this one, others I can easily derive out of it. How so? If asset will change, remember liability will have to move other side. All of this will fall under the capital expenditure. Is everyone okay with this? Do let me know. And on the other side, revenue expenditure. Revenue expenditure. If asset is increasing under capital expenditure, write opposite. Asset is decreasing. And if asset is decreasing, liabilities are increasing. Right? So whenever any example is given to you in the exam, simple, use this thumb rule. Any example is given in the, right, let's say transaction is given in the UPSC Prelims. They are asking you, it is capital expenditure or revenue expenditure, capital receipt or revenue receipt, apply this particular rule. Now somebody will say, sir, give me example on the other side also. Revenue account. What will happen to assets and liabilities? Tell me example there also. My dear, in revenue account, whatever incomes are collected by the government or whatever expenditure is done by the government, assets or liabilities of Government of India, I repeat, assets or liabilities of Government of India will not change. Is the statement clear to all of you? Have clarity, have conceptual clarity, simple. Assets and liabilities of Government of India do not change. But this is an income or expenditure for the government, put it on revenue side. If the assets and liabilities will change, put it under the capital. But here also there is a capital expenditure and capital expenditure and capital receipts. My mistake, it is capital receipts. Okay, capital receipts. How do you differentiate between what is capital receipt and capital, right? Let's say expenditure. This is the thumb rule. If assets will go up, liabilities will go down, that is capital expenditure. And right, if assets will go down and liabilities will increase, that is called as capital receipts. Is everybody okay with this? Is everybody okay with this? Right? For example, Government of India will collect income taxes. Do you think assets and liabilities of Government of India will change? Think of this. If Government of India will collect income taxes, will the Government of India's assets and liabilities will change? Somebody will say, yes, sir, they will change. How? Do you think Government of India will repay the income taxes back to you along with interest after 2 years? Absolutely no. If government will collect a certain charges from you to renew your, let's say, driving license, to basically apply and get a passport, right? Do you think Government of India's assets and liabilities are changing? No. Where you will put it? Again, under the revenue side. So I hope you understand. Use this logic. Use this logic to essentially find out what will fall under the capital, what will fall under the revenue. Okay, done. Now, let's go back. Consider the following transactions. Government giving loans to states. You tell me. If Government of India will give a loan to the state, can I say assets of Government of India are changing? I want an answer from all of you. Right? I want an answer from all of you. If Government of India will give a loan to the state, Is the assets of government of India changing? As expected, some of you are saying yes, some of you are saying no. My dear, assets will change. Why? Let me explain this. Right? There is a diversity here. Many of you are saying yes, but a large chunk is also saying no. Please be very careful. Please be very careful. What do you mean by asset? Tell me. What do you mean by asset? Anything that will bring any revenue to you, which will be returned to you, which you will get back, is called as asset. What is a liability? Anything that you have to pay back, which will incur expenditure for you, it is called as a liability. So when you take a loan from a bank, I'll just start with the bank and then come to the government. When you take a loan from a bank, don't you think it is a liability for you? But on the other side, it is an asset for a bank. Everybody is okay with this? Now apply the same logic here. Apply the same logic here. If the center is giving loan to a state, is it not an asset for the central government and liability for the state government? So at least now everybody will accept government giving loans to states, central government loans is an asset for the central government. Is it changing? Yes. So can it be part of revenue expenditure now? You tell me. Can it be part of revenue expenditure? No. No, it is not part of a revenue expenditure. It is part of a capital account. Second one, government receiving interest on the loans given. Government receiving interest on the loans given. Point number one. If government is receiving interest, is it expenditure? Here itself we can answer this. If government is receiving interest, is it an expenditure? No, it is not an expenditure. It is a receipt. It is a revenue receipt. Third one, grants for creation of capital assets. Listen to me very carefully. Grants for creation of capital assets, GCCA. Now, what is this grants for creation of capital assets? Here is the central government. If the central government will directly spend, let's say 100 crore rupees, construct an infrastructure, can I call this as CapEx, capital expenditure? Everybody is okay. But central government will give this 100 crore, let's say, to the state government. The state government will spend this 100 crore to develop infrastructure. Now, very simple question to all of you. In the second example that I've written here, is the central government's assets changing? You tell me now. Observe and tell me. In the second example that I've written, is the central government's assets changing here? No, central government asset is not changing. So can I call this as, right, grant? Grant means one-sided. They will not receive it. So the center has given money to the state. It is not a loan, because it is a loan, it will come under capital. Right? So grant for creation of capital asset. So now tell me, can I classify it under can I classify this under revenue expenditure? Everybody is able to understand? Can I classify this under revenue expenditure? It is not capital expenditure. All of you able to understand? Sir, why it is not under capital expenditure? No doubt, money is taken, infrastructure is developed. Okay, money is taken, infrastructure is developed. But if it has to be classified under the capital expenditure, central government's assets should increase. Is the central government asset increasing here? No, central government asset is not increasing because it has given this money to the state. State's assets are increasing. Hence, here this is a type of a revenue expenditure. Is everybody okay with this? Do let me know. Is everybody okay with this? In fact, there is a committee associated with this, right? Rangarajan committee. Remember this. Rangarajan committee, right? 2011 Rangarajan committee. The Rangarajan committee, right, my dear, I'm coming to that only. Dheeraj, my dear, I'm coming to that only. Have patience. Rangarajan committee said that Whether it is a asset of the center or state doesn't matter. It is asset. It is simply creating asset. It is an expenditure in the asset. It should be classified under capital. That's the reason. Listen to me carefully now. One deficit we have is revenue deficit. One deficit we have today is revenue deficit. There is one more deficit called as effective revenue deficit, ERD. What is the difference between a revenue deficit and effective revenue deficit? Simple. In case of revenue deficit, we are simply taking the amount of revenue expenditure. I am writing E here. It is a revenue expenditure. Amount of revenue expenditure minus revenue receipts. Okay, I am taking all the expenditure under the revenue side. But Rangarajan committee said no. One of the revenue expenditure is grant for creation of capital asset. So what we need to do is, in order to calculate correctly the correct revenue deficit, we need to remove the grant for creation of capital asset. We need to subtract or take out grant for creation of capital asset. Why? You are classifying this under revenue expenditure, and your argument is it is not changing the assets of government of India. But assets are changed, not of center, but somebody else assets is changing. It is expenditure in asset. So we have one more formula, that is essentially revenue expenditure minus grant for creation of capital assets minus revenue receipt. Is it okay? Do let me know. Right? The revenue expenditure minus GCCA minus RR, and RR is revenue receipts. I'll write it on this side because somebody will say, sir, you are standing in front of it. How you're writing behind, right, your back, I don't know, etc. I'll write it this side. So that is effective revenue deficit is equal to the revenue expenditure minus, right, the grant for creation of capital asset minus revenue receipt. Right, RR is revenue receipt, not Rajasthan Royals. Everybody is okay? Please do let me know. And some of the books or magazines, etc., instead of saying RE minus GCCA, they will write effective revenue expenditure, ERE, effective revenue expenditure. What is the meaning? RE minus GCCA. That's it. And some of the books, instead of writing this formula, they will write ERD is equal to revenue deficit minus GCCA. Everybody is okay? Doesn't matter. Whatever formula they write doesn't matter. Right? It is basically going to give you the same outcome. Please do let me know in the chat section. Everybody is okay with the question number 37 now? Do let me know. And before you ask me, sir, what is the right option? Tell me what is the right option. Question number 37, right option is option C here. Can I go forward? Do let me know in the chat section. Can I go forward? Nobody is replying the chat section. Okay, done. Question number 38. Right? Question number 38. Let's go forward. And by the way, one more point I'll tell you here regarding Rangarajan committee, why it is important. Earlier, we used to follow a concept called as a plan expenditure and non-plan expenditure. All of you heard of this? Plan expenditures and non-plan expenditures. Earlier, there was a classification. It was the recommendation of Rangarajan committee itself to basically do away with the planned as well as non-plan expenditure. Today, we do not have that kind of expenditures, by the way. Okay. And we replaced plan and non-plan with revenue and capital. Revenue and capital. Okay. Now, question number 38. Let's start. Which of the following are part of total liabilities of the central government? Right, straightforward. Grants given by the foreign countries and institutions to Indian government. Grants. Are the grants returned? Are the grants paid back? No. So essentially, it will not be part of total liabilities. If these are not paid back, why will they be part of liabilities? Second one, marketable securities issued by the government of India. All of you remember the concept of marketable securities? Yes. Marketable securities are part of liability. Okay. Non-marketable securities issued by the government. Yes. Whether it is marketable or non-marketable, you'll have to return the amount. You'll have to pay back the amount. It is part of the public, it is part of the public debt. And by the virtue of being part of public debt, it will also be part of liabilities. Okay. Off budget borrowings are done by the state governments. Please be very careful. Last part is state government. Simply don't read the first part of the statement and say finally yes. Fourth is also correct. No, fourth is incorrect. Fourth is incorrect. Why? State governments, if they go for off budget borrowings, it becomes a liability of the state government. Center doesn't pay what has been borrowed by the state either directly or indirectly. Okay. So 2 and 3 are correct. Question number 38, option B is the right one. Everybody is okay? Question number 38, option B is the right one. That is 2 and 3. Okay. Now, sir, please bear Act 3. My dear, once it is scheduled, you will come to know. Right? I don't know why people are so much worried about the classes, other classes. Right? I hope you understand. I'm discussing economics. You are asking me something else. Once it is scheduled, you will come to know. It's not that we have some video on YouTube. We will give it to only certain part of India and we will exclude other part of India. It doesn't make any sense also. We can't do that also. So once it is scheduled, you will come to know it will be done. Have patience. Patience is a virtue. Have you heard of this? Patience is a virtue. Develop that. Develop that. Doesn't matter. It will be done. Don't worry about it. Okay. Question number 39. Let's continue. Consider the following statements regarding PFMS, Public Financial Management System. Very atypical question, right? Very, let's say, niche kind of a question, because generally you will not come across these kind of terms or let's say words in the book. What is this Public Financial Management System? Listen to me carefully. The Government of India introduced the concept of a PFMS but with a different name back in the year 2009. What was the logic of PFMS? The logic of PFMS is that the Government of India on real-time basis wants to keep a track of how much money is being spent where, for what purposes, who has received money, and we have basically integrated the PFMS system with the core banking solution. And right, let's say you need to receive LPG subsidy. You need to receive PM Kisan subsidy. You need to receive different types of subsidies. All these monies are transferred using the connection between the PFMS and the core banking solution. So the funds are transferred in this particular fashion. And that is where the PFMS as a system, it's a platform. In a nutshell, understand, it's a platform. This platform is useful to ensure that the expenditures are incurred in a certain way. There is a tracking of expenditure. There is a system to ensure that the funds are going into the respective bank accounts of the beneficiaries, etc. That is essentially the concept of a PFMS. Very often this is there in the discussion. Be aware of it. Okay. It was introduced in 2009. I'll show you a picture. Please have a look at the picture here. PFMS was started in 2009. Again, I'm saying initially the name was different. Later, it was named as PFMS. Okay. It was started in 2009. Yes, it is correct. It is under the Ministry of Family Welfare. No, it is under the Ministry of Finance. It is under the Ministry of Finance. Third one, PFMS is integrated with the core banking solutions of public sector banks. Yes, this statement is also true. The PFMS is connected to core banking solution. Now, what is this core banking solution? Please understand. If you ask your parents, not now, later or tomorrow, most probably. If you ask your parents earlier how the banking was done, you opened a bank account in a particular branch. You are not allowed to operate this bank account from any other branch, even if it is of the same bank. Is it okay? Even if it is of the same bank, any other branch? No, right? Same bank, same branch. But with introduction of a core banking solution, now I'm not a customer of a branch, I'm a customer of a bank. Meaning what? I might have opened a bank account in SBI Old Rajendra Nagar. Can I operate that account sitting in, let's say, Kerala? Yes. Can I go to SBI branch in Kerala and conduct operations in my bank account, which is in, let's say, right, Old Rajendra Nagar or any other part of Delhi? Yes, absolutely possible. Now, because I've said Old Rajendra Nagar or ORN, some of you will think, okay, in that case, I will have to open bank account only in Old Rajendra Nagar. No. Any bank, right? Again, those have CBS, by the way. Okay. Any bank, you open a account, that account you can operate through any branch. That is a concept of a core banking solution. Okay. PFMS is integrated with the CBS. Yes. This statement is true, by the way. And this is the reason why lot of these subsidies the government of India wants to transfer into the bank account of the beneficiary. Is it okay? They will be transferring this money into the bank account of the beneficiary because of this initiative itself. Okay, done. Everybody is okay. So first one is correct. Third one is correct. Question number 39. Right option is option B. Only two are correct. Let me take up one more question. After that, I'll address some of your questions. Which of the following is the most inflationary? It is the most inflationary. Underline the term most inflationary in its impact. First one, government is selling government securities. RBI conducting OMO where it buys government securities. RBI participating in the primary market of government securities. RBI increasing the SLR, statutory liquidity ratio. Let's go one by one. RBI selling the government securities. If RBI will sell government securities, RBI will take the money from the market. Is it inflationary in the first place? No. RBI conducting OMO where it buys government securities. And before I go forward, I have an important point regarding open market operation. Please remember this. OMO can be two types. I'm explaining this because I know many of you will make a mistake here. Why? You will write OMO separately and repo separately. Am I correct in this? Do let me know. Most of you, I know this. You will write OMO as a separate tool, repo as a separate tool. Are they both different? Are they both separate? Absolutely no. That is where students make a mistake. The repo is a type of a OMO. I'll repeat the statement. Repo is a type of OMO. Sir, how? Please understand. What does the term OMO, what does it actually mean? It simply means Reserve Bank of India will basically conduct certain transactions to change money supply. To change the money supply, will conduct certain transaction. For example, it will purchase government securities, it will sell government securities. That is open market operation. But within open market operation, please understand, one can be done to change the money supply on temporary basis, and another can be done to change the money supply for durable basis. Is the statement clear to all of you? I'll give you, don't worry, I'll give you example. Okay, OMO, the money supply can be changed for temporary basis. Money supply can be changed for durable basis. Sir, what do you mean by this? Let me give you one example. 7-day repo. All of you, please do let me know. 7-day repo. What does RBI do under this? RBI will give a loan, purchase government securities. That is basically give money, purchase government securities from a bank. But is it durable? Think of this and do let me know. Is it durable? No, this is not durable. It is short term. It is temporary. Everybody is able to understand. It is a type of OMO. Everybody is able to understand now. So please do not be under the impression that OMO is something else, right? Repo is something else. No, repo is a type of OMO itself. But repo is a type of OMO where liquidity or money supply changes for a temporary duration, very short duration. Sir, what about durable change in the supply of money? For example, let's say you are the RBI governor. 7:15 now. Congrats, you are the RBI governor. Now, look at this. You will purchase simply one transaction. One transaction. You will simply purchase the G security from me. That's it. I will sell the G security. You will purchase the G security and you will give the money to me. Now, please tell me, in this transaction, don't you think the money supply is durable here? Yes or no? I want an answer from all of you. Only one transaction. I will sell the government security. You will give the money to me, your RBI. Is it essentially not a durable supply of money in the economy? Correct? Right? So please understand, OMO can be durable in nature or temporary nature. Repo essentially is a temporary change in supply. Temporary change. It doesn't change, right? Let's say money supply for a durable or a longer duration. Everybody is okay? Everybody is okay. So, RBI conducting OMO where it buys, right? Let's say government securities. There's no clarity, but anyways, please understand. Right option for this question is option C. Question number 40, right option for the question is option C. Let me explain this to you. Let me explain, because many of you will disagree with me and say option B is the right one, sir. Option B is the right one. No, option C. Is option B changing the money supply? Is it durable? Yes. Can it cause inflation? Yes. But the question is, which of the following is most inflationary? Question is, which of the following? Question is not asking you which is inflationary. No. Question is asking you which of the following is most inflationary. And why do I say third? That is a statement, RBI participating in the primary market of G security is most inflationary. I'll explain this. Listen to me carefully. What do you mean by primary market of government security? Government is, let's say, issuing certain government bonds or government securities. RBI purchasing these government securities and transferring money to Government of India. Please do let me know if this is done. Observe the picture very carefully. If this is done, can I simply say the money which was not there in the circulation will enter into circulation now? Please do let me know. Right, I'll repeat the statement. In case of this, if Government of India sells the G securities to Reserve Bank of India, don't you think this money which was not there in the circulation, this money was not there in the circulation, now will enter into circulation? Don't you think money supply abruptly will change, increase because of this? Is it not more inflationary compared to second one, where, right, basically the money which is there, right, is being given back? I hope you understand. Money which is there is being given back, because please understand, RBI is not allowed to participate in the primary issuance of government securities. I hope you understand. RBI is not allowed to participate in the primary market of government securities. Precisely the reason is it is inflationary. Is the statement okay? It is inflationary in nature. Right? That is the reason I told you earlier, under FRBM, Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act, primary market or primary issuance of government securities, RBI is not allowed to participate. This is more of a secondary market transaction. Is it okay? The second one is more of a secondary market transaction. That is, the bond is already there. Right? RBI is basically trying to buy back or sell the bonds. Primary market, it is more inflationary. Is everybody okay with this? Is it, Arushi Sharma, is it like printing new money? Yes, generally most of the books will say it is like printing and pushing new money which was not there in the circulation earlier. Yes, that is the basic idea. Okay, done. Everybody is okay? But sir, G security in primary market is also limited. So how will it cost? My dear, this bond is not there in the market. Government of India is issuing this bond. RBI will purchase this bond and give money to Government of India. What does Government of India do with this money? What will the Government of India do with this money, you tell me? Will they not spend this? Will they not basically increase the circulation? Yes, this money was not there in circulation. Now it has come into circulation. This is most inflationary. Okay. Right. So I hope you understand B is also inflationary, but which is most inflationary? Right. RBI participating in the primary market of G securities is most inflationary. Okay. Now, before I go to question number 41, let me take up certain questions from your side. Any questions? Any questions? Any statement that I've covered earlier, please do let me know. What exactly is crowding and crowding out? Crowding in means more and more borrowers or investors will come into the market. More will come into the market. That is called as crowding in. Crowding means they will move away from the market. That is crowding out. Okay. Question number 37, third statement. Question number 37, third statement. Grants for creation of capital asset. What is the problem? It will come under revenue expenditure? Yes. Why? Again and again I'm telling you this. Simple thumb rule. Simple thumb rule, my dear. If government will spend money and government's assets or liabilities will change, or any transaction where Government of India's assets and liabilities will change, capital. Here government is giving money to state. State is developing infrastructure. Is the central government's assets changing? No. Put it under revenue expenditure. That's it. Okay. Sir, are off-budget borrowings and corporation loans the same? No. Right? Who said both are same? No. Absolutely no. Okay. Again, when you say corporation loans, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? There should be clarity on this. Because I feel you have basically read it somewhere, copied and pasted. So what is a corporation loan here? Are you talking about FCI taking a loan? In that case, if FCI takes a loan which is repaid by the center, it is part of the liabilities. Okay. Question 31, statement 3. Question 31. Okay, let's go to question. Retirement of public debt may cause inflation. The Government of India will use the money and purchase government bonds from you. If Government of India will purchase a bond, they will give money to you. Money supply in the economy changes, it increases. Yes, that will contribute to inflation. Okay. Next. Sir, if repo rate reduction of 25 basis points has been conducted after such a long time since 2020, how come it is a short term? My dear, what is repo? You understand the concept of a repo? What is repo? Most of you, that's a concern I generally have regarding the students, because you simply memorize something that is given in a book and you want to write an answer. No, repo, essentially a layman understanding is, repo is a rate of interest. I'll address this, then continue the discussion. Okay. A lot of you will feel that because it is given in the book, repo means a rate of interest. But please understand, in that case, you tell me what is the difference between repo and bank rate? Let me know. What is the difference between a repo and a bank rate? Because bank rate is also a lending rate. It is also rate of interest. Repo is also rate of interest. Now you will simply say bank rate, right? Collateral is not there, etc., etc. Argument is simple. Bank rate is purely a lending rate. It is purely a lending rate. Repo is repurchasing order. Repo is repurchasing order. What do you mean by repurchasing order? There are two transactions in the repo. There are two legs, two transactions in the repo. In first transaction, RBI will pay money and purchase government securities from the bank. Is it okay? RBI will give money and purchase government securities. Second leg, RBI will return the government securities. Bank will pay money to RBI. But the money paid in the second step by the bank will be much larger than in the first step. That rate is called as repo rate. So please understand, repo as a concept is different. So repo can be done for 7 days. So 7 days it is over. Repo can be done for 14. Repo can be done for 56. Announcement might be done any time, but the duration is there. Okay. Now let me continue. Question number 41. Consider the following statements. We are starting to enter into taxation now. These act as a built-in stabilizer. The average rate is higher than the marginal rate. With higher tax base, the gap between average and marginal tax rate increases. How many of the above are applicable to progressive taxes? How many of the above are applicable to progressive taxes? Right? How many of them are applicable? Only one, only two, all the three, or none of them? Let's start. Point number one, what do you mean by progressive taxes? Listen to me very carefully. Progressive taxes essentially means as the income increases, amount of tax collected will also increase. As the income increases, right, the amount of taxes collected will also increase. That is called as a progressive tax. For example, in India, do let me know, can I say income taxes are progressive in nature? All of you will agree? Income taxes are progressive in nature, right? So as the income increases, amount of taxes collected also increases. But please understand, there is a typical term here. There are certain important terms. One is called as a marginal rate and a second one is called as a average rate. What do you mean by marginal rate? When you cross or when your income increases beyond certain threshold, will the new income tax rate or the higher income tax rate, will it be much steeper, much larger compared to earlier income tax rate? All of you will agree? For every additional 1 rupee that you earn beyond, let's say 10 lakh rupees, you'll have to pay 30% income tax. Is it okay? Right? All of you able to understand? Please understand, that is called as marginal rate of taxation. Be careful, marginal rate of taxation. What is average rate of taxation? The total amount of taxes you have paid divided by total income. That is average rate of taxation. Now I'll ask you a very simple question. I'll just give you one number and ask you a simple question. Imagine if your income is up to, let's say 5 lakh, again hypothetically. Now income tax rate is 10%. Okay. If it is more than 5 lakh and up to 10 lakh, let's say it is 20%. And more than 10 lakh, it is, let's say, 30%. Now, can I simply say marginal rate of taxation is greater than average rate of taxation here? Let me know. I'll understand whether your CSAT is strong or very, very weak based on this only. I'll repeat this again. What is average rate of taxation? Total taxes paid divided by total income. What is marginal rate of taxation? If your income is more than 10 lakh rupees, let's say you earn 10 lakh 1 rupee. So this additional 1 rupee, how much will be the tax collected on this? 30% tax will be collected. Everybody is able to understand this. Marginal means above this amount, the amount of tax rate applicable will be much higher. That is marginal rate of taxation. Marginal means extra. Everybody is okay? So do let me know, is this structure similar to income tax structure in India? Correct? Is this structure that I've written, is it similar to income tax structure? So can I simply say marginal rate of taxation will be greater than average rate of a taxation in a progressive taxation system? Everybody is okay with this? Please do let me know. Everybody is okay with this? There is a use of this. Some of you will simply say, sir, what is the use of this? Right? There is no use of this. How do I use it in the prelims or let's say mains examination? Let me give you one more idea. Regressive taxation. Regressive taxation. How do you define what is regressive taxation? Do let me know, how do you define regressive taxation? Regressive taxation essentially means as a percentage of the total income, you will pay less percentage as your income keeps on increasing. I'll repeat the statement here. All of you, please listen to me very carefully. As a percentage of the income, as a percentage of your income, you will keep on paying lesser and lesser amount of income as your income increases. That is regressive taxation. There is also one more type of a taxation called as proportional. There is also one more type of a tax called as proportional taxation. Right? Any example? Anybody can tell me what is an example of a proportional taxation? Let's say. Anybody can tell me an example of a proportional taxation. Any example of a proportional taxation? GST. My dear, GST is regressive in nature. GST is regressive in nature. GST is a regressive tax. Indirect taxes are regressive in nature. Let me prove it to you. Let's say you will go to a market and purchase a packet of biscuit. Right now your income is 100 rupee. You'll pay 1 rupee GST. 1 rupee GST. So how much percentage of the income you have paid in this example? Can I say 1% of your income you have paid in this example in the form of taxes? If your income goes up from 100 rupees to let's say 1000 rupees, will you pay more GST? Think of this. Will you pay more GST? No, you will not pay more GST. You will pay same amount of GST, which means as a percentage of income. As a percentage of income, now can I simply say you're paying, right, 0.01%? Yes or no? I want an answer from all of you. I know most of you will be looking at the clock and we will be thinking you started at 2 o'clock, it is 7:30, I'm falling asleep like this, stop it. No, listen. One day it is right pain for you, but once you finish all these basic concepts, it will be a game for you. Okay. So can I simply say indirect taxes are regressive in nature because of this? Everybody is okay with this? Now come to proportional. Come to proportional taxes. What is a proportional tax? Example for a proportional tax is corporate taxes. Corporate taxes. Many of you will say, no sir, no way. Corporate taxes are not proportional. I can prove it to you. Listen to the argument first. Please listen to the argument. What do you mean by proportional? Doesn't matter what is your income, same percentage you will pay in the form of tax. I'll repeat the statement. Doesn't matter what is your income, same percentage of the income you will pay in the form of taxes. For example, corporate taxes. Imagine you earn a profit of 10,000 crore rupees and imagine you are being taxed at 22%. Don't you think whether your income is 10,000 crore profit, whether your profit is 10,000 or 5,000 or 2,000 crore, doesn't matter, you will end up paying 22% of it in the form of corporate taxes? Proportional. Everybody is able to understand this? Do let me know. And how do you remember all of these? In a very simple way, in case of progressive, marginal rate of taxation is greater than average rate of taxation. In regressive, marginal rate of taxation is lesser than average rate of taxation. In proportional, marginal rate of taxation is equal to, right, average rate of taxation. Simple. Is it okay? Right? In progressive, marginal, that is additional 1 rupee, you will pay more amount of a tax compared to average. Right? In regressive, opposite. In proportional, same. Marginal is equal to average. Is it okay? Can we go forward now? Right? So let's start. Progressive taxes. These act as built-in stabilizers. What do you mean by act as built-in stabilizers? Please understand. When GDP increases, people will earn more income. And because these progressive, let's say income taxes, Government of India will collect more amount of income from the people. Will it not reduce the demand for goods and services to a certain extent? Everybody is able to understand. And when the economy takes a nosedive, economy falls down, enters into recession, people will lose a job. People's salary will be cut, right? People will lose a part of their salary. In that case, if their income will go down, now Government of India will collect lesser because you fall under the lesser rate of taxation. Right? Ensuring that you will not pay more amount of taxes, the taxes collected are lesser, there will be sufficient amount of money to have goods and services. This is called as built-in stabilizer. Is everybody able to understand? Right? Progressive taxes are right generally acting as built-in stabilizers. Everybody is okay? Second one, average rate is higher than the marginal rate. Right? Average rate is higher than marginal rate. No, exactly opposite. Exactly opposite. Average rate is lesser, marginal rate is higher. With a higher tax base, the gap between average and marginal tax rate increases. Now, please understand. In case of, let's say, your income increasing from 5 lakh to 10 lakh, 10 lakh to 20, 20 to 30, etc. For every additional rupee, you will keep on paying 30% only. But don't you think more the income you keep on earning, average rate will also keep on increasing? Yes or no? I'll repeat the statement. Imagine your income is 8 lakh now. You'll pay according to these slabs. You'll pay according to these slabs. That is up to 5 lakh. They will collect 10% income tax from you. 10% of the income. And above 5 up to 8, they will collect 20%. And they will calculate average. Marginal is 20%. Average could be somewhere, let's say around 14%. Now tell me, if your income keeps on increasing from 8 to 12, 12 to 15, 15 to 20, 20 to 30 like this, marginal will remain maximum how much? 30%. But as your income keeps on increasing, don't you think average rate of taxation will also keep on increasing? So the gap between the marginal and average doesn't increase. Rather, it decreases. Everybody is okay? Third statement is incorrect. So right option for question number 41 is A. Only one is correct. Done? Can we go forward now? Question number 42. Most of you have gone dormant. Why? Please do let me know. I am the one who has been shouting since 2 p.m. Why you people have gone dormant? Can I move on to the next one? Right, 4 people have answered. The rest of them, sir, dinner time. I'm busy eating dinner. Right, my hands are completely right. One is in there in the gravy and the other one is there in the rice bowl. How do I keep on typing? My dear, focus. Focus. Okay. Question number 42. Let's go forward. Question number 42. Consider the following regarding cesses. Every cess collected by union government has to be approved by the parliament. Is it true? Right? By the way, please understand, there is a cess, there is a surcharge. Okay, there is one called as a cess and the other one is called as surcharge. If the government of India wants to implement a cess or surcharge, there are provisions in the Constitution of India. Under Article 270, generally the cesses are provided. Under Article 271, surcharges are provided for. Okay, right? Surcharges are provided. Okay. Now, if the government of India wants to implement or introduce a type of a cess, please understand, they will have to basically, first introduce a bill, get it passed in the parliament, and only then the cess can be introduced. Is the statement clear to all of you? Only and only then the cess can be introduced. Okay. Article 270 of the Constitution allows the cess to be excluded from the purview of divisible pool of taxes. What is a divisible pool of taxes? You have a finance commission. What is the primary function of a finance commission? The finance commission will recommend how much of the divisible pool of taxes will go to center and the state. But what is there in the divisible pool of taxes? Right? Please understand, all the pan-India taxes, which are imposed and collected by the center, except cesses and surcharges. Cesses and surcharges are not a part of divisible pool. So Article 270 of the Constitution allows the cesses to be excluded. Cesses to be excluded from the purview. Yes. If cess is collected in 1 year, is remaining unspent, then it can be used for other purposes. Absolutely no. Please understand this. One of the very important point of difference between a cess and surcharge is you cannot deviate the amount of cess for anything else. For example, let's say Government of India has imposed and collected education cess. Can they use this education cess to promote exports? Not allowed. The Government of India has imposed and collected healthcare cess. Can they use it, right? Let's say to construct a manufacturing facility in, right? Let's say urban India, not allowed. Roads, not allowed. Airport, not allowed. Why? Cesses, when they are introduced to achieve a specific objective. These are introduced to achieve a specific objective. For example, we have had agriculture, the Swachh Bharat cess. We have had, right, the healthcare cess. Today we have healthcare and education cess. Right? So, cesses are introduced to achieve a specific objective. So, can you divert these funds for any other purposes? Absolutely no, it will not be allowed. Even if you have not used it in the same year, you can use it in the next year. Okay? Cess is collected in 1 year, unspent, can be used for other purposes? No. One is correct, second is correct. Right option for question number 42 will be option B. Now, let me go to question number 43. Okay, question number 43. Consider the following statements. The surcharges make the taxation system more progressive. Let me know. The surcharges make the taxation system more progressive. The statement is yes, by the way. Correct. Let me prove it to you. The most important type of a surcharge that the Government of India uses is to impose on income tax. To impose on income tax. Let's say, right, understand this. Let's say you are earning an income of, let's say, more than 50 lakh rupees. There is a surcharge that is imposed by the government. And those who are wondering what is a surcharge? It is a tax on the tax. Is my statement clear? It is a tax on a tax that is called as surcharge. For example, imagine you have earned income of, let's say, 55 lakh rupees. The government will use income tax slabs and, let's say, hypothetically, I'm saying hypothetically, will calculate and they'll say you will have to pay 15 lakh rupee taxes. Again, all of this is hypothetical. Okay. 15 lakh rupee taxes are collected from you. Now, because your income has crossed more than 50 lakh rupee, in addition to this income tax, government will impose tax on this. Let's say 10%, hypothetically, let's say 10%, which means you'll have to pay 15 lakh rupee plus 10% of 15 lakh, you will end up paying 16.5 lakh rupee. And if you think, sir, only 16.5 lakh rupee, the government says, wait, thamba, there is more. What is more here? There will be cesses added as well. There will be an application of cesses as well here. Healthcare and education cess of 4%. So everybody is able to understand. So surcharge, right? Is it okay if I say higher the income, higher the rate of surcharge? And higher the rate of surcharge essentially means what? More amount out of my income, I will essentially give it to government now. More and more amount out of my income, I'll give it to government because of surcharges. Don't you think it will make the system more progressive in nature? Higher income, higher taxes. It will make the system more progressive. Everybody is okay with the statement 1? Let me go to statement 2. The cesses and surcharges are not considered as a part of consolidated fund of India. Cesses and surcharges are not considered as a part of consolidated fund. No. This is not a part of, these are part of consolidated fund. It is incorrect. These will be counted as a part of consolidated fund. And Monu Chaudhary, what kind of justice is this? My dear, please understand. Under taxation, there is a concept called as principles of taxation. Canon of taxation. And one of the canons simply says, A person who has the higher capacity to pay taxes, we should impose more taxes and collect it from them. Right? Canon of, right, capacity. Canon of capacity. A person who has a higher capacity to pay taxes, impose more taxes, collect it from them. And don't you think in the current affairs, are you not reading this? Essentially, many of the experts asking government of India to impose higher taxes on billionaires. They are calling this as a billionaire tax. Correct? All of you heard of this. Why? What is their argument? Their argument is they are billionaires. They have capacity to pay taxes, impose more and collect it from them. What is wrong in that? Again, right, it's a different debate altogether, but one of the argument is this. Okay. So income tax, when progressive, will impose a higher burden on the rich compared to proportional income tax system. Read the third statement. All of you, please read the third statement. The income tax, when it is progressive, will impose a higher burden on the rich compared to a proportional income tax system. Don't you think that statement is correct? Think of this. Sir, how? I'm not able to understand. Tell me how. Proportional means, let's say a person is earning income 1 crore, 5 crore, 50 crore, doesn't matter. I will have a flat rate of 10%. Flat rate, 10% or 20%. But now, by having a slab-like structure, as your income increases, you will pay a very high marginal rate. In addition to this, I will also have surcharges and cesses. Right? Don't you think rich people, because of surcharges and cesses, right, they will end up paying a huge amount of money? Correct? Okay, so it will make more progressive. The structure will become more progressive and impose a higher burden on the rich people. Everybody is okay with this? Statement 1 is correct. Statement 3 is correct. And some of you are saying, doesn't Cess come under CFI and surcharge in public account? No, my dear, consolidated fund. Consolidated fund. Anyways, the statement is incorrect. Cesses and surcharges are not considered. Statement is incorrect there itself. Okay, so 1 is correct, 3 is correct. Question number 43, right option is option B. Only 2 of them are correct. Okay, question number 44 now. Consider the following statements. I'll cover 45 and then we'll take a break. Don't worry. I'll cover 45 and then take a break. So 44, consider the following statements. The introduction of GST has led to concurrency of taxation in India. Right? The introduction of GST has led to concurrency of taxation in India. How many of you think this is correct? Do let me know. How many of you think this is correct? Yes, this is correct, by the way. Be very careful. I know a lot of you would have not come across the term concurrency of taxation. I know that this statement is correct. What do you mean by concurrency of taxation? Imagine earlier, before the introduction of GST, earlier what used to happen? The production of a good would attract excise duty. Is the statement okay? You produce something, excise duty was applied. Who applied it and who collected? Center. You sell the good, it attracted sales tax. Now, who imposed and collected sales tax? State government. So, can I simply say before the GST was implemented, same product, two governments were not allowed to impose a taxation on that? There was a bifurcation in the taxation. If production happened, only center would impose. If sales happened, state would impose. But you tell me now, GST. Now, when the production happens, who will impose the taxes on that? That is the GST. GST has two components, center as well as state. Can I simply say both governments are imposing taxes on the same activity now? If the product is sold, what is the tax? GST. GST again has center and state tax. So can I simply say one activity is being imposed with two taxes, one from center and another from state. This is called as concurrency of taxation. This was not there earlier. Why it was not there earlier? Schedule 7 of Indian Constitution divided the taxation powers between the center and state. And before the introduction of GST, what did we do? Did we not amend the Constitution of India? Why? Because earlier concurrency, that is on the same activity, both governments cannot impose a tax. Both of them cannot impose a tax. Only one of them would be allowed to impose a tax. But under GST, now both are imposing taxes. So first statement is correct. Everybody is okay. Do let me know. Everybody is okay. GST is a destination based tax. Yes. I'll give a very simple example so that all of you understand. Very recently, in which state Kumbh Mela was held? Let me see how many of you, right, have read the newspaper. Very recently, in which state Kumbh Mela was held? UP. All of you will agree? So you tell me, the GST component will go to which state for any goods or services which are sold or consumed during Kumbh Mela? Don't you think all this, right, that is the GST component, that is SGST component, will go to the UP government? And if you're wondering, and this is where you need to connect what is happening with the static portion. UP government is said to have collected more than 1000 crore worth of GST because of Kumbh Mela. Is it okay? Right? UP government is said to have collected more than 1000 crore rupees of GST because of Kumbh Mela. Is everybody able to understand? Again, what is the point? Don't simply say, sir, what is the use of this in the UPSC? Destination based taxation. Any state where the good or service is consumed will get the SGST component. That is the reason, right, the GST is referred to as a destination based taxation. Everybody is okay with the second statement? Third statement, GST is a multi-point tax. What do you mean by multi-point tax? From the production to consumption, there are different stages. Correct? From the production to consumption, there are different stages. At every stage, GST will be imposed. At every stage, GST will be imposed. Answer is yes. Again, please understand, there is an input tax credit. Many of you will simply say, but sir, if it is, right, if it is collected at every stage, will it not lead to cascading effect? My dear, it will not lead to cascading effect because there is an input tax credit. There is an input tax credit. So is the GST as a multi-point destination based taxation? Yes, it is a multi-point. It is a destination based taxation. And those who are saying, sir, multi-point was applicable only to VAT. My dear, what was the feature of a VAT, by the way? That's the reason I want you to connect all these particular dots. What was the speciality about VAT? You tell me, what was the speciality about VAT? Input tax credit. Correct? Under VAT, we introduced the concept of an input tax credit. Is it not present under the GST as well? Think of it. Is it not present under the concept of GST as well? And VAT, by the way, has been subsumed under GST. Right? So what is a multi-point tax? What do you mean by multi-point? My dear, let's say I'll produce plastic. I will sell it to you. You will use the plastic to manufacture, let's say, a pen. You will sell it to, right, let's say, one distributor. This distributor will sell it to second distributor. This second distributor will sell it to shopkeeper. Now, very simple question to all of you. Are there multiple stages from the production to consumption? Are there multiple stages? According to you, GST is not collected in all the stages. Yes, GST has to be collected at all the stages. Again, I'm saying, will it lead to cascading? No. Whatever GST is paid in the first step will be provided to you in the form of input tax credit. So, where is a question of cascading? No question of cascading. Okay. And by the way, cascading means tax on a tax. Tax on a tax is called as cascading. So, GST is a multi-point tax. Yes, it is a multi-point tax. So, 1, 2, 3 are correct. Question number 44, option C is the right one. Be very careful. Lot of you, right, are making a mistake. Please be very, very careful. Okay, if we consider this way, now it is understandable. Shubham, my dear, which other way you had considered? Do let me know. Okay, one more question. After this, I'll stop. We'll take the dinner break. It is a constitutional body set up under Article 280 of Indian Constitution. This is on GST Council, by the way. Okay, question number 45 on the GST Council. It's a constitutional body, yes. Set up under Article 280, wrong. Don't jump to conclusion, don't jump the gun. Look at the first part of the statement. It is a constitutional body, but under Article 279A. A lot of you will answer this statement. Why? Memorized. Sir, memorized. Like a Ghazni, I've written it on, right? Let's say my body now. Any point of time you wake me up and ask me article, I'll tell you, sir, Article 279 and A. Right? GST Council. Great. First statement. Second statement. Center appoints a vice chairperson of the GST Council. Now googly. Complete googly. Why? Nowhere it is written in the book. None of the books have talked about vice chairperson in the GST Council. My dear, is there a position of vice chairperson in the GST Council? Yes. Who will basically appoint him? Rather than the term appointment, it has to say election. Elected. Vice chairperson is elected from the members of the GST Council itself. And right now, there is no vice chairperson. Why? It has to be conducted by the center. That is, center means the representative of the center there. Right? No elections have been conducted. Nobody is the vice chairperson right now. So, center appoints. No, this is incorrect. This is incorrect. Okay. Let's go to the third statement. Again, one more googly. The decisions of the council are to be taken by a simple majority of votes. Sir, in which book it is given? My dear, GST Council website. Right? Please understand, the decisions of the GST Council are to be taken by simple majority. No, 75% of the majority of votes of present and voting. P and V. 75% of present and voting. Please remember this. Right? That is a 3/4 of the majority present and voting. Okay? And the central government has 1/3 of the total votes. All the states, right, remaining have been given equal out of 2/3 of the remaining votes. Right? So, third statement, incorrect. If a proposal is not decided by the GST Council meeting, then it lapses. No. Right? Please understand. If a proposal is not considered, not decided in the GST Council, no, it doesn't lapse. It can be taken up again. There is no concept of expiry or lapsing within the GST Council. Is it okay? So, all the four statements are incorrect. So, question number 45, right option is option D here. Everybody is okay? So, now let me take the break, right? It's almost 8 o'clock. Let's take the dinner break. But before that, anybody has a question regarding any of the statements that we have discussed earlier? Please do let me know. Anybody has a doubt or a concern or an issue regarding what we have discussed? Please do let me know. Can the windfall tax also be considered progressive? Structure was done in a different way regarding windfall. The concept of the windfall taxation is slightly different. Okay. I'm here after taking 2 hours of break. My dear, you take 1 more hour now. Right? Not exactly 1 more hour. Let's say another half an hour. Take another half an hour break. Anyways, we are going to stop the discussion because of dinner break. Okay, question number 41, statement 3. Question number 41. Where is question number 41? Okay, statement 3. With higher tax base, the gap between average and marginal tax rate increases. My dear, what is a marginal tax rate? Highest tax rate. What is average? Right? Whatever is the total taxes you have paid out of your total income. As your income keeps on increasing, you'll also keep on paying more and more taxes because it is progressive in nature. And when you keep on paying more and more taxes, marginal, for example, in India, marginal will be how much? 30%. I hope you understand. Marginal is 30%. But please understand, with higher income, more and more part of your additional rupee out of after 10 lakh rupees, you will keep on paying to government. In addition to that, there will be surcharges, there will be cesses. That will ensure the average rate of taxation will start increasing. average rate of taxation will start increasing. So the gap between marginal and average will start slowing down or shortening, falling down rather than increasing. Okay, third statement is incorrect. Question 40, option C. RBI participate in the primary market of government securities. My dear, this amount is not there in the right production. There is no, I hope you understand. Generally, when the RBI participates in the secondary market, RBI purchases, RBI sells. But when RBI participates in the primary market, this amount is not present in the system. It will be introduced for the first time in the system. It is like printing money and giving it to government. When RBI prints and gives it to government, it will increase the money supply. Okay, done. So let's take a pause now. Let's take a pause. We will continue the discussion after the dinner break. Okay, so we'll start with question number 46. Time is 8 o'clock. Let's restart at 8:30. Okay, let's restart at 8:30. Half an hour is more than sufficient. Anyways, you will take 1 hour every day. Today you take half an hour. So let's restart the session right at 8:30. I'll write it here. Break till 8:30 p.m. Okay, take the dinner break. We'll see after the break. Okay. Okay, welcome back. Before I start the discussion, please do let me know. Am I audible and visible for everyone? Please do let me know. Am I audible and visible? Come back now. Come back. Okay, done. Before I start the discussion, if you like the initiatives that we are taking for you, please do hit the like button. And if you're yet to subscribe to our YouTube channel, kindly do it now. Okay. Now, let's start. Question number 46. Everybody's dinner is over. I presume it is done. Let's start. Okay. Question number 46. Consider the following statements regarding GST compensation. Right. So, statement 1, the government is still collecting the compensation cess to pay the compensation to the states. Please understand, although the concept of compensation has been there in the discussion for a long time now, it has been there even in the current affairs, by the way. You will have to treat it as a part of a static portion now. Why? It's been more than 6 to 7 years. So, what is a compensation cess here? Simple idea. When we introduced the concept of a GST back in 2017, all of you know the GST was implemented or introduced from 1st July 2017, correct? 1st July 2017. So, with the introduction of GST, essentially what happened was the states were worried that they would end up losing lot of tax receipts. And their arguments were valid. What was the argument? GST is a destination based tax. Right? I hope you know this. And remember what we have discussed before the dinner break. GST is a destination based tax. And by the virtue of being a destination based tax, obviously, lot of the goods and services are consumed across the state border. Those particular states would end up collecting, right, these particular SGST tax receipts. So the argument of the states was, I'm giving away the taxation power, but what if I'm not able to collect a sufficient amount of taxes under GST? And that is the reason why the concept of GST compensation was introduced by the government of India. GST compensation. So what we did was, under the GST slab rate of 28%. How many slabs are there? The most important slabs are 5, 12, 18 and 28. Okay, the most important slabs are 5, 12, 18 and 28. There is also 0%, but the most important ones are these 4. Under the 28% slab rate, we identified certain commodities. For example, tobacco products. For example, cars. For example, let's say aerated beverages. In addition to 28% GST, we also imposed the compensation cess. We also imposed compensation cess, GST compensation cess. The government would collect the GST compensation cess, use it to pay for the compensation to the states. Now the question arises, what do you mean by compensation here? What is the meaning of the compensation? Please understand, there was a formula that was used here. Whatever taxes were collected by the states which were given away under GST for the year 2015 and 16 were considered as base. I'll repeat the statement. Whatever taxes which were imposed and collected by the states which were given away under GST in 2015 and 16, those tax receipts were considered as a base. And we assume that from this, from one year to the next year, these incomes or the tax receipts will keep on growing by 14%. So imagine for a particular state, if you apply the formula, let's say for 2019 and 2020, according to the formula, they were supposed to collect, let's say 120 crore CR under the GST. But the actual collection, let's say, ends up 100 crores. So there's a shortfall. There is a revenue loss. This revenue loss of 20 CR was compensated by taking the funds from the compensation cess fund. Is everybody okay with the model of a compensation cess fund? But please remember this. This was to be provided only for 5 years. So with the introduction of GST plus 5, 2022, after June 2022, we completed 5 years. Center discontinued paying the compensation to the states. So far, so good. Center after June 2022 discontinued paying the compensation to the states. Center did not stop collecting GST compensation cess. Even today, for that matter, they collect GST compensation cess. But what is the use of that? If they're not paying compensation to the states, why is the center collecting it? Center is simply using this money to pay for the borrowings that they did during the COVID time period to pay compensation to the states. Sir, what is this borrowing? My dear, during COVID, India's GDP went down. And because the GDP went down, automatically GST collection will also go down. If the GST collection goes down, according to the formula, the states were supposed to collect more, but because of lower GST collection, compensation, cess collection, the gap would be much higher. The center did not have sufficient compensation cess fund to pay for the states. So center during the 2 years of pandemic borrowed 2.69 lakh crore rupees. Is my statement clear? Center borrowed 2.69 crore rupees, lakh crore rupees, and used it to pay compensation to the states. Now, who will repay this? Somebody has to repay this. That is where, I hope you understand, that's where center simply said, I will continue to collect GST compensation. I'll collect it. I will use this money to pay for this borrowing. Is my statement clear? I will continue to collect, but I will not pay to the states. I will use it to pay the loan that I've taken. Done? So that is the reason even today GST compensation is collected but not paid to the states. The government is still collecting the compensation cess to pay to the states. No, this is incorrect. Question number 46, statement 1 is incorrect. All the goods under 28% slab rate attract GST compensation cess. No, that is also incorrect. Selected items. Third one, the GST compensation is guaranteed under the 101st Constitutional Amendment Act. It is guaranteed under 101st Constitutional Amendment Act. Yes. The third statement is correct. Okay. Right. So, first, second are incorrect. Third one is correct. Right option for the question will be 46, option A, only one. Is it okay? Is it okay? Right. Now, question number 47. Anybody has a doubt? Monu Chaudhary, where are you? From which state are you? Are they are asking, answer, no? What is the problem in saying from which state you are? Huh? Day in, day out, you people keep on asking me, sir, from where you are? Which state you are? Tell me. But your colleague is asking and you are not ready to answer. Okay, question number 47. Again, on a lighter note. Monu, don't simply say, how dare you take my name in the class? Tell me your address, I'll come and I'll hit you there only. Right? No way, I do not promote any kind of violence. Okay, question number 47. At least some of the people are awake now. Okay, done. Question number 47, let's start. Consider the following statements regarding GST network. Okay. Statement 1, it is set up under Section 8 of Companies Act of 2013. Statement 2, it is 100% owned by Government of India. Let's start. What is a GST network? Please understand. It is an entity which has been set up by Government of India in order to ensure it will provide, it will provide the back-end support for the implementation of the GST. Because for example, if you go to restaurant, for example, some of you might be sitting in a restaurant right now, or some of you would have ordered something from a restaurant. If you're sitting in the restaurant, just to see above the cashier's head, there'll be a GST registration number. And if you have ordered something on, let's say app, and if you have received that food, they would have given a bill. Look at the bill, there will be a GST registration number. So there has to be somebody who has to give registration numbers. There has to be somebody who will analyze how many taxpayers are there. That is again under GST. Somebody who has to ensure that all the documents are collected, etc. That infrastructure backbone support is provided by the GST network. Is it okay? The infrastructure backend support is provided by GST network. Now let's start. It is set up under Section 8 of Companies Act of 2013. Correct. Section 8 companies are called as non-profit organizations. Non-profit organizations, NPOs. What do you mean by non-profit organization? And before I explain what is an NPO, I know some of you will basically say, sir, it is not Section 18, it is Section 25. I know some of you will try to correct me because you have typed something in the Google non-profit organization and Google will basically say it is a Section 25 company. My dear, please understand. Section 25 is from the old Companies Act. Companies Act of 1956. We do not use Companies Act of 1956 now. We use Companies Act of 2013. And under the Companies Act of 2013, it is called as a Section 8 company. Is the point clear? So whether it is that section or this section, right, please be aware what is the Companies Act. Point number 1. Point number 2. What is this non-profit organization? Right? What do you mean by non-profit organization? A company which is set up under this will generate profits. It's not that they will not generate profits. They will generate profits, but this company will not distribute the profit to the owners of the company. Is my statement clear? Does the company generate profit? Yes. Does the company pay the profits to the owner or the shareholders of the company? No. Whatever profits are generated, again, are invested back in the business. These institutions or these companies are called as non-profit organizations. Is GST network a non-profit organization? Yes. Yes. Statement 1 is correct. Second statement, it is 100% owned by Government of India? No. The ownership of GST network is between center and states now. It is between center and states. When the GST network was actually set up in the beginning, okay, it was set up, I believe, in 2015 or 2016. When it was actually set up, the center plus state put together used to own 49%. And there were other stakeholders which owned 51%. Now, Government of India has made changes. This 49% will not be held. 50% will be held by the center and 50% will be held by the states. This is the ownership of GST network now. Right? So, it is 100% owned by Government of India. Incorrect. So, question number 47, right option will be option A. Okay. Question number 48. Let me go forward. Question number 48. Everybody is okay? Do let me know. So far, so good. We have started the discussion. Please be awake now. Right? Because most of you have had Saturday evening, very heavy dinner. You're waiting for dinner. You had heavy dinner. Now AC is on. Fan is also on. Right? So you'll start sleeping, feeling asleep. And right, Sone Pe Suhaga is we are discussing economics. I hope you understand. We are icing on the cake is we are discussing economics. And I know a lot of you will be using economics to get sleep. Right? Basically, you're not feeling sleepy. Open economics book. Automatically, by the time we finish law of demand and law of supply, you'll start snoring like a rocket. Right? So I hope you understand. Right? All the factors are in favor of you having a sleep now. So don't sleep, listen to the lecture. Let's continue. Question number 48. Consider the following statements. With the tax buoyancy being below 1, the government is likely to resort to more borrowing. Is the statement correct? Just think, we have discussed the tax buoyancy earlier. Do let me know. Did we discuss tax buoyancy earlier? So when did you discuss? Don't lie. My dear, we were discussing debt to GDP ratio, tax to GDP ratio. I discussed tax buoyancy. And for a lot of you, it will be ages before. Sir, when did you discuss? 2 hours before. I don't even remember 5 minutes ago. You are asking me to remember for 2 hours. So we have discussed this. So think of this. If the tax buoyancy is less than 1, what does it mean? If GDP increases, let's say, by 5%, let's say GDP changes by 5% and tax collection changes by 2%. Can I simply say the tax to GDP ratio is less than 1 here? If the tax to GDP ratio, the tax buoyancy grows very slowly, less than 1, don't you think government now will be dependent more and more on the market to borrow and spend money? Because the fact of the matter is very simple. If the tax buoyancy is less, tax to GDP ratio will also be lesser, smaller. If tax to GDP ratio is smaller, right, have a look at this. It will force the government to borrow more and more. It will force the government to depend more on the market to borrow and spend money. Because mind you, taxes, right, there is no repayment liability on the taxes. Whereas government borrowing, there is always a repayment liability. Everybody is okay? Okay. Right. So with the tax buoyancy being below 1, government is likely to resort to more borrowing. Yes, absolutely correct. Second one, in the calculation of tax buoyancy, the real GDP is considered. The real GDP is considered. Now, what is this real GDP? Simple. There are two terms. One is the nominal GDP and the second one is real GDP. What is the difference? Nominal GDP will take into consideration what are the market prices in that respective year. In that reference time period, whatever is the market price, you will take it, calculate GDP. But what is real GDP? You do not take the current market prices, rather you take the base year prices. You do not take the current market prices, rather you take base year prices. What is the meaning of it? From nominal, you are removing the impact of inflation. That is essentially the real GDP. There are two terms also. Nominal GDP is called as a GDP at current market prices, and real GDP, GDP at constant market prices. Remember all of these technical terms. In the calculation of tax buoyancy, real GDP is considered. Do you think this should be correct? Think logically. Just think logically. Forget about it is economics, etc. Just think logically. In calculation of tax buoyancy, should you consider real GDP or nominal GDP? Don't you think nominal GDP makes more sense? Because the tax that you collect is on current market price. If you're wondering, sir, why I should not consider real? Real excludes impact of inflation. I feel that is correct. My dear, if you collect taxes, is it imposed on the current market price or the base year prices? It is imposed on current market prices. So how can you calculate tax buoyancy using nominal prices? You'll have to take current market prices. Okay. Second statement is incorrect. Okay. Let me go to the third one. Progressive taxes are more buoyant compared to regressive taxes. Is there any doubt regarding the third statement? Progressive taxes are more buoyant, that is, they react more, increase in the same direction as GDP compared to regressive taxes. Of course, yes. If GDP increases, more salary means more taxes. Progressive, right, taxes, income taxes will be collected more and more. Of course, yes. Right, so third statement is correct. Question number 48. Everybody is okay? First one is correct. Third one is correct. Right option will be option B. Only two of them are correct. Everybody is okay with question number 48 now? Do let me know. Everybody is okay? Question number 49. Right, so question number 49. Consider the following statements about MAT. Consider the following statements about MAT. What is a MAT? MAT stands for minimum alternate tax. Minimum alternate tax. MAT. MAT. Okay, minimum alternate tax. Now, what is this minimum alternate tax? Please understand, earlier there were certain companies which were very famously called as zero tax companies. There were certain companies which were very famously called as zero tax companies. What do you mean by zero tax companies? Simple. Let's say you are earning certain amount of income. Do you think government will impose income taxes on the full income and collect it from you? Think by the way. You are earning certain amount of income. Do you think government will impose the income tax on the full income and collect it? No. Government will essentially give you lot of deductions and exemptions. Is everyone okay? Deductions and exemptions. They'll say gross taxable income, net taxable income, etc. Right? So whatever income you have earned, part of it, imagine you have invested in PPF, Public Provident Fund. Under section 80C, you can claim it as deduction. You have earned a certain income through agriculture sources, 100% exemption. You have taken a housing loan. I hope you understand. You have taken a housing loan. Under section 80C, you can claim interest and the principal to a certain extent under section 24 of Income Tax Act of 1961 as a deduction. So I hope you understand certain deductions are allowed, certain exemptions are allowed. Now, if you are getting the benefit of deduction and exemption, don't you think the companies should also get the same benefit? Yes or no? Don't you think the companies should also get the same benefit? Why only you should have all the fun? Companies should also have certain amount of fun. So argument is simple here. Profits are generated, right? Please understand there's a term called as a book profit. What is a book profit? Essentially the difference between the expenditure and revenue. Expenditure and revenue. It is called as a book profit. Now from the book profit, certain deductions and exemptions are allowed. And whatever is left after that, it is called as a taxable profit. Is the issue okay with all of you? Now the problem was, many companies earlier generated lot of book profits, claimed a lot of deductions and ended up having 0 rupee taxable profit. Now whether you have 30% corporate tax rate or 50% corporate tax rate or 22% corporate tax rate doesn't make any difference. Why? Taxable profit is a big zero for the government. These companies were called as zero tax companies. Is everyone okay? So what did we do? It was Mr. Rajiv Gandhi who was the Prime Minister. They looked at these companies and they realized companies are generating book profit. They are selling more than they are selling and getting more money compared to what they are spending. But they are claiming lot of deductions. Hence, right, they are not paying sufficient taxes to government. That is where the government of India introduced the concept of minimum alternate tax. Initially, it was called as a minimum corporate tax. Later, when Mr. P. Chidambaram was the finance minister, it was renamed as minimum alternate tax. Under this, what is done? Simple. By the way, it is introduced. The MAT is a part of Income Tax Act. Remember this. Section 115. Section 115 of Income Tax Act of 1961. It is part of this. Right. So under this, government would simply say, I will calculate. Right. Look at this. I will calculate 15% of book profit. And how do you derive book profit? Expenditure minus the receipt. Expenditure, the income minus expenditure. I'll not write it reverse. Income, that is the turnover minus expenditure. You have earned 1,000 crore. You have spent 400 crore. Your book profits are 600 crore. On this 600 crore, I will calculate 15%. You claim any amount of deduction. We will arrive at a taxable profit. On the taxable profit, I will calculate, let's say, 30%. Whichever is greater, 30% of taxable profit or 15% of book profit, whichever is greater, I will impose and collect that as a tax from you. Hence, this is called as a minimum alternate tax. Everybody is okay? Please do let me know why it is called as a minimum alternate tax. Everybody is able to understand the system now? Ishwar, my dear, yes, you could have studied that in the BCom. You will come across assets, liabilities, right, etc., etc., different types of deductions. I'm not explaining all of that for GS paper 3. That's a difference here. Okay. Now, what are the points? Let's go through that. The provisions regarding MAT are there under the Income Tax Act of 1961. Yes, the statement is correct. MAT is calculated on the book profit and is currently at 15%. And is currently at 15%. Yes, that is also true. MAT is applicable to companies, individuals, HUF, Hindu undivided families, etc. This statement is incorrect. This is incorrect. Why? In case of companies, MAT is applicable. Sir, what about, let's say, for the FPOs, right? The producer organization, farmer producer organizations. What about Hindu undivided families? What about individuals? Is the MAT applicable? No. In case of these FPOs, individuals, HUFs, etc., what is applicable? There is one more term called as AMT, alternate minimum taxation. AMT, not MAT, AMT. Don't say both are one and the same. It is evening, right? It's 9 o'clock. So sir is writing ulta palta like this. No, right? One is MAT and the other one is AMT, alternate minimum taxation. AMT is applicable on HUF, cooperatives, the FPOs, etc. MAT is applicable on the companies. Okay, so third statement is incorrect. Everybody is okay? So 1 and 2 are correct. Right option for question number 49 will be option B here. Okay, option B. Okay, can we go forward? What is Hindu undivided family? HUF, please understand, HUF is a type of a taxpayer. Individuals will pay income taxes. Under Income Tax Act, please understand, I'll tell you one more point. Generally, the assumption of the students is income tax is different, corporate tax is different. I know many of you have this kind of idea. Income tax is different and corporate tax is different. My dear, no. The larger picture is income tax. The umbrella term is income tax. Income Tax Act of 1961. Under income tax, individuals will pay taxes on what? On our income. What is the income for a company? Please do let me know. What is the income for a company? Can I say profits are income for a company? Profits are nothing but the income generated by the company. So on the profits, the company will pay corporate taxes. On the profits, the company will pay taxes. That is corporate taxes. Corporate taxes are again under the Income Tax Act of 1961. Even the corporate taxes are under the Income Tax Act of 1961 only. So whether individuals pay taxes, Hindu undivided family, what is that? It's a structure which is basically covered under the Income Tax Act. That is, certain families, rather than paying the taxes individually, they will file the taxes as a unit. That is called as HUF. Is it okay? Done? So question number 49 is done. Let me go to question number 50 now. Okay, question number 50. Consider the following statements regarding National Food Security Act. So we are slowly and steadily moving right into agriculture now. We started with introduction, the basic concepts of economics, then national income, then inflation, then taxation, then fiscal policy, budgeting, and now into agriculture. Let's start. Consider the following statements regarding National Food Security Act. The beneficiaries are identified by the central government. Please understand, the beneficiaries are not identified by the center. Beneficiaries are identified by the state government. These are identified by the state government. And before I go forward, listen to me. This is essentially the flow chart. This is essentially the flow chart. First, there will be procurement. After procurement, there will be distribution. Is it okay? First, there will be procurement. After that, there will be again. So, from procurement, directly distribution. It's as if the government will procure here and simply give it from this hand. No. Warehousing is there. Transportation is there. I'm not writing all the points here. But when you talk about procurement, please understand there can be centralized procurement and decentralized procurement. Okay, centralized and decentralized. Centralized, decentralized. What is the idea of a centralized and decentralized? In centralized, the central government, that is Food Corporation of India, will procure the food grain and will basically create a pool called as a central pool. In addition to FCI, even the state government agencies will procure and contribute into something called as a central pool. And from the central pool, food grains will be sent to different states. Food grains will be allocated to different states. So is everybody okay with this centralized procurement? Now some of you will ask, sir, why will the state government do this? Already we are saying every state is fighting, especially from southern part of India, every state is fighting with the center. Why will the state government do this? Will they not stop it? My dear, please understand, the state government agencies will be paid certain premium, will be paid certain charges by the center. That is the reason the state agencies are involved and contribution to the central pool. What about decentralized procurement? In decentralized procurement, central government agencies will not be there. The state government itself using its agencies will procure, store and distribute. That's it. The state government agencies will procure, warehouse it and distribute it. And for this, certain payment or certain commission will be given by the center to the states. That is called as decentralized procurement. Everybody is okay with centralized and decentralized? Now, what about the distribution? The distribution is done by the state government. Remember this. The distribution essentially is carried out by the state government. The state government will identify the beneficiary, will approve setting up of fair price shops or ration shops, and through this, right, they will essentially distribute the food grains to the beneficiaries. This is how procurement, warehousing and distribution is done. Everybody is okay? Please do let me know. Beneficiaries are identified by the central? Absolutely no. Beneficiaries are identified by the state. All the beneficiaries under this are given equal entitlement. Right? Equal entitlement. All the beneficiaries are given equal entitlement? Absolutely no. Why? Under NFSA, some of you are saying yes, by the way. Okay. Listen to me. Under NFSA, there are two types of beneficiaries. One is a priority household. One is a priority household and the other one is Antyodaya. One is a priority household and the other one is Antyodaya card holder. Priority household, 5 kgs per person per month. 5 kgs per person per month. Antyodaya card holder, 35 kgs per family per household, rather than family per household. So you tell me, is the entitlement one and the same for all the beneficiaries under NFSA? No. It is not the same for all the beneficiaries here. So all the beneficiaries are given equal entitlement? No. And it should not be same, by the way. Why? Equity versus equality. Have you heard of these two terms? Equity versus equality. If the same entitlement is given, it is equality. But don't you think the poorest of the poor should be given more entitlement? Equity. I hope you understand. Poorest of the poor should be given more preference, more allocation. That is exactly what is being done. Okay. So the right to food is a constitutional entitlement under NFSA. No. Right to food is not a constitutional entitlement. Please understand, it is a legal entitlement. It is a legal right, right? It is a legal right. The third statement is incorrect. So 1, 2, 3, right? All the three are incorrect. Right option, right? Because you are supposed to find which of them are incorrect. Right option will be option D here. Question number 50, option D is the answer. Okay. Question number 51. Very interesting discussion is happening in the chat section. क्लास कब तक होगा? अभी 4 घंटे चाहिए, अभी 3 घंटे चाहिए. My dear, focus on the discussion. कितने घंटे चाहिए? Don't worry about it. Focus on the discussion. Question number 51 now. Consider the following statements regarding eNAM. eNAM stands for E-National Agriculture Market. eNAM stands for Electronic Agriculture National Market. What is the idea of eNAM here? Simple. We have a model called as APMC. Correct? All of you know this. We have a model by the name of APMC, Agriculture Produce Marketing Committee. The APMCs are established by the state governments. Respective state government will have a law and they will have the APMC. And all the states in India do not have APMCs. Some of the states such as Kerala, Bihar, they don't have APMCs. So it is not compulsory for all the states to have APMCs, but APMC model is supposed to be implemented by the respective state government. But the APMC model has a problem. What is the problem? If a trader wants to participate in the multiple APMCs of multiple states, they are supposed to take multiple licenses. I'll repeat the statement. They are supposed to take multiple licenses. They're supposed to take multiple licenses. So don't you think that's a problem? Why should I go to one state? I want to trade there. I want to purchase one license there. Go to another state, another license. Third state, third license. Right? So rather than having multiple license mandate like this, the government of India promoted the model of eNAM, E-National Agriculture Market. Under eNAM, what we are doing is, essentially, we are bringing multiple APMCs, right? We are bringing multiple APMCs and connecting them on the same platform. We are bringing multiple APMCs of multiple states. We are connecting them on the same platform. For example, if I want to explain that in as simple as possible, all of you have tried to purchase something on Swiggy app, on, right, let's say the Amazon app or on the Flipkart app. Multiple sellers from different parts of India selling different products are listed on the same platform. Apply the same logic for the model of eNAM as well. So whether I'm a farmer sitting in state A, B and C, doesn't matter. I will basically list my commodity on the eNAM portal. The state has made certain changes. Now the APMC will be integrated, right, to the common platform. A seller can be from state 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, doesn't matter. They will have to take only one license, participate in this eNAM, bid for a commodity, purchase the commodity. That's it. Right. So essentially, what is the eNAM model? It's a platform which is trying to connect multiple APMCs, bring multiple APMCs on the same platform, create a connected market like this. Okay, done. Now let's start. It is being implemented by SFAC as a nodal agency. SFAC stands for Small Farmers Agribusiness Consortium. Small Farmers Agribusiness Consortium. Is it correct? Yes, it is correct, by the way. The government provides cash assistance to the APMCs to join the eNAM. Yes. The center has set up a fund, Agri-Tech Infrastructure Fund. I repeat, ATIF. Agri-Tech Infrastructure Fund, not ATIF. Don't say, sir, ATIF. Have you written Atif Aslam? Right? So he has sung many songs. Are you a follower of him? No. Agri-Tech Infrastructure Fund. Right? So this particular fund has been set up by the central government. Money from this will be utilized to provide to certain APMCs once they meet certain condition, right? So funds will be given for them to integrate their platform or bring their platform onto the eNAM platform. Done? eNAM. eNAM will become a parallel marketing network for trading of agriculture commodities. eNAM will become a parallel marketing network for trading agriculture commodities. Is it a parallel network? No. Right? It's not a parallel network. Is it parallel to APMC? No. It is basically integration of APMCs into the common platform. So third statement is incorrect. Everybody is okay with the question number 51? Option B, that is 1 and 2 will be the right option. Okay, right, option B will be the right option. Okay, done. SFAC, Small Farmers Agribusiness Consortium. Small Farmers Agribusiness Consortium. Why give cash? My dear, let's say there is a APMC yard. You want this APMC yard to ensure farmers are registered onto platform. You want this APMC yard to develop certain infrastructure, digital infrastructure, which will help in basically integrating this APMC into eNAM model. Don't you think they will require, not all of them, some of them will require financial assistance? You meet certain condition, the government will provide you assistance. Simple. Okay. Question number 52. Let's start question number 52 now. Consider the following statements regarding MSP, minimum support price. The government announces MSP based on A2 plus FL, cost of production. How many of you know whether statement 1 is correct or incorrect? Do let me know. Correct or incorrect? Somebody will say, sir, very lazy to type correct or incorrect. Can you do this or this? At least this or this? Right, so very lazy to even use a emoji like this or like this. I'll have to type, I'll have to search, etc. Is it correct or incorrect? The government announces MSP based on A2 plus FL, cost of production. Yes, the statement is correct. The statement is correct. A2 plus FL is the cost of production used by the government to announce MSP. It is correct one. How much? 150% of cost of production. Government right now announces 150% of cost of production as MSP. What is this cost of production? It is A2 plus FL. A2 plus FL. Is it okay? And so this is point number 1. Point number 2, CSCP, which recommends the MSP, is an attached office of the Ministry of Agriculture. It is an attached office of the Ministry of Agriculture. Now, I just want to take one point and just address it to you. A lot of you, I know a lot of you basically use right AI tools to find out whether these statements are correct or incorrect. Be very careful. Lot of time, even the AI tools do not give you the correct answer. Why? I'll tell you why. If you take this and put it in, right, let's say an AI tool such as ChatGPT, it says this statement is incorrect. I know. They'll say this statement is incorrect. But do me a favor, go to CSCP website. Go to CSCP website. Sir, what is the full form? Don't worry. Simply type CSCP. Right? Simply type CSCP. You will get the website. Go to CSCP website. Then under this website, there is a tab called as About Us. About Us. Go to that. You will get a very big information, or let's say paragraphs like this. If you read or look at the paragraphs carefully, it will simply say it is an attached office of Ministry of Agriculture. Check it, by the way. It will hardly take 10 or 15 seconds. Hardly 10 or 15 seconds. Check it, by the way. Why I'm saying this, I know for a fact many of you are dependent on AI tools. I know that. But be very careful. Be very careful. Right? So many of the times you might end up making a mistake because of this. So all of you will agree? I'll go with the government website now. Is it okay? I'll just go with the Government website says it is an attached office of Ministry of Agriculture. I'll simply say CACP, which recommends MSP, is an attached office of the Ministry of Agriculture. Yes, I'll go with that particular government website itself. Okay. Third, higher MSP is likely to cause inflation. Higher MSP is likely to cause inflation. Is it true? Yes. Higher MSP is likely to cause inflation. The answer is correct. Argument is very simple. Okay. Argument is simple. When the MSP is increased, the farmers will expect at least this much price from other buyers in the market. Correct. Otherwise, I'll sell it to government. I will sell it to government. If you don't pay higher amount, I'll sell it to government. So what will happen as a result of this? The prices which are paid by the buyers or the traders in the market will start increasing. And this is likely to contribute to inflationary trends. Not very high, but yes, likely to contribute to inflationary trend. So all the three statements are correct. All the three are correct. Question number 52, right option will be option C here. Everybody is okay? Somebody is asking what is A2 plus FL. My dear, please understand. Commission for Agriculture Cost and Prices. CACP stands for Commission for Agriculture Cost and Price. The CACP will give recommendation to Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, and it is the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs which will announce what is the MSP. CCA announces what is MSP. Now listen to me carefully. You must have come across only three prices in the newspaper. One is A2, second one is A2 plus FL, and the third one is C2. Correct? Be honest, by the way. You must have come across only three types of cost of production in the newspaper. A2, A2 plus FL, and C2. If UPSC will say there are only three types of cost of production which are recommended by CACP, then say incorrect. Simply say incorrect. Why? My dear, there is A1 cost of production. There is A2. There is A2 plus FL. There is B1. There is B2. There is C1, C2, C2 star, C3. These are the different types of cost of production. Should you memorize it? No. But the fact of the matter, I want you to simply remember this particular fact. Although it is 9:80 now, remember this fact. You might have come across only three types of cost of production. But these are not the only three. And if UPSC will ask you, C2 is the highest cost of production, say no. Why? There is one more called as C3. C3 is a 10% higher than C2. Is it okay? Right? Between A2, A2 plus FL and C2, C2 is highest. But is the C2 the highest cost of production which is recommended by CACP? No. There is a C2 star. There is C3 also. Right? So that's the reason. Be aware of all of it. Don't simply assume that whatever you have come across in the book or in the newspaper are the only things that are correct. No. Now somebody will ask me, great. Until now, I did not know what is A2 plus FL. I don't know what is everything else. I'll just give you 3 points. Just 3 points. A2, A2 plus FL and C2. A2 basically considers all the paid out cost, all the paid out expenditures. You'll ask me, sir, what is paid out expenditure? Now, let's say hypothetically, today I'll finish the class and I'll attain Nirvana. I'll simply attain Nirvana. That is the final stage, or let's say one of the important stages in Buddhism. So I'll attend Nirvana and I'll basically say, no point. What is the point of teaching? Students will not listen to me. Today they'll say yes, tomorrow they'll say you did not teach it to me, etc. So let's say hypothetically, I'll reach the stage of Nirvana and tomorrow I'll simply go back to my village and start cultivating. Okay. Now, once I start cultivating, now don't you think cultivating means agriculture, by the way. Once I start cultivating, I'll have to pay out a certain expenditure to purchase inputs. Yes or no? I'll have to pay out certain expenditure for fertilizer, for irrigation, for seeds, for labor, etc. Yes, all of that expenditure is counted in A2. Is everyone okay? All of that expenditure, right, is counted in A2. Now, basically, somebody will say, then what is difference between A2 plus FL? Is FL Florida? Are we shifting to USA? Is it what is written in FL? No, my dear. FL is family labor. FL is family labor. Right, sir? What is this FL here? Please understand, I will start cultivation. I will hire 2 units of labor. I'll pay them wages. But do let me know, at the end of the day, do I pay wages to myself? Have you ever seen that? Do I pay wages to my spouse? Try doing that. From a city, now go to right village, drag her also with me because I attend Nirvana apparently. And at the end of the day, try paying wages. Ask her to work and then try and pay wages. Then see what will happen. Right? So I hope you understand argument. Again, I'm trying to explain this in a lighter way. Right? So you will not pay wages to the family labor. Is it okay? Right? So argument is, right? So family labor is not counted. You should have paid, right? You should have counted that in A2, but family labor cost is not counted. So here family labor will be counted. A2 plus FL. And finally C2, comprehensive. You will consider paid out expenditure. All the paid out cost you will consider. In addition to that, for example, have a look at this. If you take this 100 rupee, imagine you have 100 rupee, instead of putting this in the fixed deposit, if I use 100 rupee to purchase a machinery for agriculture, have I foregone certain interest payment? Yes or no? Have I foregone certain interest payment? So the interest payment foregone, that the land revenue that is foregone, etc., etc., all of them will be counted in C2. All of them will be counted under C2. That is comprehensive cost. Is everyone okay with A2, A2 plus FL and C2 now? Is it okay? Okay. And I told you this on a lighter note that I'm shifting to my village. Don't take it seriously. Don't continue discussing the same. That was on a lighter note just to make you wake up. And because I know some of you will be like, tomorrow you're going to stop discussing economics. Thank God. Somebody else will teach economics. Right? Not so easy. You're not going to escape from me. Don't worry. Okay. So come back to the discussion. Everybody is okay with question number 52 now? Option C is the right one. Okay. Question number 53. Okay. Question number 53. Consider the following statements regarding call money. Right? Call money now. Right? Somebody was asking, sir, right? Tell me about financial market also. We are entering into financial market now. Consider the following statements regarding call money. Statement 1, it is a negotiable instrument. Second, there is an inverse relationship between call rates and other money market instruments. Third statement, higher government borrowing through G security influences the call money rates. Let's start. It is a negotiable instrument. Now you will ask me, sir, what do you mean by negotiable? Right? What do you mean by negotiable instrument? Simple. Whenever any instrument can be traded, instrument can be transferred. Right? Understand this. Whenever instrument can be transferred, that is called as a negotiable instrument. It is called as a negotiable instrument. For example, within the call money market. And again, what is the call money market? Simple logic. Listen to me carefully. There is a market called as money market. Sir, what is this money market? Money market is a place where you raise funds for a shorter duration. The flow of the funds is for shorter duration. Sir, what do you mean by shorter duration? Generally up to 1 year. Up to 1 year. And now I know, right? Some of you are ready to type on the keyboard. Sir, what if I want money for more than 1 year? Then you will have to basically go to capital market. Is it okay? Then you will have to go to not the money market but capital market. So money market essentially is used for raising the working capital. Working capital. Whereas you want to raise money for creation of assets, then you will have to go to capital market. Now come back to money market here. In the money market, there is one instrument called as call money. There is one instrument called as call money. Sir, is this the only instrument in the money market? No. Certificates of deposits, commercial papers, right? Let's say the commercial bills, multiple types of instruments are there. But when you look at call money, what is a call money? One bank will give loan to another bank for a very, very short duration. That's it. One bank will give loan to another bank for a very, very short duration. Sir, how short? It could be for 7 days. It could be for 1 day. It could be for 14 days also. Right? I hope you understand. If it is for 1 day, it is called as call money. If it is more than 1 day, for example, 7 days, 14 days, etc., right, that is called as notice money. So far, so good. If it is for 1 day, I'm saying 1 day, UPSC will suddenly throw the term overnight. And a lot of you will come shouting from the examination hall, I was sitting on Saturday night listening to this fellow till 11 o'clock. He never used the term overnight. Overnight means 1 day. I hope you understand. Overnight is nothing but 1 day only. Okay. So whenever you borrow for overnight purposes, that is 1 day, this is called as a call money. More than 1 day, 7 days, 14 days, it is called as notice money. Done? So one bank will give a loan to another bank. But please understand, is it transferable? Transferable means, can the call money as an instrument, is it transferable? Can you transfer it to somebody else? No, you cannot transfer it to somebody else. On the other side, let's say you have a commercial paper. Can you transfer it to somebody? Yes. You have a commercial bill. Can you transfer it to somebody? Yes. Right? So argument is, this is not transferable. Hence, it is not a negotiable instrument. Is it okay? It is not a negotiable instrument. First one, incorrect. There is an inverse relation between the call rates and other money market instruments. Inverse relation. What is the meaning of it? If the call rate, right, that is basically in the call money, the call money market, the rate of interest is called as call money rate. Is it okay? The rate of interest is called as a call money rate. If the call money rate goes up, the banks, let's say here is a bank, right? The bank one is charging higher rate of interest. Don't you think bank 2 now will try to use other instruments to borrow from the market rather than borrowing from B1? Do let me know. Everybody is going to accept this? Anybody has a doubt? Wake up now. Listen to me. If B1 wants to charge a higher rate of interest, don't you think B2 will try to use a different instrument to borrow from the market rather than borrowing from B1? Sir, what is that other instrument? What about, let's say, certificates of deposits? Do let me know. Certificates of deposit, that is also an instrument only in the money market, which the banks can issue, financial institutions can issue. So can I simply say there is essentially a relationship here. Okay, there is an inverse relationship between call rates and other money market instruments. Yes, that is true. Question number 53, statement 2 is correct. Okay, higher government borrowing through G security influences the call money rates. Yes, of course, yes. Of course, yes. Higher government borrowing, what is the impact? If government borrows a huge amount of money, don't you think they will take away more money from the market, from the banks also? If the money that is available within the market goes down, will it not influence call money rates? Right? Of course, yes. It will have a huge influence on the call money rates. Yes. Right? It will affect the call money rates as well. So question number 53, 2 is correct, 3 is correct. Right option will be option B. Only 2 of the statements are true. Okay. Question number 54 now. So far so good. Everybody is okay. It's been 1 hour after the dinner break. Everybody is okay. Everybody is awake. Okay. Now let's go forward. Nobody is answering. That is more dangerous. That is more dangerous. Nobody is answering. What is the last point? How is the last point correct? My dear, let's say bank 1, why it is lending to bank 2? Let's understand this, okay? Why bank 1 is lending to bank 2? Understand this. Bank 1 has more money, it is lending to bank 2. Correct. Bank 2 requires money. Okay, let me take the same numbers. So bank 1 has more money, bank 2 has lesser money. Bank 2 requires money. So it is borrowing from bank 1. So far so good. Now, if Government of India will come to this market and start issuing bonds and let's say will collect the money from the bank 1, will the money supply or surplus money that is available in the market, don't you think that will go down? Do let me know. Don't you think the money will go down? Yes, money availability in the market will go down. If the money availability goes down, will it not influence interest rates, call money rates, etc.? Yes, it will influence. Okay, let's go forward. Question number 54. Okay. Right. Question number 54. Consider the following. Which of the following are likely outcomes of dematerialization of securities? Dematerialization of securities. What is this dematerialization? Before 1990s, whenever you talked about or whenever you basically spoke about the concept of, right, let's say instruments, shares, bonds, etc., these were in fact printed in a paper format, right? Security papers. There were papers, physical copies were printed. But post 1990s, we introduced the concept of a dematerialization. What does it mean? You are converting hard copies into soft version or digital copies. That particular process is called as a dematerialization. And essentially now, if you want to trade, you will have to open an account by the name of Demat account. All of you heard of this? You have to open an account, right? That is a Demat account. There are different service providers. The main depositories with whom, right, basically the Demat accounts are there are NSDL and CDSL. NSDL and CDSL. Now, these two entities, through different financial institutions, will provide you the facilities of Demat account. They will provide you the facility of Demat account. Now, what is the use of Demat account? You will have to use this Demat account when you purchase the securities, when you transfer the securities, whenever you trade in the securities. For all of that, this account is used, which is called as a Demat account. So far, so good. Everybody is okay. Now, what is the use of the outcomes of the Demat account? One, essentially, please understand, because the instruments have been dematerialized now. Not physical copy, not hard copy. It is in the digital copies. Don't you think easily they can be transferred from one person to another person, from a buyer to seller, etc.? So the transfer can happen much faster. And second, because it is not in a hard copy, not in a paper format, you don't have to print. You don't have to essentially, right, have a hard copy, maintain it, etc. And please understand, it will also ensure that quickly you will receive the shares, you will participate in the market, you can sell them, you can buy them very fast. And when more, right, let's say more sales are done, don't you think there is a transparency in the system? More liquidity means pricing will be determined in a much better way. No printing means the cost of, right, let's say selling, buying, transferring, etc., all of it will come down. And because of all of these, now more and more investors, whether they are there in city 1, right, let's say village 1, doesn't matter, they are able to open the demat account and participate in the, right, let's say stock market or bond market. Done. So it will promote financial inclusion. Yes. It will reduce the cost of transactions. Yes. And third one, it will promote transparency in the system. All the three are the outcomes of dematerialization. Question number 54, right option will be option C. All of them are correct. Okay. Question number 55. Question number 55. Somebody was asking, what is that inverse? Explain inverse. My dear, if the rates of call money will increase, demand for other instruments will go up. And if the banks will start purchasing other instruments, don't you think the demand essentially will go down here? Rates will go down. Inverse relationship. Okay. Question 55. Okay. Question number 55. Let's start. Which of the following are likely outcomes of lowering sovereign credit rating in India? Lowering sovereign credit rating in India. What do you mean by sovereign credit rating? Essentially, sovereign credit rating is a alphanumeric representation. Understand this. It is an alphanumeric representation that shows what is, right, what is essentially a financial capability of a borrower. Whether the borrower has been a good borrower in the sense, have they repaid all the loans? Have they repaid on time basis? Have they defaulted? All of this can be ensured. All of this information you can easily get by looking at the concept of credit rating. But please understand, when you say sovereign credit rating, it is applicable for government. Simple. It is applicable for the government. That is the reason this is called as a sovereign credit rating. For example, Government of India, does it issue bonds in the market? Yes. There has to be a rating, that is sovereign credit rating. Government of USA, does it issue the bonds in the market? Yes. Sovereign credit rating. So argument is simple. There are multiple domestic agencies also which will provide you sovereign credit rating or even, let's say, credit rating normally. For example, there is ICRA, ICRA. There is CRISIL, CRISIL. But the global three agencies are one, S&P, S and P, Standard and Poor. Second one is Moody's, MOODY. And the third one, right, is Fitch. Right, Fitch, S&P, Moody's and Fitch. These are the three global agencies. All the three come from USA. Now, what is the use of, right, all of this information? If there is a lowering sovereign credit rating, right, what do you mean by lowering? Let's say right now you have a credit rating of, let's say, triple B. For example, India's sovereign credit rating is triple B. It will be triple B in two cases and Baa3 in one of the case. Don't worry, okay? One of the lowest within the investment grade. Now, if it is lowered means the credit rating is further brought down. What is the impact? Right? What is the likely outcome of all of it? That is the question. First one, government borrowing at higher rate of interest. Will that be an outcome? I hope you understand. Right? Will the government now have to borrow at higher rate of interest? Yes. Why? If there is a downgrade, it means it is more risky to give a loan to you. It is more risky to invest in your instrument. With higher risk, you will have to offer higher rate of interest. Correct? So, government borrowing at a higher interest rate, that is the outcome. Second, domestic private sector borrowing at higher interest rate. A lot of you will basically say, no, this is not an outcome. This cannot be an outcome. How it will have an impact on private sector? My dear, let's say you own a company. You will go to USA. You want to borrow from the USA market. But Government of India's sovereign credit rating has gone down. Don't you think foreign investors now will be worried about giving a loan to you? Because if your government rating has gone down, what if it defaults tomorrow? What if the finances of the government crash tomorrow? Don't you think your company would be affected by it? Don't you think your revenues would be affected by it? Of course, yes. So if the sovereign credit rating goes down, even the corporate borrowers will be affected by this. Is everyone okay? Even the corporate borrowers would be affected. They cannot escape. They are part of the system. They will be affected. Okay, third one. Domestic currency depreciates. Domestic currency depreciates. Yes. Yes. Question number 55. Even the third statement is correct. Sir, how so? Tell me how the domestic currency depreciates. If there is a lowering sovereign credit rating, lot of investors will start taking money out of India. Very simple. Lot of them will start moving out of India. As such, already they are running away from India. Right? So imagine if the sovereign credit rating will further go down. They will look at it and very risky. They'll look at this as a very risky market. They will start withdrawing money. As a result of this, there is a lot of volatility that would be created. Outflow will happen. Rupee will start depreciating. Right? So domestic currency is likely to depreciate as a result of lowering sovereign credit rate. Okay. Right option for question number 55 is option C. Is it okay? Everybody is okay with question number 55? Do let me know. Is everyone okay with the question number 55? Done. Question number 56 now. Okay, question number 56. Consider the following statements. The issuance of preference shareholders will dilute the voting rights of the shareholders. Issuance of the preference shareholders will dilute voting rights of the shareholders. Does it happen? All of you, please do let me know. Do let me know. Please understand, I'll tell you the logic here. Whenever you talk about shareholders, there are different types. I'll just give you broader argument. Okay. One is called as equity shareholders. Second one is called as preference shareholders. One is equity, second one is preference. What is essentially the difference? If you're an equity shareholder, you have been given the right to vote. There is a voting right. But there is no fixed dividend. No fixed dividend. Is everybody okay? 1 year you might get 2 rupee. Another year you might get 3 rupee. Another year you might get only 1 rupee. On the other side, if you're a preference shareholder, you do not have voting right. No voting right. Right? You are not given any kind of voting right. But on the other hand, you are given a fixed dividend. Every year, you are given a fixed dividend. That is, let's say out of profits, every year, let's say 4 rupee. Whether other shareholders, that is the normal shareholders, equity shareholders, whether they get 1 rupee, 2 rupee, doesn't matter. You are given 4 rupee every year. You are given 5 rupee every year. That is essentially the feature associated with preference shareholder. And one more very important point, please remember this. Within the equity shareholder, when you say you are allowed to vote, you have voting right, there are again two types. One voter or one share is equal to one vote. One share is equal to one vote. That is one way. Another one way is a concept of differential voting rights. This is becoming very famous now. DVR. Differential voting rights. What do you mean by differential voting right? The company which is issuing the share will tell you how many shares you should have to get one voting right. You want to have one vote, then the company will say you are supposed to have 20 shares. So unlike the traditional system where one share will give you one vote, now under the differential voting right, group of shares might give you one vote. That is essentially called as a DVRs, differential voting right. Right, and finally, one more very important difference between equity and preference shareholder. If the company is closed, if the company is liquidated, then between the preference and equity shareholders, the first preference is given to preference shareholders. Right? Whatever money is left out, it has to be distributed. So who is given the priority between equity and preference? The preference shareholder. Look at the name itself. The preference shareholder is given the priority and then equity shareholders. Done? So these are the important differences. Let's look at question number 56 now. The issuance of preference shareholders will dilute the voting rights of the shareholder. Will it dilute the writing vote or voting rights? No. It doesn't dilute the voting right, especially in case of India under Companies Act of 2013. Under the Companies Act of 2013, the preference shareholders are not given a voting right. Okay. Question number 56, statement 2. The preference shareholders will receive the dividend before equity shareholders. Yes. Yes. Preference. They are given the first preference. Okay. The issuance of preference shares will reduce the claims of the equity shareholders over the assets of the company. Did I not explain this? That is essentially, understand this. Essentially, if the company will issue preference shareholders, now if the company is closed, the first right between equity and preference will be given to preference shareholders. Will it not reduce? Will it not reduce, right, the claims of the equity shareholders? Yes, it will reduce the claims of equity shareholders. Everybody is okay? So question number 56, 2 is correct, 3 is correct. Right option is option B, only 2. Okay. Question number 57. My dear Satya Prakash, sweat equity is associated with the ones who are operating the company. Sweat equity basically refers to those who are running the company. They are, right, basically given the right. That is called as a sweat equity. That's a different concept. DVR, once again, if you have one share, you will get one vote. This is a traditional concept. But now, differential voting right. You have 20 shares, I will give you one vote. You have 12 shares, I will give you one vote. So every share will not give you one vote. 12 shares will give you one vote. Differential voting right. Okay. Question number 57. Let's continue. Question number 57. How many of the following is or are not applicable for commercial papers? Not applicable for commercial papers. 1. Are used for bridge financing. Are issued at face value. Okay. Are issued at face value. And these are unsecured. And you are supposed to find out which are not applicable. Which of the following are not applicable for, right, let's say commercial paper. 1. Again, before I go forward, what is a commercial paper? Please understand. Certain companies which have a very good credit rating. Certain companies which have very good credit rating. Now, for a short duration, because they want to borrow from the market for a short duration, they are allowed to issue certain instruments called as commercial papers. Commercial papers. These are generally issued at discount. Remember this. These are generally issued at a discount. Certificate of deposit, treasury bills, commercial papers. These are generally issued at a discount. And upon maturity, these are redeemed at face value. Okay. So, what are the points here? Are used for bridge financing. What do you mean by bridge financing? Listen to me carefully. Imagine you start a company. Now, many of you will say, sir, 950. What are you talking? Start a company. I am about to start sleeping now. Forget about company. I will start a company in my dreams now. Leave me. I am done. Done with economics. Even if questions are asked, I'll skip it. Don't worry. So, imagine you start a company. You want to purchase a machine. You want to start, let's say, manufacturing of a new product, etc. But for that, right now you don't have money. Right now you don't have money. But till then, you want to borrow and use it for that particular purpose. For example, you want to conduct a survey, you want to hire certain experts, etc. So long term objective is creation of asset, right? Long term is creation of asset. But for that, I need money. I need huge amount of money. Till then, I want essentially some amount of money for financing certain functions, financing certain operations. That is called as bridge financing. Is everyone okay with the term bridge financing? Please do let me know. Those who are awake, please do let me know. That is a concept of a bridge financing. Can the companies use a commercial paper for bridge financing? Yes, it is allowed. Yes, it is allowed. These are allowed to be used for bridge financing. Okay. This is applicable for commercial papers. Second, are issued at face value? No. These are issued at discounted value, and upon maturity, you are given the face value. These are unsecured in nature. These are unsecured. Unsecured means what? And for example, let's say I will issue an instrument. Now you will say, sir, what if you don't repay? I will give you an instrument, right? I will borrow money. You will ask me, sir, what if you don't repay? I'll simply say, don't worry. My land is there. You can take away the land, which means there is a security, there is a collateral. Now, if there is no security or collateral provided, these are called as unsecured. One is secured and the other one is unsecured. Please remember, the instruments under the money market generally are unsecured. These are generally unsecured in nature. So have a look at this. These are unsecured in nature. Yes. Yes, these are unsecured. So question is, which of the following is not applicable? Which of the following is or are not applicable? Only the second feature is not applicable. Right option will be option A, only one. Is everybody okay? Please do let me know. Is everyone okay? Can I go forward? Question number 58. Can we go forward? Okay, done. Question number 58. The term IPO financing often appearing in the newspaper refers to what? Right, very simple question. IPO financing refers to what? Right, basically it refers to getting access to finance to subscribe to the shares under IPO. I'll explain this. Right, what is IPO financing? I'll explain this. Let's say I want to invest in the stock market. Okay. I want to invest in the stock market. Right. So a company is conducting IPO and Purnaya Karempudi is asking, what is IPO? IPO, my dear, as Monu Chaudhary has already answered, is initial public offering. Now Purnaya will ask, what is initial public offering? Monu cannot write the complete story. Even Anamika Tyagi cannot write the complete story. VKP official also cannot write the complete story. I will tell you. What is an IPO? A company which is issuing the shares for the first time ever to the public is called as initial public offering. Is it okay? A company which is issuing the shares for the first time ever to the public, it is called as initial public offering. Is everybody okay? Is everybody okay with this particular concept? At least the one who has asked, is it okay? Until now the ownership was concentrated. Now the shares represent ownership, have been issued to the public. You can also purchase, I can also purchase. All of us will invest our hard-earned money and purchase, let's say, shares of Paytm company. And after that, keep on looking at what is the market price. Market price will keep on falling down, going down. So don't worry about it. So that is called as the concept of initial public offering. Now come to the story here. I want to invest and purchase the shares during an IPO. I want to subscribe. But the problem is, I do not want to put in my own money. right? I want to purchase shares of 1 crore, 2 crore, etc., etc. Is it audible now? Don't worry, don't worry. Is it audible now? Am I audible? Ha, great. It's not audible. Ah, it's audible. Great. So don't worry, you're not going to miss out anything. And as such, I know most of you will simply say, not audible. Okay, close the laptop and sleep off there only. Right? Already some of you are sleeping off like this, so simply close the laptop. I'm pretty sure some of your parents would have come, closed the laptop, switched off the light, pulled the door and already gone. And so come back to the discussion here. So what will happen? I want to invest in the stock market. I want to purchase the shares under IPO. But I don't want to invest my own money. So what will I do now? What I'll do is I will approach a certain financial institutions, borrow for short duration. I will borrow from them. Is it okay? Right? I will basically borrow from them. And what will I do? I will borrow money. I will use this money to purchase a large number of shares during IPO. I will purchase a large number of shares during IPO. Once IPO is conducted, the shares are listed. If the market price of the shares goes up, I will essentially sell these shares, right, make profit and repay the loan. Along with interest, repay the loan. Is everybody okay? Right, so this particular process is called as IPO financing. Can I go forward now? Please do let me know. Can I go forward? Salim Khan says that then you will come in our dream and ask about inflation. My dear, now only you will not tell me any answer. If I come in your dream, I'm pretty sure a lot of you will beat me first. And then me only to answer the question which I've asked. Okay. Right? Because in your dreams, you are the king, you are the queen. Right? Who is going to question you? Okay, done. So question number 58 is clear. Let me go to question number 59 now. Question number 59. Consider the following statements regarding fixed and floating exchange rate systems. Fixed and floating exchange rate systems. The intervention in the market by the central banker will be higher in the first compared to second system. And when I've written first and second here, it is a fixed and floating respectively. Okay. Second statement, the central bank needs to hold higher forex reserves under the first compared to second system. Those are wondering, sir, very difficult, etc. Both the statements are correct. Let me explain. Don't worry. Both, right, the statements are correct. Now, what are the statements? There are two systems, fixed exchange rate, floating exchange rate. What is the basic idea? In fixed exchange rate, imagine, I will write it, imagine, because RBI doesn't follow this, by the way. RBI doesn't follow this. Imagine, RBI had decided $1 is equal to 70 rupees. Looks like a dream, right? $1 is equal to 70 rupees. We are at 87. There was a time period when $1 was is equal to 50 rupees. There is a time period when $1 was is equal to 52 rupees, 60 rupees, 70 rupees, and now 87. Don't be surprised if it will hit 90 also in the next couple of months. Don't be surprised. So argument is simple here. Imagine RBI decided $1 is equal to 70 rupees. Decided. So understand the logic here. If there is any inflow or outflow of currencies, will the exchange rate keep on fluctuating? Yes, exchange rate will keep on fluctuating. But if the exchange rate will try to fluctuate, RBI will simply intervene in the market, bring down the exchange rate or move up the exchange rate to $1 is equal to 70. Is the statement clear to all of you? Please do let me know. If, right, RBI has decided $1 is equal to 70, there is inflow of currency and outflow of currency. As a result of that, obviously it will try to move either side. RBI will intervene and basically drag the exchange rate to $1 is equal to 70. That's it. Now please tell me, compared to this system, other side is managed exchange rate, that is floating, type of a floating. We follow a type of floating, managed exchange rate. IMF calls this as a dirty float. That is the one that we are following. In India, we do not fix exchange rate. RBI doesn't fix exchange rate. What RBI simply does is, if there is too much of fluctuation, either side, if there is a too much of a fluctuation, it will try to simply interfere. If too much of rupees are there, they will purchase rupees and give dollars. If there are too many dollars available, they will simply purchase dollar and give rupees in the forex market. But please understand, at no point of time, I repeat, at no point of time we decide that it should be this exchange rate. We simply stabilize the exchange rate. Do you understand this? RBI simply stabilizes the exchange rate. RBI doesn't determine, RBI doesn't fix an exchange rate. If there are too many rupees, take out rupees. That's it. If there are too many dollars, take out dollars. That's it. We do not fix the exchange rate. We simply stabilize the exchange rate. So if UPSC will ask you, does RBI intervene and fix exchange rate? Say no. Say no. Even if you're sitting in the interview, say no. Then they'll simply say, the chairperson will simply say, but is RBI not buying dollars from the market? Is RBI not selling, right, let's say dollars in the market? Say yes. Yes, RBI does that. But what is the logic behind it? Logic is, if there is too much of volatility, we cannot allow only the market to determine the exchange rate. I hope you understand. You cannot allow only the market to determine exchange rate. If that was allowed, can you imagine, with RBI intervention, we are at $1 is equal to 87. Think of it. With RBI intervention, we are at $1 is equal to 87. If RBI had not intervened, we could have already hit 92, 95, 97, might be 100 also. Might be. I don't know, because you do not understand how much is the total intervention, in what way it is doing even now. So I hope you understand. RBI doesn't fix exchange rate. RBI tries to stabilize the exchange rate. Is it okay? Everybody's okay? So that's a reason. Although we say we follow a managed exchange rate, it's a type of floating. We follow a managed exchange rate. It is, right, essentially referred to as a dirty float by IMF. Okay. Now, please do think of this. Where do you think RBI will require more currencies? Forex reserves, that is foreign exchange reserves. Don't you think in, right, the fixed exchange rate, the first one, in the fixed exchange rate, because you need to keep it always at this level, don't you think intervention of the central bank will be higher? Requirement of forex reserves will also be higher, because you need to maintain only at this, no other option. You need to simply maintain at this point only, or at this rate only. Okay, so everybody is okay. Now look at the two statements. The intervention in the market by the central banker will be higher in the first compared to second. Yes. The central bank needs to hold higher forex reserves under the first compared to second. Yes. Both of the statements are correct, are true in the context of forex market intervention, or let's say exchange rate system, fixed and floating. Okay, done. Question number 60 now. Question number 60. Let's start. How many of the following factors are likely to lead to appreciation of Indian rupee? How many of the following factors are likely to lead to appreciation of Indian rupee? FDI liberalization, political stability, higher inflation rate. And please understand, it says how many of them are likely lead to appreciation? Let's start. Simple one. Appreciation of rupee means demand for the rupee in India's market should go up. Is the point clear? Demand for rupee in Indian market should go up. Supply of dollar should go up. Okay, basic idea. FDI liberalization. Let's say with insurance FDI liberalization, will we expect or are we expecting to receive more dollars? Yes. If more dollars will come into India, demand for rupees will increase. Yes. And with higher demand for rupees, will Indian rupee start improving in its value? Will it appreciate? Yes. First one is correct. Political stability. A lot of you will simply say, sir, how political stability will contribute to exchange rate, right? No connection whatsoever. Let me ask you a very simple question. If you are a billionaire, would you want to invest in Bangladesh today? Again, not an Indian billionaire. Anyways, you're already opposed. Any billionaire for that matter. Would you want to invest in Bangladesh today? No. Why? Political stability. You need political stability. Why? Political stability will guarantee continuation of policy making, implementation of policy making. Right? Would you want to invest in Pakistan? Some of you will wake up now. How dare you take the name of Pakistan when you're talking about Indian economy? My dear, generally, would you want to invest in the Pakistan market? No. Why? There is no stability. There is absolutely no stability, right? Which government, what policies, what way, etc., etc. Absolutely no guarantee. So argument is the political stability required to attract foreign investment? Yes. Higher stability, will it not attract higher investment? Higher investment, will it not contribute to appreciation? So 1 is correct, 2 is correct. Higher inflation rate in India. Of course, straightforward. That since 2 o'clock or 2:30 we have been discussing inflation price level. Higher inflation in India. Is it preferable? When the governments are not able to control inflation, when it enters into double digits, right? High double digits, triple digits, etc., that will drive away investments. That will essentially drive away investments and not attract investments. And when the investments will go out of the country, it will lead to depreciation of the currency, not appreciation. So third one is incorrect. First and second are correct. Right option will be option B. Question number 60, option B is the right one. Everybody is okay? So far so good? We have hit 10 o'clock now. Congrats to all of you. We have hit 10 o'clock. Couple of more questions, then we'll stop the discussion. Don't worry. Let me cover questions. Question number 61. Okay. What are the likely implications of Indian rupee appreciation? Lalita Prasad Yadav, give examples for the third one. My dear, in India, we have not experienced high rate of inflation. We have not experienced a high rate of inflation to the extent of, the foreign investors running away. For example, you know what is the inflation rate in Argentina? What is the inflation rate, let's say, in Turkey a couple of months ago? What is the inflation rate in Pakistan? What is the inflation rate in Sri Lanka? High double digits. Zimbabwe inflation rate is in million percentage. Million percentage. Let that information sink in. Now somebody will say, sir, what is that sinking in mean? I'm not understanding. Everything is bouncer now. No sinking. Everything is bouncer. Argument is, when you have very, very high rate of inflation, the real rate of returns might end up becoming negligible or even negative for that matter. We have not yet reached that inflation. That's the reason I'm saying the term or using the term likely outcomes. Likely outcomes. Okay, higher inflation rate, never good for any country. Never good, right? Investments will always go out. So question number 61, let's start. What are the likely implications of Indian rupee appreciation? Indian rupee appreciation. Let's start. First one, exports become more and more competitive. Imported inflation in India. Cheaper imports. lower revenues of service sector companies such as IT and ITES. Right, let's start. So one, exports becoming more and more competitive. Do you think with rupee appreciation, right, what is the meaning? Let's say $1 is equal to, let's say 60 rupees. And appreciation here, $1 will become, let's say 50 rupees. Is it okay? 50 rupees. If this is, right, let's say appreciation, what will happen to exports? Do you think exports will become competitive? No. You as an exporter, essentially you will start charging more now because you want 60 rupees. Imagine you wanted 60. Now you are exporting at $1. Now because rupees has become 50, you will start charging more dollars. So exports will not become competitive. They'll become more costlier. So first one is incorrect. Anyways, you can use a certain way elimination method. Don't worry about it. Let's solve it. Second, imported inflation in India. And some of you will basically say, sir, we are only eliminated in the process now. We are only getting eliminated. I am only getting eliminated slowly and slowly. By the time when the class started, I was like this, 90 degrees to surface of the earth. Now I have become parallel 180 degrees to the surface of the earth. Right, from diagonal to parallel. I have become like this. Okay. Imported inflation in India? No. If rupee depreciates, imports will become costlier. Imports will become costlier if rupee depreciates. With appreciation, imports will become cheaper. Okay. So imported inflation? No. Third one, cheaper imports. Of course, yes. Of course, yes. For example, many of the students will keep on asking me, sir, what will happen if $1 becomes is equal to 1 rupee? Correct? A lot of you would have asked this to either somebody or yourself, or you're waiting to ask, etc. What will happen if $1 becomes 1 rupee? Don't you think petrol will become cheaper? Now a lot of you are awake. Petrol will become cheaper. Huh? Petrol? Cheaper? Where? Right? Assuming the governments will not increase the taxes, don't you think petrol will become cheaper now? Of course, yes, petrol will become cheaper. If Tesla will bring in the cars into India, don't you think it will be cheaper in India? Of course, it will be cheaper. iPhone, if you import, don't you think it will become cheaper rather than purchasing the domestically produced good? Yes, it will become cheaper. So I hope you understand. Imports will become cheaper with rupee appreciation. Yes. Fourth one, lower revenue for the service sector companies such as IT and ITES. Yes. Of course, yes. Right? If you're an exporter, essentially you're an exporter. Can you increase the price? If you increase the price, the importer from another country, they will stop importing from you. And as such, already USA is showing all the signals. All the indicators are there. So if rupee appreciation happens, let's say you have asked them to pay $1 for providing, let's say, software. Now they will give you $1. Yesterday it was 60 rupees. Now you will receive only 50 rupees for $1. So have your imports come, has your earnings been affected? Has your earnings been affected? Yes, your earnings would be affected. Lower revenue of service sector companies such as IT and ITS because we export a lot of them. We export a lot of them. Okay. So question number 61, 3 and 4 are correct. Okay. 3 and 4 are correct. Right option will be option A. Salim Khan. Right. Explain second once again, my dear. If rupee appreciates, let's assume this one. Okay. Let's assume this is a bottle, by the way. Okay. Water bottle. No, nothing else. Water bottle. Okay. So let's say this is a water bottle. The value of this is $1. Value of this is $1. Now, today, $1 is equal to 60 rupees. If you import it, how much rupees will you pay? 60 rupees. Now, rupee appreciates. Rupee appreciates to $1 is equal to 50 rupees. Once rupee appreciates, how much will you pay for this bottle? 50 rupees. So imports will become cheaper. When the imports become cheaper, do you think that will contribute to inflation in India? Think of it. You think it will contribute to inflation in India? No, it will not contribute to inflation. Then it is becoming cheaper. That's a reason. Okay. Then everybody is okay. So question number 61, option A is option, right? I'd say option A is the right one. Question number 62 now. Okay, question number 62. How many of the following are part of autonomous transactions of balance of payments? How many of the following are part of autonomous transactions of balance of payments? Now, what is the idea? What is the idea here? Please understand. What is a balance of payment in the first place? BOP. What is a balance of payment? What is the meaning of it? A country will have transactions with the rest of the world. Right? A country will have transactions. A country will have transactions with rest of the world. You will import, you will export, you will attract investments, you will, right, basically lead to higher investments, or investments will go out of India. Remittances will come into India, remittances will go out of India. Somebody essentially has to keep a record of all of these transactions. Is it okay? Somebody has to keep a record of all the transactions between India and rest of the world. Those transactions are essentially called as balance of payments. Everybody is okay with the term balance of payments here? Please do let me know. Those are referred to as balance of payments. Who will record balance of payments in India? Reserve Bank of India. RBI will keep a record of, or RBI will prepare the balance of payments records. Okay, point number 2. Point number 3, whenever you talk about balance of payments and a connection like this, that is autonomous transaction, there are multiple types of transactions which are recorded, which are profit driven. Understand this. There are, right, in fact, most of them which are recorded in the balance of payments are recorded or happening because of the profit driven nature, or these are independent. These are independent of the status. These are independent of status of the balance of payments. That is, whether we are receiving more or we are sending more, doesn't matter. It is independent of what is the status of balance of payment. That is called as autonomous transactions. Is everybody okay with the term autonomous transaction here? Please do let me know. Chat section, please do let me know. Participate. I know late, I know sleeping time for a lot of you. Advice or full day we are busy. Full day I'm listening. Can you imagine the kind of impact my ear is feeling right now? Repeat, my dear, the transactions between India and the rest of the world, which are essentially driven for profit making, which are independent of whatever is happening in the balance of payments. These are called as autonomous transaction. For example, you tell me, imports and exports either of goods or services. Don't you think these are profit driven transaction? Ganesh, my dear, I'm telling you that only. Listen. Okay. Imports and exports, don't you think these are profit driven transaction? That is, you either import or export to earn profit, to earn revenues. Right? Do you think you will export and import just to have sufficient dollars in India? No. Just to have sufficient dollars to take care of imports? No. You are exporting, you are importing, etc. because you want to earn profits. Done? Can I simply say these are examples of autonomous transaction? But let me compare this with exact opposite. Exact opposite are called as accommodating transactions. Accommodating transactions. Now let me ask you a very simple question. Okay, very simple question. In 1991, we borrowed from International Monetary Fund. Correct? All of you know this. It's a fact, by the way. I'm not asking you a question. 1991, India borrowed from IMF. Why? What was the reason? Right? What was the logic for borrowing from IMF? Don't you think we borrowed from IMF in order to ensure you will have sufficient dollars to pay for importing? Please do let me know. Please do let me know. Why did you borrow from IMF? What was the logic from borrowing from IMF? Because you did not have sufficient dollars to pay for the import. You were running out of dollars. You wanted to have sufficient dollars to pay for import. You borrowed from IMF. Everybody will accept. So now tell me, is it not a type of transaction? Because dollars are coming in, you'll have to record the transaction. Is it not a type of transaction which is done in order to address the disequilibrium in the balance of payment? Yes or no? Right? Is it not a type of transaction where you're bringing in dollars to address what? To address a mismatch, to address an imbalance in the balance of payment. Such type of transactions are called as accommodating transactions. Everybody is okay with the term accommodating and autonomous? Do let me know. Right? For example, tourists will come into India. Is it accommodating or autonomous? It is autonomous. Do you think tourists will look at India and say, they don't have sufficient dollars to pay for our export? Let's go to India and spend dollars in India. Do you think that is what they will do? Absolutely no. Right? I hope you understand. Absolutely no. Right? So the FDI, the foreign investors will come into India and invest in India. Why? Do you think they are worried about balance of payments of India? No. They want to earn profit. Foreign portfolio investors, they will invest in India for what? Profit. Any foreign investor who will simply say, Papa, right? Poor India. They don't have sufficient dollars. Let's help them. What we will do? We'll bring dollars into India so that they will have sufficient dollars to pay for import. Have you seen any foreign investor talking like that? And if you say, sir, why not? Become a foreign investor, do that and then tell me. What happened to your investment? You tell me after that. So simple logic. Autonomous, profit driven. Independent of whatever is happening in the balance of payment. No connection. Right? They will act independently. Accommodating, there are certain problems in the balance of payment. You want to address the problems in the balance of payment. That is accommodating. Now I'm using the term autonomous and accommodating. UPSC will throw a googly at you. They will use the term above the line item and below the line item. Is it okay? Above the line item and below the line item. Right? Accommodating are called as below the line items because these are done to bring in balance. Right? Autonomous or independent, these are called as above the line items. Everybody is okay? Right? So what about imports now? Are they autonomous or accommodating? Autonomous. Exports, autonomous. FDI, autonomous. Indian government borrowing from IMF. For what purpose do you borrow from IMF? You want to bring in a balance. That is essentially, accommodating transaction. Is it okay? So 1, 2 and 3 are autonomous. Right option will be option D, 1, 2 and 3. Everybody is okay? Please do let me know. Faithful aspirant. Very interesting chat or comment, by the way. This new thing I've learned today. Should I take it as, let's say a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. Very, very interesting. Are you praising me or criticizing me or simply saying whatever you have discussed, I already knew? I don't know. Right? But anyways, let's go forward. Question number 63. Let's go forward. Okay. Which one of the following activities of the Reserve Bank of India is considered to be part of sterilization? Okay. Part of sterilization. Please understand. Sterilization concept is there in the newspaper. Be very, very careful. Now, what is the sterilization? Understand this. Imagine suddenly, foreign investors will bring lot of dollars into India. Okay, listen to me very carefully. Right, suddenly lot of foreign investors will bring dollars into India. Right, sir, they want to invest, let's say because of insurance FDI or because foreign investors are more interested in Indian stock market, they will bring lot of dollars and start investing in the Indian market. But before they invest, they will have to convert a dollar to rupee. Correct? They will have to convert dollar to rupee. So when they will convert the dollar to rupee, can I simply say dollar supply in the market increases, rupee demand will start increasing. Rupee shortage, dollar too much of a supply. So what do you think RBI does here? What do you think is the role of Reserve Bank of India? RBI essentially will see that rupee shortage is there in the forex market. RBI will start selling rupees and purchasing dollars. Is the system so far okay with all of you? Is the process okay with you so far now? But look at the problem. Please look at the problem. If RBI does this, don't you think rupee supply in the economy will increase? Think of it. If RBI will do this, don't you think rupee supply in the economy will increase? Because these rupees which RBI has sold were not present in the market so far. But now RBI has increased the supply of rupee. Can this lead to inflationary trend in the market? Can this lead to inflationary trend in the market? Yes. So look at the problem. Look at the dilemma for Reserve Bank of India. If they do not participate and take out the dollar, rupee will continuously appreciate. That is not good for Indian economy. If they participate and basically take out the dollar, it will increase the money supply. That will lead to inflation. So whether you participate or don't participate, there is a problem. So you will keep on blaming RBI, but this is a dilemma for Reserve Bank of India. The RBI governor will be like, hum kare to kare kya, bole to bole kya. If I do it, you will scold me because inflation will happen. If I don't do it, rupee will appreciate, then also you will blame me. What should I do now? Basic argument is simple. RBI will go ahead, conduct this. RBI will conduct this transaction. But as a result of this, rupee supply in the market will increase. What does RBI do? RBI on the other side will use open market operation and sell government bonds. Sell government bonds in the market. Now tell me, if RBI will sell government bonds, don't you think rupee will be taken out of the system here? Yes or no? On one hand, rupee supply is increasing. Purnaya Karempudi, my dear, I am explaining the same thing. Listen. Listen to me. On one side, RBI purchases dollars, rupee supply increases. On the other hand, RBI is selling government bonds, it is taking the rupees from the system. Ek haath se dena, ek haath se lena. Essentially, that is what RBI is doing. In one hand, they are giving more rupees. From the other hand, they are simply taking away the rupees from the market, thereby ensuring that such activities of RBI will not contribute to inflationary trends. This process is called as sterilization. This process is referred to as sterilization, that is conducting open market operation. Conducting open market operations to ensure that the RBI's activities in the forex market will not contribute to inflationary trends. That is called as sterilization. Everybody is okay? What is the right option then? What is the right option? Right option is conducting open market operation. That is option A. I'll cover 2 more questions and then we'll stop. Don't worry. Don't worry. A lot of you are basically worried. Kya chal raha hai? I woke up after 1.5 hours. What is happening now? You'll see, okay, you're still there in economy. Okay, you'll sleep like this. Okay, 2 more questions, then we'll stop. Don't worry. Question number 64. Which of the following routes are used by the government for disinvestment? Okay, which of the following routes are used by the government for disinvestment? IPO, FPO, buyback of the shares, and strategic stake sale. Let me know. Right? How many of you know the answer? Please do let me know. IPO, FPO, buyback of the shares and strategic stake sale. Which of these are used by Government of India for disinvestment proceeds or disinvestment process? Right? Listen to me carefully. Let me explain. Let me explain. All the four are correct, by the way. All the four are correct. All the four of them are correct. Let me explain. Listen to me carefully. Disinvestment essentially is opposite of the term investment. Opposite. Disinvestment. A lot of you will not understand what is this meaning of disinvestment. My dear, it is like this. Disinvestment. Right? What is the meaning of disinvestment? Opposite of investment. For example, a lot of you are disinterested in what I'm teaching now. Right? You're like, I'm not interested. Disinterested. Opposite of interest. So apply the same logic here. Disinvestment means when you invest, you will get ownership. If you disinvest, you will lose ownership. You will sell away ownership. Is the logic okay? Do let me know. Simplify the terms. Don't complicate economy. A lot of you complicate economy. You basically try to memorize everything else. No. Right? So argument is simple here. Okay? Argument is simple. You want to sell away ownership. You want to disinvest. Okay? Now, what are the methods used under the disinvestment? One is IPO. Straightforward. Government of India has the 100% ownership. They will sell, right? Let's say 5% ownership, 10% ownership or 20% ownership by listing the shares of a company in the market. Can I give you one example? LIC, Life Insurance Corporation. In case of LIC, Government of India even today has around 95%. Around 95% is owned by Government of India. Hardly around 5% is essentially sold under the LIC. Is the first one okay? Right? Is the first one okay? Khurshid, my dear, have patience. I'll go one by one. Have patience. If I simply say, this is done, all the four are correct. Over. Let me go to question number 65. Then say, hey, wait. Explain the buyback of the share. Explain and then go forward. I'll say, yeah, I'll explain. Don't worry. Okay, let's start. IPO is clear. The company is owned by Government of India. 100%. It will list the company, sell let's say 5% or 10%, etc. That is IPO. What about FPO? Right? Basically the same company, understand this, the shares of the owner, FPO means follow-on public offering, shares of the owner, Government of India, they will list the share, they will sell the shares in the follow-on public offering. Right? That will further reduce the ownership of Government of India. Government will sell the share during FPO and basically get the money. Right? Disinvestment. So IPO and FPO is clear for all of you. Done? Okay. Third one, buyback of shares. Khurshid, my dear, let me explain. Buyback of shares. Khurshid will be right attentive now. Yes. Tell me, what is buyback of shares? I've been asking you for the last 1 minute. My dear, this is the company LIC and this is Government of India. 95% of the shares of LIC are owned by Government of India. Clear? 95%. Can LIC use its money, pay Government of India and buy the shares back? Do let me know. Do let me know. Right? And I want answer from Khurshid, by the way. Right? I'm looking for answer from Khurshid. I want an answer. Otherwise, I'll not go forward. Khurshid will say, great. I will not answer. You stop there only. Right? From today, you will go to tomorrow. I'll not answer only. Okay. So argument is simple. Can the company use its own money to pay to Government of India and basically purchase the shares back? Of course, yes. Right? Of course, yes. Done. So that is a buyback of shares. Is it okay? Fourth one, strategic stake sale. Strategic stake sale. What is a strategic stake sale? government will sell, let's say, 51% of the ownership. Government will sell 76% of the ownership, etc. That is also essentially a type of disinvestment. Everybody is okay? Again, please understand what is the meaning of disinvestment. When the government will essentially sell certain ownership and collect money. That is called as a disinvestment process. Okay, so different methods are there. Different methods are there. These are some of them. So right option is option D. All the four are correct. Sir, please tell me again, right? Again about buyback. Explain fourth option. Okay, so listen to me carefully. Somebody said explain third. Somebody said explain fourth. Somebody will say explain second. And finally, somebody will say explain one. Which means all of you in combination are asking me explain the full question again. Okay, now let's start. Buyback of shares. LIC's ownership, that is 95% of the ownership of LIC is with Government of India. Is it okay? Can the LIC use its own money to pay to Government of India and purchase the shares? Let me know. It's as good as saying, can Mr. Mukesh Ambani or the Reliance company pay money to you and take back the Reliance shares from you? Please do let me know. Right? Can they do it? Yes, buyback. Buyback means what? The company which has issued is going to purchase. Again, most of you are looking at the term buyback in a different way. Buyback means the company which has issued is buying back. Which is the company whose shares are there with the government? Steel Authority of India. Right? Let's say the LIC company. Right? Many other companies are there. They will basically pay money and get the shares back. Buyback. Government will get the money and sell the shares. Argument of disinvestment is what? Company is selling shares. Shares represent ownership. That's it. What is the difficulty? Do let me know. What is the disinvestment? Government is selling the share, whether to the same company or other company, doesn't matter. But government is selling the share. Government is giving away ownership. That is buyback. And I know, as expected, right? Pranjal Chimwal. My dear, did you join now? Because from 2 o'clock, you have not asked a single question to me. Why will any company go for a buyback? My dear, imagine. I'll just give you one example. Imagine you are the owner of the company. Next year, you know, you are going to make huge amount of profit. Very, very high amount of profit. Would you want the profit to remain with your own company or give it to all the shareholders? Think of it. Do let me know. Why will any company go for a buyback? Don't you think a company, rather than distributing profits amongst all the shareholders, would want to keep more and more profit within itself? How can they do that? Buyback. Reduce ownership. And if the ownership is reduced, right, don't you think concentration will be much higher? Some of the promoters will have more amount of ownership now, etc. Done? Okay, buyback of shares. Fourth one. Option 3 will not come as answer now, sir. My dear, I've explained all of this. Very recently, Mahashivratri got over. During Mahashivratri, the people are supposed to be awake and listen to what was done by Lord Shiva. Now, the whole story is over and you're asking how 3 is an answer. I'm telling you the same thing. Right? I'm telling you the same thing. The company, again, please understand, you are missing the point. What is the point here? The point is, what is disinvestment? Understand that first. The government will sell shares, get money. Now imagine LIC will give money to Government of India. Government of India will give shares to LIC. Has Government of India's ownership gone down? Yes. Has Government of India got the money? Yes. Disinvestment. Khatam? Okay. Right. Strategic stake sale. Essentially 51%, 74% it will be sold. Okay, that is called a strategic stake sale. Okay, so all the 4 are correct, right? All the 4 are correct. And by the way, if you still have a doubt, so tell me any valid source of all of this. There is a department called as a DPAM. Have you heard of this? There is a department called as DPAM, Department of Investment and Public Asset Management. Go to its website. All of these are listed. All of these are listed, by the way, right? I'm not picking up from thin air and I'm not giving it to you. All of these are there in the government website itself. Okay, done. Last question for today. We'll stop the discussion after this. Don't worry. Consider the following statements regarding National Investment Fund. National Investment Fund. Okay, before going forward, Mohammad Mozam Izar says along with OFS. I'll give you one more point here because he has written. I will also explain this. Otherwise, you will simply say, I don't know what is OFS. OFS is called as offer for sale. In addition to these, there is also one more type of a, let's say process under the disinvestment, offer for sale. Under offer for sale, essentially what is done is government will offer the shares of the company to public. That's it. Very simple. Don't complicate it. Government will offer its shares to the public, right? Basically, it will sell the shares to the public. That is called as offer for sale, OFS. Okay. So IPO, FPO, OFS, buyback, strategic, all these are the types of disinvestment. Last question. Consider the following statements regarding National Investment Fund. It is a part of Consolidated Fund of India. Is it? Do let me know. How many of you say yes, it is a part of Consolidated Fund of India? No. What is the whole idea of a National Investment Fund? Simple. Government of India, whenever they conduct a disinvestment, they will collect the money. Where will they keep this particular money? Where will they keep this money? They will basically put all of this money collected through disinvestment into a fund called as National Investment Fund, NIF. Is it a part of Consolidated Fund of India? No, it is a type of a public account. It is a type of a public account. Okay. Statement 2. The government will deposit the proceeds of disinvestment in this particular fund. Yes, statement 2 is correct. It will deposit the proceeds of disinvestment into this particular fund. The fund is managed. Okay, the fund is managed by Reserve Bank of India. Is the fund managed by RBI? No. There are, right, I hope you understand this. There are multiple types of mutual fund units. For example, there is a SBI mutual funds. There is a UTI mutual funds, etc. Okay, different types of mutual funds. These are types of mutual funds essentially, right, manage, right, the funds under the National Investment Fund and not RBI. Okay, so everybody is okay. Question number 65, 1 is incorrect, right? 1 is incorrect. Third one is incorrect. Only the second statement is correct. Right option for question number 65 will be option B here. Everybody is okay. Everybody is okay, right? This is essentially the concept associated with National Investment Fund. And if UPSC will ask you, for what purpose can you use NIF? For what purpose can you use the NIF? Right? Please understand. Can you use NIF to launch a scheme? Not possible. You cannot use the funds under NIF for schemes. Then for what purpose? The government of India wants to infuse capital in public sector banks. That one. The government of India can use this money for capital expenditure under railways. That is allowed. Government of India use this money for investment in projects under atomic energy. For example, Rashtriya Nabikiya Vidyut Limited. That is allowed. Government can use this money to invest in metro projects. That is allowed. Done. So, there are certain purposes for which you can use these particular funds. You cannot willy-nilly use it for any other purpose. There is a list for it. Okay, that is essentially the usage of National Investment Fund, NIF. So, right option, okay. Right option will be option A. Somebody pointed out. Option 1, not option 2. Option 1, that is only one of the statement is true. That is the second statement. That is the correct one. Is it okay? Khurshid, my dear, I've addressed that. Okay. Faithful aspirant, I've addressed that. Done. Okay. So that's it from my side in today's session then. Before I take up the doubts from your side, if you like this initiative, please do hit the like button. couple of more questions are there. I will inform you. Don't worry. I'll inform you when I'll take up those particular questions. Don't worry. Don't panic. Right? You're not going to lose these particular questions. And before I wind up, again, I'm reiterating this. You need to cover the static portion. You need to cover the dynamic portion to ace and clear and get very good number of marks in, let's say, the GS paper UPSC Prelims. For this, today I've covered most of the static portion. I was there at the industrial part. I've covered most of the static portion. What about the current affairs? Please understand, as announced in the beginning, I'll just reiterate this. Just give me 2 minutes. I'll wind up. Today we have covered marathon session. Okay, if you had liked this initiative, please do hit the like button. And if you yet to subscribe, do it right now. We will also have certain classes for economic survey. You will have certain classes for covering all the monetary policy decision right from February 2024 to February 2025. And in the course of covering monetary policy discussion, we will also discuss the GST Council decisions as well. You will also have a weekly doubt resolution session. I will tell you which day, on what time, etc. And you will also have, in the month of May, I'm planning for a last minute recall sessions. That is, let's say every day, 45 minutes. I'll basically rewind important topics very quickly within 45 minutes so that it is just a recall, just to refresh, right, what you have learned. Now, I have not given the time and date for many of these. Most probably, remaining things will happen on the platform. That's the reason, again, I'm reiterating, please do join the Telegram channel, right? You will get the PPT that I've used today along with the handouts uploaded on my Telegram channel. Now, whatever questions you people have, please throw it at me. I want to address your question. I'm not able to see anything in the chat. Can you please share your questions if you have any kind of questions? MIBOR and SOR, my dear, I'll basically discuss that in the current affairs. Don't worry right now. I'll discuss that in the current affairs class. 55 statement 2. What is 55? Okay. Domestic private sector borrowing at higher interest rate. So I hope you understand, when the sovereign credit rating will go down, when the sovereign credit rating will take a hit and go down, generally it is risky to invest in that particular country. Now, as a company, if you try to borrow, the lenders will look at you and say, what if government will basically, right, have, let's say, default? Your government is very risky in terms of borrowing now. The whole economy falls into risk. And that's a precise reason. Even a corporate sector, private sector, if they try to borrow because the sovereign credit rating has gone down, it means it is more risky to give a loan to such company. Rate of interest will be higher. Okay. Is there a session tomorrow? Ganesh, my dear, even if I keep a session, you people will not watch. You people will be more focused. Right, Mr. Virat Kohli has been hit on the knee while practice session. Will he take part in the World Cup final or not? If he is taking part, is he running fast or running slow? Is he limping, etc., etc.? You people will not be focused here. You will be focused there. Okay. Question 41, statement 3. 41, statement 3. Okay. With higher tax base, Arey Baba, I have addressed this so many times. Right. Manisha Mukherjee, my dear, I have addressed this. The marginal tax rate, highest tax rate. As you keep on earning more and more, your average rate of taxation will keep on increasing. I hope you understand. Right? Your average rate of taxation will keep on increasing. Right? So that is the reason the gap between the marginal and average tax rate will go down. It will not increase, it will go down. Okay. Sir, these topics are enough for economy, both current affairs. My dear, these are not current affairs, right? Most of them are essentially from the static information. Current affairs, there will be classes in the Conquer Prelims. We will have a detailed discussion on current affairs topics as well. If you think the story is over, no, picture abhi baki hai. Right? A lot of it is baki hai. Don't worry. Current affairs, lot of things are yet to be covered. I've covered static portion. Most of the static portion I've covered. Little bit information on industries was left out. I'll cover it later. Don't worry. Okay. Any other question? tax expenditure includes expenditure for collecting taxes? No, my dear. Tax expenditure includes essentially those taxes which the government was supposed to collect, but it has been sacrificed. Government is not collecting this tax. That is called as tax expenditure. Okay. Adarsh Kumar, need the PPT for practice? I'll upload it, my dear. I've told it. Don't worry. I'll upload it. What is the point of showing you this PPT and basically hiding it from you? Do you think, right, I'll get any satisfaction by not giving you this particular PPT? Don't worry. I'll give this particular PPT. Don't worry about it. Okay. Manisha Mukherjee, don't worry. I've addressed it. Okay. Please explain twin deficit, my dear. Twin deficit basically refers to two types of deficit. I'll cover that in the current affairs classes. Don't worry. I'll cover that. Again, I'm saying this. This is not the end of Indian economy GS paper 3. We will cover current affairs later. Don't worry. Okay. So done. So let me stop the discussion today here. Okay. Will we get the PPTs with explanation, my dear? I'm giving you a 50-page handout. Listen to me. I'm giving you a 50-page handout. 50-page means 1, 2. Right? I hope you understand. 1, 2, both the sides. So number 1 and number 2. If you basically take the printout, 25-page handouts. You'll have it in 25 pages. In that, I hope you understand whatever is important. According to me, whatever is important from the static portion, I've made a consolidation of this. I've removed all the unnecessary things, committee recommendation, right, critical evaluation, etc. because those are not required for prelims right now. I'll upload that in the Telegram channel very soon. Don't worry. Okay, don't worry. I'll upload that. Okay, so let me stop the discussion here. Do not worry. If you have still questions, we can meet in the weekly, let's say, doubt resolution session. We can meet in special classes. I'll keep on updating you in my Telegram channel. Whenever classes are there, join and get your doubts resolved. You will get access to my classes. Don't worry. It is free of a cost. All of these will be special classes. Done. So that's it from my side for today's session. If you like this initiative, do hit the like button. Show us your appreciation in the form of likes, comments, as well as the subscription to our channel. Thank you. Have a great day. See you next time.